Welcome to Foxhill Motor Park. It's a glorious bank holiday weekend. This is the VMXdN live on MXN TV. You're going to see an incredible 2 days of action. Sit back, enjoy it. Look at this. Welcome to Foxhill Motor Park. It's a glorious bank holiday weekend. This is the VMXdN. Welcome, everybody. You can see here, wow, at the VMXdN at Foxhill, how incredibly packed it is. The parking way back over there, all these people here. My name's Jeff Barrett. I'm host, but also I'm joined by Ben Rumbold. Me and Ben are going to be bombing about the place, trying to get interviews done or whatever. Listen, Ben, I kid you not, he is sat here and he is trembling. He is shaking with excitement. He's got goosebumps, everything. You're buzzing for this.
Oh, just seeing that intro, I was talking the names through in my head. There's Tortelli, Everts, Boland, Bevorth, all the bunches there, Carnan. I mean, there's so much history at this track, and I must be honest, I wasn't sure when I heard that this event was coming to Foxhill. You know, you think of the old event, Farley, you think Twin Shocks, and then you think Twin Shocks at Foxhill. Don't really know, but this weekend, the bikes that are here, I mean, we're talking 20 to 30 year old bikes, but they look fantastic. They can certainly cope with this track as they did back in the day, and the riders can as well. Doing the track walk, it's an incredible circuit. You cannot appreciate how steep these hills. Even on the screen here, this little bit there, that doesn't look like anything on the screen, but trust me, that is like serious incline going up there. So yeah, absolutely stunning stuff. Some fantastic riders here. I mean, what a roll call, Jeff.
Let's talk about some of them. Obviously, to get Ryan Villopoto here, you know, 4-time AMA Supercross champion. I think it was 2 or 3 outdoor national titles as well. Ryan has been nothing but a joy since he's been here, engaging with a load of public, you know, just having a good time, sinking a few beers, all that kind of stuff. He's obviously looking good, but you've also got the likes of Mike Brown, who is just an absolute blaster at the VMXdN. You know, he's always a front runner.
Certainly doesn't ride like a 50-year-old rider.
We got Zach Osborne here. You know, obviously not too long ago, Zach was AMA National 450 title champion and then Supercross 250 champion. Just an unbelievable, and that's just the American team. Let's rattle through some of the others. The reigning champions, over to you.
Reigning champion, Northern Ireland, Gordon Crockard, obviously many times a Grand Prix winner himself as well. 4 times, in fact, he was a Grand Prix winner, got up there, top 3 in the world, just behind Michael Pichon and Chad Reed. That's not a bad couple of riders to finish behind. Nev Bradshaw, veteran, always out here on the 272. Graeme Irwin, British champion just 5 years ago. And and then you've got riders like Shane Carlos, won the MX3 GP Moto. Kevin Strybos, twice second in the world behind Stefan Everts, quite an incredible rider himself. Kurt Nicoll, of course, one of the absolute legends of British sport, and he loves Foxhill and the history and everything. I'm going again, Jeff.
You're trembling. Up. You're trembling. Obviously, sadly, we don't have Tommy Searle here. Loads of you over social media would have seen the reasons why. Tommy is contesting a British Championship. When this event was originally scheduled, this was after the final round of the British Championship, but the British Championship, Revo British Championship, had to change their date. Therefore, it's now after this event. And Tommy, he's got a contract to win a British Championship for Honda. So
and the title's on the line. I mean, it's close. You know, if something happens here, it's pretty much over. So you can appreciate. And I actually saw when I was picking up the programs that I'm selling here as well in my little dual zone, dual tasking weekend I've got. I saw him at Worcester practice track at Apex. Just picked up the programs and then come out in my van. And there was Tommy putting fueling in his number 100 450F Honda for a quick blast around Apex Worcester. He had a quick chat. Nice guy. I've not spoke to him much before, but he's he said it was a shame, but he could see where Honda were coming from, and the best thing he did say was, I got plenty of years to do this event. So that means he will be back.
He will be back for sure. Taking his ride in Team GB now is Mel Pocock, and I'll tell you this, they had practice this morning. Mel Pocock set the quickest time in the VMXdN team race qualifying. So Pocock hardly ever ridden a 2-stroke in his career because he was on a Honda 150 from a young age.
Yeah.
Clearly loving life there. So listen, you're going to see some amazing racing. We've got varying classes. We're going to start with the Evo Ultra, then we've got Evo Plus, and the array of bikes here, unbelievable. Look, we won't be able to do it justice. I kid you not. You need to come to this event every year, not watch it on live stream, just to see the bikes up close and personal. You really do. But talking about the event, obviously this is the brainchild, the vision. It started off at Farley a long time ago. Dave King, the promoter, it was his vision, the whole VMXdN, and here we are now, a new era, an Evo era. We caught up with Dave yesterday, and I have to say, he did get a little bit emotional. You'll see it for yourself. This is my little chat with Dave yesterday as the crowd and riders were just flooding in. Right then, here we are. Look at this, glorious blue skies here at Foxhill for the event of the year. And I don't care what anybody says, it's just the nostalgia, everything about this place. With promoter, one of the promoters, Dave King. I'm stood up a little bit, by the way. I suddenly haven't grown. There you go. The big man behind it all, Dave. So far, it's Friday morning. The vibe already, and even yesterday, people coming in. I mean, is it? How does that make you feel? I mean, it must be emotional.
It is, totally. Yeah, you better be careful.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Choke me up.
Yeah, choking him up already. But all said and done, you know, you know, a long time ago, you came up with the idea, obviously, the vets across the nations, and Farley, that was one era. This is a whole new era, and it really does feel like that.
This is bringing on another generation of rider. Your who names goes through your Mel Pococks.
Yeah.
What's Mel?
Mel, Booker.
Booker.
All them, Anderson.
Yeah, Anderson, all those guys, they're bringing another generation into this event, which brings another generation of fans into it. And it gives the event a bit of stability for probably another 10 years.
Now, listen, I raced at Farley. I loved it. Obviously, you know, I had an opportunity to race the English team. But this is my gig. This is my generation. I was fortunate enough to race GPs here. And so I really get that. And it is that kind of crossover, like you say, the next generation, the bikes, the effort that a lot of people have made for their bikes is unreal.
I know. The quality of the bikes in the paddock, I've never seen it like it before. It's just amazing. I mean, this morning I've just seen the Zach Osborne's Huskies, and they're like just a work of art.
Yeah. When you and Wobb sat down, I think it was at the end of last year, whatever. I mean, obviously it had to go in a new direction. We won't divulge all the reasons why, but here we are. I mean, did you jump straight on the Evo thing? Was that your idea? Was that like a collective thing with Wobb?
No, I'll give Wobb's his due. It was Wobb's idea to bring the newer classes in. I was very sceptical of it, but it was 100% the right thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean, you just got to, you know, if the camera can look around, you could see this place is rammed.
It's not just the racing though, Dave, is it? I mean, you've got a lot of other stuff going. The beer tent, which we say brings everybody together in that atmosphere.
Yesterday we had you saw the show and shine. I would be happy with 4 days of that.
Yeah.
It's just 4 great days of families getting together, having a great time. But we got one common interest with the motocross.
Yeah. And the venue, I mean, you know, you probably came here and watched GPs, many things. We've all seen the hills rammed. Obviously, that was a big gig, but even if we get half of those, which I think we're going to, I mean, obviously ticket sales have gone well. You must be so buzzing about it, yet obviously you got that apprehension as
a little bit apprehensive on how many people are coming. You've only got to look at the fields at the moment, and it's getting really busy. But just what, you know, for motocross in general, it's just a real feel-good vibe about the place. Yeah.
Well, look, I'm going to shake this man's hand because obviously I'm going to do that with Wobbles as well and everybody involved. So, Dave, thank you very much for bringing this event.
No, thank you to you guys for coming, because, again, you guys are bringing this event to another level.
I hope so. I hope I remember a load of names. I don't care if I forget names or whatever, because the racing will take care of itself. It's going to be awesome out there. Dave, have a great weekend. I hope you get the chance to enjoy it. I know sometimes when you're that involved, it's not always the case, but I hope it goes great for you.
Super. Thank you very much, Jeff.
There you go. That's Dave. We're going to go and just catch up with as many people as we can throughout these 2 days of broadcasting. So we really hope that you're enjoying the live stream. Okay, well, there you go. Listen, we missed the start of that one, but you did get to see it on screen. The reason for this, because we're kind of one of the good things about the VMXdN is they just going to do a start time and then just roll with it. So we're never too sure exactly when riders and starts are going to come off the gate. So we just squeezed that interview in there with Dave. But you saw the action. I'm not sure. We're going to get them over the line. What you're currently watching right now is the Evo Ultra, their first race of the weekend. The first race for everybody up and down these hills. So obviously the bikes involved with this one, an array. These are more modern bikes, if you want to call them that. Basically bikes from 03 to 08. So yeah, slightly newer models. Obviously then some of the late 90s and mid 90s bikes. You've got the static camera. I hope we don't have anybody go straight into that, which we might do. That is the finish jump you see coming out. So we're going to start getting them on the transponder. and we're hopefully going to start getting some times up here shortly. And I can tell you who's where in the race. I don't know who's actually leading this one because we missed the start of it. So, but as soon as we get the timing up on screen, it's Sam Nunn leading the way. Well, there we go. We spoke about how current British Championship riders leading the way. And that just goes to show, look at this, Sam Nunn and Tom Grimshaw. Tom Grimshaw is in the running to win the Michelin MX Nationals, MX2 category. But he's done a bike up, come out here, and he's riding. He's currently in second, but Sam Nunn riding for the Cabs Greens Crescent Yamaha team. He's out there on a 250 Yamaha two-stroke. Grimshaw in second, Liam Garland in third. Liam making a racing comeback after a bit of a hiatus. Then it's Brad Wheeler in fourth. Lucas Nigelans is currently in fifth. Then it's Luke Kennett. Stephen Clark out there as well on the Store 114 machine. He's currently in seventh. Harry Bradley, another rider who races the Michelin MX Nationals. Cam McDonald in ninth. Then it's James Dodd for 10th. Jarno Bawal is currently in 11th. Then it's Jordan Willis. Phil Burton is currently in 13th. Then it's Richard Robinson. George Boyce for 15th. There you go, top 15. There is Sam Nunn. He has been on the right trajectory. He's had this year, he's so close to getting on that box in national championship racing. He's had a little bit of bad luck here and there, but I tell you what, as a young kid, he is improving all the while. We've already got now if that doesn't show you just how steep the hills are at Foxhill, I'm not sure how we can sort of highlight how much steeper they actually are. That's a problem. 292, that is James Dodd, I think. So Doddy out there on the Carmichael kind of replica. He's got the Woody Woodpecker graphics on. He's got to try and swing his leg back out. I would highly suggest that he just swings his leg over that and goes to the bottom. Bump starts again. Look at our flagman getting all suited and booted. Unbelievable weather here. It's really, really good at the minute. Classic Bangkok. I said, I wonder if we're going to get somebody going off into the camera. Very nearly. There you go. This is the Evo Ultra. As we said, bikes from 2003 to 2008. And that should come at current running order. So, yeah, that's the... None is... Well, this should be a good race. I'd like to stick with that. We can get... Garland, as we said, has been off a bike for some time. So I don't expect... he's still fast, but he's working his way back to fitness. My co-commentator, not for this event, but when we cover the Michelin MX Nationals, Callum Swan is out there in this one. Swanee is currently in 18th position. He's gone for the full Jeremy McGrath look this weekend. And by that, I don't mean his bike, I mean him. He's gone for the McGrath haircut of the 90s. So that's the current running order, as you can see. Some of these guys have never been to Foxhill before, Motor Park, ever, let alone to come and ride it. And it's an intimidating old girl, I can tell you that. I was fortunate enough to do many races around here, but certainly very fortunate to race the 250 GPs from 95 to the year 99. But I'm not out there today reliving the retro because I'm here in the comms booth doing this instead. But great moments. The GPs back in the day with the air horns and everybody lining the valley. That's the iconic scenes from Foxhill, and obviously one of the most iconic races in motocross history, the 1998 Motocross of Nations happened here. Very different affair. It was absolutely just quagmire, and Stefan Everts famously calling an end to proceedings because in the end he was the only rider in a world-class field who could actually just get up that hill where we saw James Dodd parked up. So that was incredible. But right now, as we said, it's going to be a hot day. I think we're going to probably have to have some watering breaks. Don't know when they're going to happen, as we said. So for all you people watching, this is not, the schedule is not like a AMA or a GP or a national race. The guys just have got the running order of the event, and there's no start times. They just call it. So there might be times where all of a sudden we've got to stop for a water break, unbeknown to us, or anything like that. So we're just kind of winging it too, folks, but at least you are getting to watch this free. That's the point, a free-to-view live stream on MXN TV, as they always are. Like and subscribe on YouTube. We're going to be covering the final rounds of the Michelin MX Nationals and the Evo British Championship, where Tommy Searle is going to be trying to clinch that MX1 title over Harry Koulas. That's going to be happening down in Landrake. Sam Nunn will be there, racing in MX2, and he'll also be at the MX Nationals next weekend. Massive shout out to the guys at Beer, basically who bring brands like Fly, Seven, Oakley, Bell helmets into the UK. Without the guys at Beer and Michelin and all the other people involved, we wouldn't be able to offer up this live stream. Basically, those guys, their support enables us to do it, enables us to actually make MXN TV a real thing. So thank you to the guys at Beer. And you get the opportunity, as I said, to just free of charge, no subscription fees. There you go. The stream is brought to by those guys, and we thank you very, very much. There's Sam Nunn into the valley. Look at that crowd. I haven't seen a crowd like that here, well, basically since probably the last GP. That was the last time I would have probably seen a crowd that deep around the circuit. Sam Nunn, though, looking good. This will be good for his confidence. He's been riding really good anyway, as I said, all year. I think they're little short 5-lap races, so he's going to get the last lap flag here, Sam Nunn. There he goes over the line. I tell you what, our flagger there, doesn't he look good? It almost looks like something out of Madness, really, doesn't he? But we're going to pick Sam Nunn up coming down the valley. It's a vast circuit to cover. Of course, our cameramen, once they get their eye in, which they will. Here's Sam taking that inside rut. This new section, that's relatively new. That's only been the last couple of years they added that section in. Sam will now go down the valley, famous valley. There's Grimshaw in second. Here comes Sam Nunn. At the GPs, incredibly famous coming down all those valleys, and a wall of noise on the open lap. Then up the cutting, which goes diagonally up the hill to the far end. Then this brilliant drop down, and then they what Dave King's called the elevator. Just goes straight full gas up that hill, and then you just launch off the top. Similar to what it was 98 GP. I can remember Sebastian Tortelli going off the top of that all sideways as I was behind him on a qualifying lap, and I thought I was going to see a wreck at the bottom, only to see him on the gas and already going around the next corner. So Sam Nunn, as I said, he's currently done the fastest lap of the race with a 2:23. No, that wasn't his quickest lap. His quickest lap was a 2:23.395. Actually, so his last lap around was his quickest lap. So he's getting into the groove, but of course these are tiny little short races for these guys, the pro riders. These guys are used to racing 25-minute motos, nearly half-hour races at the Evo British Championship and MX Nationals. So Sam and Tom are certainly used to it. Leon working his way back. And then we got Bradley Wheeler out there, son of Brian Wheeler, who is obviously always good value at these VMXdN events. So Brian will be out there later on the big 500 CR. Up next, by the way, we have got Evo Plus coming out. So the running order is Evo Plus up next. Then, actually, I'll wait. I'll just get Sam over the line. So it's going to be the race winner of the Evo Ultra Moto 1 is Sam Nunn. There he goes. He takes the flag in some style. Grimshaw's going to get second. So, yeah, those two. You'd expect to be those two. Obviously, current pro riders being way out in front. So, I'm not going to comment on that. I was just saying, yeah. But the flag is bang on. He's got that whole scar look going on. Could be on a Specials album cover like that. Right, as I said, running order was, yeah. Okay, we're going to come back to the running order in a minute. Right now, we're going to go to a quick advert to thank, obviously, all the people that make this happen.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back, folks. Okay, as we said, running order is going to be Evo Ultra, then Evo Plus, which is coming up next. Then we've got Evo Open over 50, Evo 125. Then it's going to be the Super Evo Open. I know, there's a lot of Evos. I get it. It's all a bit confusing. It's all new stuff. A brand new event, remember, you know, this new Evo era. So then it was the Super Evo Open. Then it's going to be the Evo Open over 30. Then the big one, the VMXdN team race, and then we finish up with the Super Evo 125. Right, I did say at the start of the broadcast that the part of the appeal of the VMXdN is there's, like I said, there's no sort of race times as in set times when they come off the line. It just kind of rolls. It's got that relaxed feel about it. So we're now in comms with some of the track team, and I can tell you that we're going to run this next race, the Evo Plus. That's going to come out. Then to stay on top of it, because it's obviously we've had a drought in the UK. If you're watching wherever you are in the world, we don't get many, but when we do, authorities come down hard on us. We've got a hose pipe ban in the region, all those kind of things. So we haven't been able to necessarily like get all the water down in advance as much as we'd like. So basically what's going to happen here is we're going to do little short 12-minute watering breaks. But we've got a load of content that we pre-recorded yesterday to show your viewing pleasure. So you're not just going to be sat there looking at an empty track when the watering's going on. We're going to hopefully do a couple of studio shows as well throughout the day. Yeah, so you've got this next race coming up. Then there's going to be a 12-minute break, which we will then obviously throw something onto the stream that you can watch, some of yesterday's interviews. Then we're going to run the next 3 races. Then there'll be another watering break because it is blindingly hot here. And, of course, riders' safety is key. Here we go then. This is gate drop. As you can see, this is the Evo Plus. And again, this is bikes from 97 to 02. Any age, basically riders. So it's the bikes have got to be a certain age. Riders can be any age. Ryan Vose, I can see there in second. Looking good already. Number 2. So, yep, he will be in the mix with this one for sure. As they sort themselves out. Again, once they get over the stripe on the first lap, we will get all the timing up for you on screen, so we'll tell you who's where and everywhere. Obviously, I am used to calling the riders at a Michelin MX Nationals or a Revo British Championship. Load of new riders out here that have never been on the stream. That's Jake Shipton, I can tell you, 731 on a pretty tricked out FMF kind of replica from back in the years 99, that kind of thing. Honda that he's on. I think that might be Jamie Scoose out front. I'm not sure. Let's get them over the line. We're going to obviously be watering down in the bottom of the valley, but that's definitely Jake Shipton in second. Yeah, that is Jamie Scoose out front. Looking good. Pretty certain it is, but the big 400 on the 500 two-stroke. So he'll have the oomph up those hills. Scoot. No, Spinks. Josh Spinks. My bad. Sorry. Yes, Spinksy. Josh Spinks out there. He's now ex-pro, doesn't ride so much these days, but he now started doing a lot of coaching, riding schools, that kind of stuff. And, well, this would be good to show his pupils, wouldn't he? Like, look, he can still cut the mustard on a big 500 Honda. So Josh was a prolific youth rider. Obviously had a pretty good career in adult racing too. But this will be a good one because Shipton is now coming back to speed as well. He took a bit of hiatus. Obviously had a child, family man now, but he's been racing the AMCA Championship this year. So, as I said, just the array of bikes is unbelievable. Wherever you are in the world, honestly, the vibe here, it's a festival feel. I hope you're seeing this for the first time. I hope you're loving what you see early doors here at Foxhill. But, honestly, you need to come to the event. You need to feel it, smell it, breathe it, see the bikes. Just the atmosphere in the beer tent in the evening. We get some riders down there. Roger Warren will be interviewing like the guys again later on. Live bands in the evening. Just everybody enjoying the sport for what it is, what it's meant to be. Obviously, you want to race hard. You want to get good results. But let's be honest, motocross is a celebration, and this event certainly does that. So they're starting to come over the line. So it's got Shipton in the lead, actually, on the end of the first lap. That can't be right. So I don't think Speed Hive is quite where it should be. It's showing currently Jake Shipton in the lead, but that is definitely Josh Spinks in the lead and Jake Shipton in second. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. I think Speed Hive might be playing silly buggers with us. Sorry about that. Obviously, you've got to bear that in mind. We can only take our live stream timing off the official timing and scoring, and if that's not right, then we're not right on the live stream. So hopefully they get that sorted out in a minute, but I can tell you, ignore the timing on your screen because Josh Spinks is leading the way. Look at the launch down the hill, absolutely insane. I'll mention it many times throughout commentary. As I said, I've been fortunate enough, I think that's the right word, to launch myself down those hills in the mid-90s, and I can tell you, it's a thrill. Not so much of a thrill if you get a kicker off the top or you get it slightly wrong, I can tell you that as well, but first time you come to Foxhill and the first time you start launching your way down those hills, it's such a buzz. So yeah, we're trying to get, I don't know what's going on with my laps, but we're in Speed Dive, but we're trying to get it sorted. I can tell you now, this is a two-way battle. So ignore the screen on the left. That is not Jake Shipton leading. It's number 400, Josh Spinks in the lead. Shipton in second. We're going to stick with these two for a while. It's short 5-lap races. And we're probably on about lap 3 already. You can just see the amount of people. This area that sweeps round the start, this is the trade area, and it's absolutely heaving over here. Got so many... that's where we're working from. Got so many traders around this side of it. The A paddock is on the other side of the valley, and then what you saw in the background there behind those trees is the B paddock and camping. And I tell you what, they are crammed in there like sardines. But these two checking out, both very accomplished hard pack riders, I have to say. Shipton in particular, his local venue, Roger Hill Raceway down in Poole, just on the backside of Poole, is very similar to this. So Shipton knows his way around. There's the famous cutting up through the hill. It leads all the way to the top, and then they swing a left, a nice floater jump down the hill. This track has got just history etched in it everywhere. As I said, Tortelli, for me, launching down those hills when I was behind him at one, I think it was 96 or 97, that could have been. Just, he scared me so much, and yet he acted like something hadn't even happened. Obviously, we're getting to these hills now, where the famous hills in the the Nations in '98 that riders were struggling to get up and down. Just recently at the Revo British Championship, there was controversy in that very corner there. So yeah, so much history here at Foxhill. Some would argue, obviously it's had its day. A lot of the natural dirt has gone off the top, but I have to say the club here, Waterlooville clubs, have been working to try and bring new soil back in. Hopefully it will root, it will bed, and we'll be coming back for Foxhill for many years to come. Right now we've got an absolute scorcher of a race, scorcher of a day, and staying on top of all the watering, obviously, as you said, that's critical for riders' safety. So there will be enough intervals in the day where we can get this pre-recorded content that we went out and did yesterday. In fact, I'm going to be rushing out of the booth when Ben comes back and going to do some more pre-recorded, up to date, to get the vibe of what's happening over there in the paddock with all the top teams and riders. Shipton is getting a march on now. He's really pushing. I think we've no sign of the last lap flag yet. I think we've got 2 to go in this one. Even that on there does not do that justice, does it? I mean, it literally looks like a relatively small hill, that, and just trust me, it's not. It is it's steep, it's longer than it looks. You've got to get hard on the brakes, sharp right. Probably one of the most technical parts of the circuit going down through there. You can see the 2 commentary boxes up on the corner. That's so the event commentators, Roger Warren is up there doing his thing with Paul Hardy. They've been doing the VMXdN commentary from the get-go, and the guys do a fabulous job. No doubt Paul will be out there whipping up the crowd, asking them to go wild. I don't think he needs to ask them too much because they are in for a great day's racing. Cannot wait to see the main VMXdN team race. Just the names. I mean, I never thought. I was excited when Ricky Carmichael first came here to race the Nations in '98. I never imagined that I'd probably get to see Ryan Villopoto race in the UK. Obviously, he raced a couple of Motocross the Nations in the UK, both Donington and I think Matterley. But I never imagined he'd be riding around Foxhill. Mike Brown, well, he certainly did, because Mike was out here when we were racing GPs mid-90s. So he's got plenty of experience around here. Osborne as well, when he raced in the UK, riding for Steve Dixon's Yamaha team back then. So he knows his way around it. Ryan Villopoto, by the way, was 3rd quickest in practice this morning. Mel Pocock went quickest. I think Brad Anderson 2nd, so that bodes well for the British team, Team GB, Team England. I think that was the running order this morning. Yeah, so it was Pocock, Anderson, Villopoto, Bradshaw, then Brian McKenzie. Mike Brown was 6th. 7th was Jake Nichols. 8th, Graeme Irwin. And 9th, Elliot Banks-Brown on the big 500. And Mark Eastwood in the top 10. Gordon Crockard down in 14th. Zach Osborne 12th. Kurt Nicoll back in 16th. Wow. That'll give you an indication of what kind of race we're going to have here then. For the big boys, you can see the dust up the hills. Very difficult to water. That's and I said with the lack of water that we've had in the UK, it was always going to be an issue. That's why we're going to take these watering breaks. So after this one, we are going to be cutting to a pre-record. What we did yesterday, but right now we're trying to find out on track. Number 400 is the race leader, or he was last time we checked. Josh Spinks. That's him down in the bottom of the valley. There they are. They're the 2 leaders. I think that's Spinks going up the hill, up the cutting. Look like him on the gas down there. He should be coming up to this side of the venue where we've got the cameras. So number 400, Josh Spinks, is way over the backside of the circuit. This is the first corner. Josh is over the other side of the circuit somewhere. There's Jordan Booker on Steve. If you're wondering what that's about, basically Jordan bought an old shed of a bike, a doer-upper for this event. There's your race leader. Jordan bought a bit of a shed of a bike as a doer-upper, and whoever he bought it from, most people on their graphics have their surname, but this guy, whoever he bought it from, just had Steve, big and bold on the front,
plate. So the bike has now affectionately been nicknamed just simply Steve. So he's out there on, Steve's had a facelift, an upgrade. And Jordan Booker, you can follow Jordan on social media. He does a lot of stuff, always active on there. No doubt you'll see it all if you follow Jordan on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. But right now, he's looking good out there, Josh Spinks. Looks like we've got timing up and running, so I can tell you the running order. It is Spinks, Shipton, Probert, Scott Probert coming out of retirement. I thought that was Ryan Vose. My sincere apologies, Scott and everybody else. That was Scott Probert, so quick back in his day. Scott hasn't raced competitively for must be a decade or more. Got into road cycling, got pretty successful at that, so he's fit. And he's having a great ride in third. Jaden Ashwell riding for the AJP team in fourth. Alex Snow coming out of retirement as well. So there it is. The race win did go to Josh Spinks. Shipton in second, Probert third, Ashwell for fourth. Alex Snow will come in fifth. Dennis Stapleton looks like he's going to get sixth ahead of Carl Jones. Jordan Booker, if he keeps it on two wheels, will come in eighth ahead of Lewis Abbott. Bradley Doyle rounds out the top 10. I'm assuming all the race results are on Speed Hive, wherever you are in the world, on My Laps. So if you want to get there on your tablet, on your mobile phone, and keep up to speed. Ashwell, I think, clocked the quickest lap, potentially. Oh, no, I think Josh Spinks did, actually. His best lap was a 2:22.134. Okay, we're going to go to a quick ad break because we are going to now have a track interval where they're going to get some water down. So we're going to go to an ad break, but stick around because we'll probably come to a pre-recorded bit of content we did yesterday.
In the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come
to. Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved. The Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable, moisture-wicking, antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. The Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
so I make it harder. Think about it, so maybe you do really cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Right, here we are in the hub. This is where it's all going to happen. A plethora of bikes here. A plethora. I can't speak. Thank you. You should do the presenting. Yeah, sorry about that. It's been a long day already, and we're only into midday. I'm here with Wobbs, one of the promoters, but way more than that. Let's talk about the event first, Wobbs. You sat down with Kinger, I think it was in October or something last year, and to his credit, he's already said this was your idea, this Evo gig.
Yeah, well, he came to me at the last event we used to do together, mentioning no names, them who shouldn't be mentioned, and said to me, I've been pushed out, kid, what do you think? Would you do this event if I wasn't here? And I immediately said, we should do something together. And at the time, Brownie was getting ready to go out for his last race. And I said, Brownie, if we didn't do this and did a different race, what would you do? And he said, I'll go over the fuck you go, kid. So we had one rider. So we had one guy, that was it, that's all we needed. And then we decided, if we're doing a nightish thing, we should do it a bit newer. We don't want to do the same race. We don't want to clash with anybody. So we do a little bit newer, and then what track? Well, if you're into nightish motocross and you're going to ride 125s and 250s, you got to come to Wembley. That's where we're at. And when you come here, the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, because this place has got so much history. And so we went to the club, who have the lease on the land, the Languish Club, and they were really accommodating. They're up for doing something. They've got the dates. The dates we just had to pick out of a hat because Chris Warren works for MXGP, so we haven't got available. We had to not clash with British Championship, not clash with World Championships. We didn't have much choice. But we thought, August bank holiday, people are on holiday. But if we come out the gate early, like in November, maybe people will book their holidays around it.
Yeah.
But we got the weather. There seems to be a really good vibe. I don't know how many people are here, but it looks busy. And everybody you speak to says, everybody's coming. Mick Aldous has got his family coming who never came when he was working. Yoki Carlson's there with 15 guys. We've got Colin Reid coming down.
Have you?
Colin Reid's coming down, yeah. There's so many people coming out of the woodwork. It's ridiculous.
Oh, mate, there is a great vibe going on out there. And as you said, like bank holiday weekend in August, well, hitting the ground running with that. I mean, it's bang on, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how this happened. This is our first race. You know that imposter syndrome, where you think somebody's going to figure in a minute I'm winging it. I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing in here, but out there, that event thing, I've been to enough races, it can't be that hard, can it?
Come on, we've winged it enough, just you and I alone.
Made it this far, winging it. I was a magazine editor for a while. Jesus knows I was winging that.
Obviously, like I said, it's just an amazing event. So let's talk about this. This is the other side of it. Obviously, you're always flat out. You always has been at the Vets Motocross Nations building bikes. This year, we're running the event as well. But again, to get Mike and Ryan over here and build these bad boys, talk us through a little bit. I know you've probably already talked out about talking about these, but for all the live stream viewers, just talk about the sort of process and how it all came about.
We went for 2002 as the cut-off of the Nations class, because that's 20 years, and we don't want people giving it's too modern. So we went, when Farley started, I said it, when that race started, it was in 09, and the cut-off was 89, 20 years.
Yeah.
So this 22, we'll go for 02. And there was a bit of a changeover in 02, especially with Yamaha, went from Ali to, so that was the first of the new shape, really. So it was a good year. We've got 02 Yam 250s, found a few on the internet. A couple of them were too bad to do, so they never made it. They were parts bikes. We managed to buy enough. You just rip them apart and start again. Luckily, we got a lot of good companies who like to help us out because they know we'll do the best job we can. We get the good guys, and the companies get good exposure for a fairly small amount of product. That's all we ask. And, Pro Circuit help us out, Talon help us out, GMX help us, all these same guys, but they're the best in the business, and we can sleep at night knowing that we've built the best thing we possibly can, because these guys are trying to break them.
They are, but it's not just that, because obviously, they didn't necessarily, Mike rode this generation, Ryan didn't, but like I said, you put so much work in as well. You have to machine certain parts, like you was explaining about the front axle and whatever, so tell us more about that.
Yeah, I've got an engineer, and he does like 30 hours a week for us, and like the forks, I had one set of Enzo kit suspension from Star Racing. We got one set, only 4. So we take them apart and copy them.
That's fair.
And we just get it reverse engineered, copy it up. So now we've got enough to build 30 sets of these forks. So the tops get done by Enzo because we can't replicate them. So they had to go to Enzo to be done. Nick looked after them for us. The bottoms we made, we built them, sprung them right for the riders' weights. Built them brand new, and there you go. It's an expensive set of forks.
I know
the shocks are really cool. The shocks, actually, we left the names on them. They're Jeremy Martin's and Cooper Webb shocks. If you look in there, you can see the initials on them. So I thought that's kind of cool. We had to change the length on them a little to fit the two-stroke, but...
And nothing changed. I can see all the little safety wire, all the little trick bits. Obviously, a wealth of experience. Not just you. Not just you. We've got Julian Dobb. But see, once again, every time I see Julian, he's on his knee on the floor. Just film this guy a minute. He's always fettling every time. So you've
standing up now for once.
That's the first
Yeah.
time he's been standing up all weekend. He's been down there doing an oil change. Or
Rob's keeping me busy, so we're all getting ready for the big day tomorrow.
the big day and wasting oil by the looks of it. You said about him keeping hold of that. You're on a budget, aren't you?
We'll filter that out. We'll use it next week. But no, we're lucky to have guys like Julian and happy to help because I'm being pulled every which direction. So we've got Tone, who's my right-hand man, who built the bikes with me, working on Mike's bikes. Him and Mike are very similar, very softly spoken, unflappable. The world could be ending and they're just whispering to each other. Julian, we needed somebody who Ryan felt at home with straight away. Obviously, Ryan knows Jamie.
Yeah.
And I said, Julian's the sensible brother.
Nice. Got that in.
But then when Ryan got talking, I said, well, Julian's worked for this guy, he's factory under, and he's done this. And Ryan was at home straight away, and Julian obviously knows his stuff.
Yeah.
And so when we're talking about jetting or suspension settings, Ryan's relaxed, he's not panicking. He knows we're going to build the best thing we can. He knows Julian's looking after it. If that bike breaks, it's a 20-year-old dirt bike kid.
Yeah.
We do what we can.
But you've had a shakedown. Ryan got here quite early this week, and where'd you go off to Ashdown, something like that?
Woods, yeah, we don't normally shake them down before because everything's lastminute.com. But Ryan said he wanted to come in a little bit early and ride them. So then Brownie wanted to ride them, which is great for us because we had a little gearbox issue on Ryan's, even though it's brand new. The fifth gear's chattering a little bit, and I'm like, how fast are you going? But he said, oh, well, I'm a full gas in fifth, and it's making a little noise. And I'm like, oh, I don't think you need it. And we built that gearbox, and it's brand new in there, but there's no point in taking it apart because we've got no gears. You ain't adjusting nothing. You ain't fixing nothing in there. You ain't got the bit. You ain't fixing it. So we just changed the bottom end out. So that's one spare bike down. But that's fine. It's what you do. Jetting changes, a few clickers on the suspension, so we're somewhere near. Yeah. Bars are up, everything, brakes are good. Mike, start device, a few clickers. Mike asked us to put a lower subframe on it and a taller seat, believe it or not, so the seat's got no dip in it.
Yeah.
And a lower subframe on the back. We lowered the forks on Ryan's. Ryan chose the lower subframe as well because they want to be on the gas down the hills. We fitted steering dampers so they don't get head shake down the hills. These are involved. These are not a normal build.
So just to sum that up, it's not the event. Obviously, is loads of nostalgia and whatever, but just gives you an insight of the level of commitment that goes into it by Wobbs and the team. To not only obviously put these bikes out there for everybody to showcase and see, but these guys are pro racers and they're used to having the best equipment. So,
The other race, like Brownie, the first year we did them Chesterfield Yams, Brownie couldn't do 2 races on a set of reeds.
Yeah, I remember.
10 laps on a set of reeds. I'm like, what are you doing to him? But his mechanic from Rinaldi was there. He's like, oh, yeah. And then last year we come with 10 sets of reeds, didn't do a set.
Yeah.
But he did 3 front brakes. He'd come in, he said, the front end feels weird, and the front wheel wouldn't turn. We're like, what's he done here? He's melted the seals in the caliper. He got that hot. He's melted the wheel. So we've got the bikes on the 3rd front brake. So we've got spares, but they will be breaking these. They'll be trying to break them tomorrow.
Yeah.
But you're building them for, let's be honest, the best guys in the world. And these bikes are not designed. These bikes are designed for like a British Championship level guy, a good AMCA guy. If you're not as fast as them, you need to modify them.
Yeah.
And if you're faster than them, you really need to work on them. I remember having this conversation with Leroy about James Stewart. And he would always be like, people always call him a quitter because he crashed and he didn't get back on. And we're like, the bike's bent like a banana when he's done with it. The stresses and strains that those guys put on that stuff is unnatural. And they're not designed for it. So you have to just work on them. That's why they're called works bikes, kids.
Yeah, the evolution of it all. Yeah. Insight is amazing. I could talk all day, Wobbs, but you and I both got other stuff to do, haven't we? So, look, thanks for your time. Mate, I'll get the sweat off my palm. Well done on everything.
Thank you.
Okay, well, as you can see, there is a race going on after all. Our apologies for that. We were told differently that there was going to be a break toward the track. That's why we put the interview with Wobbs out there. But never mind, it's going to be a bit like that today, a bit rock and roll, just go with the flow. As we said, you are still getting a free-to-view live stream, so hopefully you'll just appreciate the fact that it's free. There will be a few little problems like that as we go through the day without a set schedule. We kind of wing it. Ben is back from selling programs, multitasking. It's hard at the top. People think we've got a good gig. But people don't realise we do other work as well. You've been selling programs for TMX.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, I got my lovely other half helping me out with that one. So yeah, that's going well. There's lots of people here. It's a crazy busy sign.
It is indeed.
But yeah, it's going all right. There's absolutely full, and then you see like veterans like Brian Wheeler, Doug Dubac, Kurt Nicoll going past me in their 50s, and I'm like, how do you ride that fast on a 500cc bike when you're over 50 years old? It's absolutely unbelievable. So yeah, great speed being shown out here by these guys. It's the Evo Open. So we've got riders over 30 years old on any sort of bike you like. And we'll catch it there. Number 100 on our screen is the current leader. That is, despite the Stars and Stripes star-spangled number on his back, that's actually Nicolas Stampert from Belgium. And,
is it? I think that's Keith Johnson, isn't it?
I don't know. This is if this is the.
No, this is Keith Johnson.
Oh, it's Keith Johnson. Okay, my mistake. Sorry, I was reading the wrong part of the programme. My mistake. There it is. Yeah, okay.
Keith Johnson is leading the way, so very much Star-Spangled Banner. He's looking good. Used to, obviously, I think Keith's out of California, so he is definitely used to a bit of hard pack, maybe not quite hills like this back there. But well, having said that, some hills in California, obviously Glen Helen, it's like they've built a motorway. When you come down Glen Helen, I've experienced that. It's when you come down Mount St. Glen Helen, it's like they're building a motorway down a 1 in 10 hill. It's mental.
So up those steep hill goes Keith Johnson. He's flying there, Jeff, isn't he? That KX500. Speaking to Dave Thorpe before this, in preparation for one of the articles in the programme, he was saying that it's actually a really nice track to ride on a 500 because you can actually uncork it, really get the strength of the motor in action and properly go for it. And yeah, Keith Johnson is flying out in front for that one. Brian Wheeler up about 5 seconds shy. Brian rides on a regular basis, very local rider to this Foxhill circuit, so he lives within an hour in the wonderful town of Wootton-under-Edge, where I went to school as well. And yeah, Brian is on the board there as motocross under 17 champion back in the day. I think 1987, I think that was that he won that one. But yeah, so Brian's out there on number 8, and Doug Dubac, the evergreen veteran champion of many vintage races, more than I think when he was pro, is currently running in third ahead of Kurt Nicoll.
Yeah, Brian, you said was on the board at school, Moto.
Motocross. It had an R in it.
The classic typo that drives most motocross fans
absolutely
mental,
crazy.
I have to say. It really annoys me when it's spelt motocross.
It's on a proper wooden like school accomplishments board for sport, and it's this one line for Brian Wheeler. Brilliant.
So what you're watching here is the Evo Open over 50. This is the third race of the day. As we said, we're going to be stopping for watering breaks. We're just trying to find out when, because we were caught a little bit off guard there. We were told that this race would be delayed while they got water down, and clearly we were halfway through the interview with Wobbs, and the race came off the line. So apologies about that. Coming up next is going to be the Evo 125. Now, I've got no idea at this stage whether we're going to go for a watering break or they're coming off the line. So your guess at home or wherever you are in the world is as good as ours.
Yes, we'll keep going. The Evo 125 race looks quite exciting. Number 1 out there for the USA is Mike Brown. Reminder there that these races aren't for any sort of team positions or anything like that at all. This is literally just a standard Evo race for these riders to be part of the event. The main event, if you like, the team race that does count for the official VETS VMXdN, that will be coming up very soon. I believe it's race 6 in the programme, but we'll suss that out as we go there. There's Brian on a new section there of the track, well certainly new in comparison to the old GP days. That was much grassier when they used it in the mid-90s. They did go up there, but I just remember Rob Herring coming off there and crawling up almost using the tufts of grass to scale the ascent there, but that's a bit tight there with no run-up.
Everything was more grass on it back then. I'll tell you, it was a lot greener as well with this current drought we're having. But yeah, obviously when we first started coming to Foxhill, late 1980s, very different circuits evolved. I mean, the start when we first came here was there.
Yeah, right where Brian's going
the
now.
Reservoirs are, and it just used to sweep fast into the valley. Big sweeping right-hander. But obviously all the topsoil's gone, but the Waterlooville Club are doing their very best to try and bring soil back in now.
Absolutely.
It's making it stick to the side of the hills. That's what they need to make sure they do. But
Yeah, that's the tough stuff we're watching. Brian Wheeler on track now. There, the number 8 rider from nearby Wootton Under Edge. Waving to the audience. Thumbs up from Brian. Loving life. Hey, he throws a little clicker on the big CR500. A bike he never actually raced when he was a professional. But, yeah, Brian, loving life on that. And checker flag goes out then for Keith Johnson. He takes the win. What a fantastic suit that Marshall's got on. That's the first time I've seen it. I'm sure he's already been on screen a few times. So that's great stuff. Keith Johnson there across the line. Brian Wheeler takes second. Well chuffed with that for sure. And yeah, coming up across the line, coming up soon is Doug Duback on the 151. You watched Doug in there. You see Doug walk past you in the pits, and he's a very slight fellow, angled shoulders. Doesn't look like he could really muscle a 500cc bike around. Certainly not to this sort of speed, and he does. He really does shock you when you see him out on track there. And across the line comes Kurt Nicoll, one of our best riders from the 1980s and 90s for certain. And very unfortunate not to be a world champion. Gary Hopchoff looks like he's made a move past Matt Bates on that lap. He's moved up to take 5th place. Matt Bates, I think, is just coming across the line. Yes, he has. Rob Mead in 7th. Sean Smith in 8th. Phil Lewis 9th. And Dean Warren 10th place. Paul Denning, boss of the Yamaha Superbike team, having a fun weekend for himself here, just for a change. He's got his rider Top Rack Razgatlioglu's number on his bike, the number 54 on his Yamaha, which looks distinctly different to the machine getting wrestled around by his charge in his team for the DirtWorld Superbike Championship. Yeah, Paul just about to come across the line there, I think, in 12th place. Yes, there he goes on the number 54 past our camera here. Excuse me. So there we go. Several riders just coming in. So yeah, we're thinking we've got Evo 125. Jeff is on the case, on the prowl, seeing what he can find out for us. But yeah, in that race we have got the likes of Mike Brown is out there to wrestle the 125cc around. He'll have some competition there from Neville Bradshaw. Also out there, number 331 is Alan Pearce, who I raced back in the day in Wales. Scott Matthew is also out there. And Ryan Hunt, the South African number 777. When you do get to see the track walk that we did yesterday, Ryan and his mechanic, the aptly named Mr. John Strange, somehow crashed the track walk with their banner. I really hope their sponsor doesn't clash with anybody in our sponsorship list, because he said it was from South Africa, so I took his word at it. And he asked me so nicely, so he got onto there. And yeah, Ryan is a really nice guy. His long hair has gone. He's having cut a bit short these days. He's still living in South Africa, and in fact he's trying to raise a South African team for this event. Of course, Bradshaw already signed up to Northern Ireland, but yeah, they're thinking that certainly for next year that they will be looking to try and raise a team South Africa to join the main event, which would be great to see, of course.
Okay, listen, I don't mind admitting this. We're totally winging it because we have no idea here in the TV booth actually what's going on, when they're going to water, when they're not. So we're going to go to a quick ad break. Then we're going to come out to a quick feature. We caught up with Mel Pocock and Zach Osborne yesterday. But before we get there, a couple of adverts from our fantastic sponsors that enable this to happen.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things to do, be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Right, here we are alongside the valley here at Foxhill with two riders that have raced around here to good effect, know their stuff. Zach Osborne, Mel Pocock. I've got these two together because they're effectively roommates. Permanently.
Lifetime.
So, Zach, obviously, you know, you've raced over here, British Champs. Great to have you back over. You've come over, staying at Mel's. How's it been this week in the preparation for this event?
Yeah, we've had a great week. We landed on Sunday and just kind of been hanging out with Mel and his family, and it's been super nice to be back. We've had great weather. My kids even asked, like, hey, can we just move here? And I'm like, wait till January. Let's do it January, and then we'll see how you feel. But no, it's been awesome to be back. We've just really enjoyed it. It's like kind of like coming home to me, honestly. It's quite weird how comfortable I am here and how easy it is for me to kind of just step back into life, really.
Got to say, he's quite sharp as well. He's not got jet lag because he's already pulled me up on a couple of things. He's on his A game this weekend. Mel, what's it like having this sparring partner back at your gaff? Has he been driving you mad already this week?
No, it's like having a big brother back, isn't it? He showed me the ropes back years ago, and yeah, no, it's just walks through the door, puts the kettle on. It's just like as if the time didn't even happen. But no, we've been professionals this week. We've been riding and training. We've had no pub meals. We've had no drinks. This week has brought the professionals back out in ourselves. But last week it didn't.
Honestly, if anybody believes any of that, then clearly. So have you been sinking a few? I mean, now you're not a pro racer anymore. I mean, it's not. Have you been sinking a few while you've been over?
I don't really drink, to be honest. No, I think I can honestly say that the last time I had a drink was when I was here in 2017. For my birthday, I had a cider because it was the week before the Nations and it was my birthday, and I was like, I'm gonna have cider, but I just don't drink. I would much rather have a cake or an ice cream, as you can see. Like, I'm figuring out how we can go to that ice cream van and then to sign on and make it look natural.
It's just, well, what you need to do is if you're gonna do autograph sessions, just get them to put it in front of the ice creams.
I asked him if he wants a pink gin and tonic, and he looked at me as to say, "What's that?"
I was serious too.
You were serious?
Yeah.
See, it's different cultures, isn't it? Very much so. Listen, banter-wise, has there been any this week of who's gonna? Because you're in the same race together now.
Well, all they had to say was like, "Oh, you're riding a Husky. That's terrible." And then Matey's rocked up with an actual worked Husky, and they're like, all right, you know. So no, I think it's just gonna be a really fun race. Mel's bike is really good. He's riding well. So, I mean, at the end of the weekend, as long as we're both safe, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, see, that was, to me, that sounded like respect. It sounded like a mutual respect, but it also sounded like he was a little bit like he's running scared.
He's not shown me his full cards yet.
No.
He's riding around my track, you know, on the throttle, on the corners, not really like 100%. And he's like, yeah, I'm just going to take it easy at the weekend. I'm like, bollocks. I know he's going to be like this. But no, this event is like all fun and games, and a part of this and the show and shine, you know, amazing event. But I know as soon as all of us get behind that gate, I don't care what anyone's saying. It's game face.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if you saw that offload motion. He was giving it the nod of approval. Like,
you can't turn it off,
wait,
right? You can't turn it off.
Oh, look, I'm excited. Fellas, good to have you. Listen, I'm going to be enjoying calling the action. Go and do what you got to do. Ice cream, beer. Well, you don't drink beer.
Pink
but
gin and tins.
Yeah, pink G&T.
G&Ts, again.
There you go. Two riders that are going to be going at it. It's going to be a good one. Zach Osborne, Mel Pocock.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back. Okay, you can see some red rockets right there. CR125s, loads of red in this one. Obviously, it was a popular bike, the CR125 back in the day, Ben. Look at it. In fact, I can see one yellow fender. Oh, there's a white one. Other than that, see a Kawasaki a bit further up. There's a lot of CR125s.
Yeah.
Around the 1988-87 CR125. 88 in particular, I remember, was a very strong bike. It's a very popular bike in this 125 Evo class.
Absolutely, yeah. Both sides of the Atlantic back in that time. The 125 World Championship won by Jean-Michel Bale in 1988, and in fact the CR125 won about 6 straight AMA outdoor titles as part of that run. 88 was George Holland, and 89 was Mike Kidrowski, before Guy Cooper moved away from Honda and won, which was not something many people did. Anyway, they're off the line now. Evo 125. We look for Mike Brown, the number 1. He's out there straight away on that CR125 ahead of Neville Bradshaw, number 272. Jack Bass is there in 3rd place on the number 72 machine, but Mike Brown living up to his billing, but Bradshaw goes up the inside. Look at these 125s duking it out, and you know these boys want it bad. Browner takes it back.
I'll tell you what, Nev showed a bit of respect there.
He did?
He did, because he knew that Brownie would come fighting back and left the door open again.
He certainly did there, but look at these beautiful CR125s. That's all red before they went all tiger like the 91 bike, and then the sort of neon red that they went to in 92 onwards.
Listen to you Anorak.
Oh, and this is what I was riding, man. I was against these damn things on a Yamaha, wishing I was on one.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, this is great stuff. Look at this. That's, nearly clipping the old hay bale there was Mike Brown as he plummets down that hill.
Just disappears into the chasm.
Just drops down there. There are no words to explain how steep these drop-offs are over there. I climbed up that far hill yesterday on the track walk, and believe me, that's about as toughest hill climb I've done without like spikes and hikes and things.
Rather you than me, mate. That's why you got the track walk gig.
I love the track walk. You just can't appreciate the scale of these places without going around it. That's just my little thing.
I'll tell you what, I hate walking a track so much. I never even really did it when I raced. So I'm sure as hell I'm not going to do it for a TV production.
I got called such a lazy so-and-so by my old man if I didn't walk the track before the day's race. But yeah, as soon as I got into the adult ranks and Dad wasn't there to push me, I didn't bother either. Well, they are launching down that hill. It's like a downhill triple there, is even on these old bikes. Look at Bradshaw giving Brown some stick. Both of these riders may be veterans, and certainly, well, Mike Brown is 50 years old this year, and yeah, he is absolutely flying away from Bradshaw, who's, I think, a mere snip. He's under 40, isn't he?
Yeah,
just about. So yeah, they're going for it, and look at the crowd getting into it.
It's brilliant. I've mentioned before in other events, Nev, basically, as we said, I've said this before, I'm saying it again, if Domino's were, or any other pizza company, was short of a delivery driver on a moped, he'd ring up. He'd ring up and want to do it. He cannot stay off anything 2 wheels motorised. He's a menace. He rides any bike, anytime, Nev Bradshaw.
And flat out as well. Look at Browner off the top there. He's riding so well, Mike Brown. I was unsure about these bikes doing these big jumps. So absolutely, these guys are showing me that I needn't have worried, because they are flying around these machines.
Hey up.
Come on, cameraman, concentrate. It's
starting
to melt in the sun. Here comes Mike Brown. Look at this down here there. Just kicks it sideways. Of course, Mike, in that sort of era where Bubba Stewart started to come in and scrub the bike sideways, I think that'll be an advantage to those riders who sort of in their pro career were doing that as a habit, as a technique to save time. I think there are several points on this track where that technique will save some time compared to the guys who raced, should we say, BB before Bubba.
Before Bubba, indeed. Yeah, definitely saves time, and obviously a whole new generation of riders were then practicing the Bubba scrub, and now kids today, well, it's just like second nature, isn't it? Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, we saw somebody do a no-footed can on an 85cc bike a few weeks ago.
Well, they're out there, aren't they? They're out there sort of scrubbing their balance bikes already, let alone go, you know. That's how the sport evolves, but here we are. It's not evolved. We're back. We're back in the 90s. It's like Dr. Emmett Brown stuff going on here. Marty McFly, love it. This is just great stuff. And to hear those 125s, I actually don't. I wish I wasn't now in the commentary box and was outside so I could actually hear those 125s rattling around this valley.
They are buzzing. They're working hard up some of those uphills, though, especially the one with very little run-up, like this one here. The middle one looks to be the toughest, where the 125s, I mean, Mike just, even though they're going uphill, he's keeping all his weight over the back wheel there to launch it, and they are clearing that top, which is quite amazing, over what they called at the Muddy Motocross of the Nations, they called it Heartbreak Ridge, where half the field got stuck. And yeah, coming up there behind there in 3rd place, that's number 5 of Shane Holmes on yet another Honda with the bright 7, very 21st century gear, it's got to be said.
Rear end of his bike seemed really low. He had a low set, and that's Johnny May. I can tell the back of that's Johnny.
Yeah, definitely.
Number 35. I saw him yesterday walking around the venue, and he goes, "Oh, I'm getting a beer in. I'm a little bit nervous." I went, "Oh, do one, John. Don't tell me." Don't tell me you're nervous. You ride these things all the time, and he's done enough laps around Foxhill. Nervous.
Fantastic.
What's he on about?
There's another section of track there that I wasn't sure if they were going to be doing, and that's the downhill sort of double, if you like, a little tabletop that's literally just launches you down the hill. You ever jump that, you're in a serious world of pain. But yeah, they are doing it quite nicely. These lads obviously very proficient in techniques like that. Fastest lap so far for Mike Brown on the Keck's fastest lap. 2:30.621. He's got a second and a half over Nev Bradshaw at the moment. So Nev keeping him honest on the 2:72 machine there, the South African. And yeah, the pair of them are pouring away from the field. Now Shane Holmes goes across the line in third place, 15 seconds down on Bradshaw. Then Johnny May in fourth. Scott Mathia is there, the number 553. I believe the son of
Pete Mathia.
Yes, yeah, I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, Pete, absolutely top British Championship rider in his day. Certainly run right near the front a lot of rounds. I seem to remember he was always very good at Hawkstone. This is before my generation. Actually, probably more like your uncle's generation, like Neil Hudson and riders like that.
Yeah, he raced a lot with Neil, yeah.
Yeah, Scott. But Scott's been riding a long time now. So, yeah, you're going to get a few of that, riders, famous riders' sons out there, etc., because we're in that kind of era, aren't we? You know, Dad used to get out of their race, and now they want to experience the two-strokes and the same vibe. I know I've said it already in this broadcast many times, but honestly, you have to get to this event. TV might not be doing the justice of the hills, but what it's not showing you is the vibe and the atmosphere in the paddock. We're going to try to capture that the best we can with pre-recorded interviews throughout the weekend. Get over there and talk to riders and people, but you need to see it with your own eyes. It's just, and smell it. Smell the two-stroke oil.
Yeah.
Everything.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, let's just give a quick shout out to a certain rider there. Number 178, A. Goodlad. That's Amy Goodlad. She rides in the British Women's Championship. She's up there in the number 178 on the, I think it's another Honda as well. But yeah, Amy, a solid rider there in the female of the species, if you like, and they are certainly producing some good riders there, including Amy up there in the top 20 in amongst this amazing company.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan Hunt, you can see on the screen there, the South African who come over and raced British Championship motocross in the late 80s, if I remember. I can't remember the exact year, probably around 86, 87, something like that, I would have thought. Ryan obviously was a top rider in South Africa on the 125, riding with like Greg Albertine, riders like that kind of era. And he came over. I first remember seeing Ryan, I think it was Matcham Supercross. Could have been Worcester Supercross, actually.
Yeah.
Obviously, he had all the skill set because the guys had those kind of tracks over there when we didn't over here in the in the late 80s. And we were like, oh, you know, when Robbie Herron first came over, it's like, man, this kid's unreal. What's all that about?
Yeah, that Worcester track, I rode in a schoolboy class there in the early 90s, and that was when it was rock hard. You go to Apex now, as it is now called, and it's groomed, it's watered, it's beautiful to ride on. Back then, it was like this, but worse. Hard, chalky, dusty, very nasty if you came down, and I've got a couple of scars to prove it still.
Mike propping the downhill.
He's doing it.
Yeah,
he's doing it.
He was doing that earlier on in the VMXdN class on the 250, but he's now obviously confident with the water that's gone down. It's just tacked up nicely now, and he's like, right, I'm ready to take that on, so he's popping that big. We have tamed all the jumps down how they would normally be at Evo British Championship or any other national here, so they just lowered the takeoffs a bit and the landings just to make it a bit safer for these old bikes and, more importantly, older riders.
As they're approaching this downhill, this is where on the track walk there was a big crowd there of people contemplating it, thinking, should I go down there? Is it worth it? Can I go down without landing on the backside? Is it really worth it? And it certainly was worth it, because it's incredible to see how steep that is. But I'll stop going on about that as we go across the centre of the valley here. They cut across, as you can see here now. Mike just getting on the gas on the little 125, and now he nails it. Quick zing of the clutch as he fires up there, keeps his weight over the back wheel, whilst also leaning forward to make sure it doesn't loop out up those hills. Great gear there with the FXR stuff, isn't it? Really coming through the Stars and Stripes banner there for the Americans.
You know, Mike's always looked great on a bike. No matter what bike you stick him on, he's just got a great style. I love the way he came up that hill, just kept his leg off, didn't even bother putting it back on the peg. Kind of Tomac style, actually, just the weight, you know, to counterbalance it. But his body positioning and just, I mean, he is still so fit, so lean. Quite frankly, Mike, it's embarrassing. I wish he wouldn't turn up because, you know, it doesn't bode well for the rest of us when he starts rocking up 50 plus. And
he's just a few months older than you, isn't he?
Yeah, don't stir the pot.
I've got no cause to criticise anybody.
I have to say though, even though you've said that, I'm still going to hit the barbecue exceptionally hard.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah, still several years shy of 50 myself, so yeah, it's pretty scary. You put me on a 125, it ain't going nowhere, I promise you. But yeah, he's flying around there now. Good. Still, Nev's keeping him honest. 1.4 second gap at the end of the last lap, although I think he's pulled out a little bit from that now. Yeah, Nev's just coming around that corner. There goes Brownie.
One to go. I see Alan, our incredible flagman, Alan Crooks out there. Just put the 1 lap flag out. Old school, we've not got a 2-lap board or 1 to go. We're doing the good old British way with the
yellow flag, black cross, yeah. That flag you love to see when you're absolutely hanging at the end of a race. There he goes, sailing down that downhill. That is a scary jump. Not every rider in the Revo British Championship was doing that jump, and Browner absolutely making it look like a piece of cake. Flying up here, just again taking the lower trajectory on that section of the track as they head across this traditional start to the lap.
He's broken away from Bradshaw now. Bradshaw did throw in a quick lap a couple of laps to go, but Brownie, fit as a fiddle, has just basically turned up the wick, and now he's set the fastest lap of the race with a, what's that over there, Ben?
2 minutes 27.939, and yeah, Mike actually was made his sort of debut in the pro ranks on this sort of machine. He was a 125 Honda rider when he first broke into the pro ranks on the Supercross Tour, and then he picked up a little bit of pro circuit sponsorship. I think he did run the peak colours as they were for about a year or so.
That bike's here.
It is it? The actual bike?
Wow. Mike Brown's pro circuit bike is here on display. So you can know another advantage of being at the event. Yeah. So I think Bradley Griggs, who's I think he might be out in this race.
Yeah, he's there, 17th place, number 11.
I think that's Brad.
Yep.
An amazing collection of bikes. Him and his brother Spencer. We actually we went over and filmed all those bikes yesterday, so at some point over this 2-day of the live stream, you'll get to see all them. We chatted with Brad and Spencer and Fred over there. But Brad, yeah, has actually, that was one of the first bikes I think he kind of got his hands on, or he wanted to get his hands on, because he's been a personal sponsor of Mike for some time.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, just like I said, the whole vibe, the bikes here alone are worth coming out for, just to walk around the paddock. In many ways, Ben, honestly, I'm kind of gutted with doing what we're doing, because I am, you know, it's like, oh great, you get a great gig, you're cool in the action, doing what you're doing, but part of me, a big part of me just doesn't want to be doing that. I want to be out there, you know, cold beer in hand, just milling about the paddock, soaking it all in.
That's it. If you're watching this and you're not too far away from this venue, then yeah, you're thinking you've got not much else to do on a Sunday. Get on down here, because it is certainly well worth the admission fee. There goes Mike Brown across the line, takes the checkered flag, the dual checkered flags, we should say. That amazing hat as well as the suit is impressive. There goes Nev, second place, just trailed off a little bit there, 6 seconds shy. Shane Holmes is looking to bring it home in third place. John May, Scott Matthew round out the top 5. And then we've got the 4:44 of Jim Davis. Jack Baz is there in 7th. Glenn Bixby 8th. Matt Coles in 9th, and Ryan Allen rounds out the top 10 just ahead of Ryan Hunt. The Evo 125's got Super Evo Open coming up after that, which should be an interesting race. You've got a few there. Ryan Vos, Joachim Karlsson making an appearance, the fantastic Swedish rider there.
Yeah, that's all coming up next. We're going to go to a quick ad, because once again, without these guys, we wouldn't be doing this live stream. Quick ad, we'll be back with the next race.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility. And low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratchet enclosure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move. wake up to.
Welcome back again. Yeah, so we have got the next race coming out on this one is going to be the Super Evo Open. This will be a good one as well. We have got some good names in this one. Ryan Vos, Joachim Karlsson. Can't really work out why Joachim's not riding for Team Sweden, to be honest. But anyway, he's just he's doing his thing out here as an individual. Luke Hill will be out there as well. Elliot Banks-Brown, he's been looking good on the 500. Yep, so I expect certainly those names I've just mentioned to be racing near the front of the pack with this one.
Yeah, we've got a couple of familiar names there. I think David Grimshaw, which is Tom Grimshaw's father. And they're off the line now as we talk about that. Look up, they caught me out. Who's going to get the whole shot there? We're looking for number 9, Joachim Karlsson, the Swedish rider there who was at the top of the World Championship tree for several years. But it's Ryan Vos out in front, the number 4. He takes the lead there ahead of, looks like to me, the 101. That's Tom van Loon from Belgium. So more international flavour in this race. And looks like Karlsson's there in 4th. Just tried to nick up the inside of number 21, the Briton Paul Byrne. Oh, someone's down coming off the jump there. He's getting back up. No problem at all. That's the number 10 rider. He's got himself crashing on the live stream. No, that is 101, Tom van Loon. So we've got 2 101s out there. I'm getting confused.
Well, maybe.
No, it's number 100 is actually out in front there. And we will see who that is on our screens when they go through.
Well, the numbers were awesome. Classic duct tape numbers. I tell you what, that's even pre-Evo 90 generation. That's going back to the 70s there. There's Karlsson. I can recognise Jockey's style anywhere.
Yeah,
because, to be honest, I followed it enough times around the track.
No mistake, the big broad shoulders of the Swede. He was one of the fastest riders in practice. I heard one of the trackside commentators saying earlier today. And yeah, Vos on the mighty CR500. So nice to see those. Can somebody please line me up to ride one? I've never ridden one. I want to ride one.
We absolutely need to get one. Look, I can tell you right now, Ryan is exceptionally smooth. Still rides a lot. Karlsson's going to have to turn up the wick. He's got 4 laps to chase him down. Well, 5, obviously 4.5 at this point. Ryan's going to take some catching with a clean track. I can tell you that. So let's see what Karlsson's got there. They're going to get him over the line. As I said, Tom van Loon is currently third. That's Brad Cobden and Van Mill as well. That was the kind of running order when they went past the stripe or down to the line. But obviously when they come across the finish line on the opening lap, that will all reset. And then we know exactly who's where in the race. Keeping the dust down to a bit of a minimum at this point, which is good. As we said, we are going to have track watering breaks. We're going to have to. The lads here at Waterlooville Club would openly say, normal circumstances, they would have flooded this thing in the lead up to it. We have a drought here in the UK, and we have a hosepipe ban and everything in this current area. So we've definitely got to get this right, and the lads are just trying to get sprinkles of water down as we go throughout the day, basically, rather than flooding it.
Yeah, the sprinkler system is in operation on a constant basis. It was through the night as well, as some of the more inebriated members of the public enjoyed a little track invasion through the night. I was joyful to witness.
I'm sure some of them, I should imagine them, some went out and helped that watering process, I should imagine.
Yeah, what made me laugh was just as the light was fading, a bunch of kids decided to do this downhill that we're just seeing on our screens here, right by the end of the toilet block. They all did the downhill just as the sprinklers were going off and ducking under it. It was a real nice family atmosphere here last night. Aaron Pullman is up there in the top 6, just chasing the number 50 of Tom Gilbert. Paul Burnett is in 4th, number 21, and not quite sure who went down. I think it's Ryan Pullman. He's on the 104. I think that's the one who did go down there. Karlsson in 2nd place now. Has gone past Tom van Loon. 7 seconds down on Ryan Vos.
I'd just like to point out the battle of the Grimshaws. Tom obviously races. Dad David is out there in 21st, and Uncle Steve has currently got bragging rights. He's in 18th.
That is going to be an interesting one there. So we'll look to see if Karlsson can put some moves on Ryan Vos.
We are getting closer, by the way, to the VMXdN team race. It's going to be an absolute humdinger. Just because of the names that are in it. I'm so looking forward to seeing how Mike Brown, Villopoto, Zach Osborne, how they fare against the likes of Mel Pocock, Jake Nichols, Brad Anderson, Gordon Crockard, Nev Bradshaw. It goes on and on. So we are, like I said, this is going to be an absolute ripper. We're not too many races away from that. We're on the Super Evo race at the minute.
Yeah, riders over 35 years old are out here. So, yeah, Carlson himself is just past the 40 years old, 50-year-old barrier. In fact, he was 50 last year. 51 years old is Joachim Carlson now. Never quite won a Grand Prix, even though he won 4 motos through his career. But he was a 6-time Swedish champion and a 3-time British champion, of course, in 125 and in the Open category, as it was. 95, 97 and 98 were his British championship years.
Remember them well. Remember them well.
You were there as well, Jeff. Yeah?
I was there. I was in some of those races with him. Shared a podium with him at Wakescombe that year, actually, 98. Yeah, so good times. And Yoki, just such a sound bloke. Genuine, just a all-round nice guy. Just never really got flustered. You know, just kind of kept himself to himself. Really methodical. You know, really professional.
Yes.
But an all-round nice guy.
Yeah, solid worker there. I mean, he actually surprised a friend of mine there, Lee Ashby, who does a lot of the interviews online. I think you've had an interview with Lee there. I finally met him in person for the first time since our Morden schoolboy racing days yesterday. And yeah, he was literally stood at trackside, and Carlson approached him and said, "I recognise you from the videos." And literally, you know that blowing your mind emoji? That's where Lee Ashby was yesterday. Absolutely mind blown by being approached by Carlson and being recognised by him. He even wore his cap the wrong way round, the right way round, did Lee, which is strange for him. He wore that yesterday to try not to get recognised. So these old videos, he's not working.
I'm sure Lee went into meltdown, and I also am sure that he'll be dining out on that one for a while.
He's absolutely loving life. He really was. Yeah, it was great fun. So looks like Ryan Vos, though, is putting more of a distance on Carlson. It was 3.7 seconds. It's now 5.9. Nice little tasty scrap going on there. I think it's the edge of the top 5, isn't it there, Jeff?
Yeah, I was just looking at that camera shot. Just shows how deep the valley is. That hill, you can just see how long it goes up, keep going up and up, and that's not all the way to the top where people stand. So that gives you a depth, a sense of depth of how deep this valley actually is.
Absolutely. We've got 500 Kawasaki in shot there of number 60, Aaron Pullman. He's fending off number 422, Brett Fisher. I think a good little scrap there. Just about blocked him out there. It's getting very close. Look at that there, Jeff. That is a WR 500 Yamaha 113.
That's Ben Millwood. Ben Millwood. You know, for the guys from down there in chains. Yeah, so Ben, I've seen him on that before. He's got a load of like Evo bikes and whatever, but you don't see many of them.
No.
Yeah, the old WR. I used to love it when Bradshaw, obviously at a time where they, like Yamaha was still the only brand really running air-cooled bikes.
Yeah.
And those 500 AMA Nationals and Bradshaw used to have to get out and wring the neck of that thing. I love Damon Bradshaw anyway. Oh, I'd love to get Wobbs, Kinger, if you're listening. Can you get the beast from the east over here soon?
That would be stunning. That would be stunning. I know that Jeff Stanton obviously rode this event when it was at Farley several years ago, but he actually did say that he's not riding it because they're too fast for him now.
Alan has finally stripped off our flag man. I think wearing the jacket was just getting the better of him.
You'll have it on for the checkers.
I hope
when he waves the flags, you'll have him back on, I promise you. There goes Mr. Vos out in front now, 8.4 seconds ahead of Joachim Carlson. Tom Van Loon there from Belgium in third place. Paul Byrne fourth. Tom Gilbert and Aaron Pullman having their scrap there. And looks like Gilbert's actually gone past both Pullman and Byrne in that lap. He's crossed up, gone through to fourth place, passing both Paul Byrne and Aaron Pullman. And Pullman also, Brett Millwood has gone down. So maybe the 60 and the 422 who are battling very close. Oh, they are still there. I wasn't sure if they might have ended up in a heap at one of the bottom of the hills, but there we go. Yeah, great little scrap in there. There's that proper neon blue, neon red Yamaha, of course. That's a Honda. I'll get my brands right in a minute. There we go, the Honda. Mr. Gear, Mr. Gear.
Mr. Shift there. I thought he nearly stalled that. But yeah, Vosi looking good on that. It's Steve Clitheroe tuned. Why would you tune a 500? What I meant is maybe Fettled, maybe D-tune 500. I certainly wouldn't want it tuned up. But Vosi making it look good. I got a lot of time for Ryan. Me and Ryan were fortunate enough to be part of Kawasaki's development program for the 450 when it came out. We were part of the European test team, so I've hung out with Ryan on many occasions. I'll tell you what, he put some hours in. When we used to have to do a durability test on that KX450 when it first came out, and we were all dropping like flies. You had to just constantly keep riding all day, and in the end Ryan did the last 4 sessions because we had one German rider go to hospital, he passed out. I basically couldn't sit stand anymore, so Ryan would go, I'll pick it up, and he literally finished off the session, rode for an hour constantly. He's a fit dude.
Incredible. We've got a former pro there as well, number 307, Danny Tollett. He also rode in your sort of time, Jeff, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Dan's a little bit younger than me, the rider from Liverpool. Yeah, Dan's just, I think, about 4 or 5 years younger, but when I was racing 250s, Dan was a contender, you know, certainly a top 10 runner in the British 125s, and I think he did a handful of GPs as well. So, yeah, Dan still loves it. He had a big injury a few years ago out in California doing, I think he rode the Vets World Championship over there and got injured. But it still couldn't keep him off a bike. He's back for more.
Absolutely, just can't leave it alone. And there they come down this steep one. It looks like, yeah, there's a battle going on here. It is still Paul Byrne now fending off Aaron Pullman. Millwood has lifted that WR 500 past the number 21 of Paul Byrne on another beautifully prepared Honda. They go up there by the British Burger Bar that got turned into unceremoniously got turned into a sort of mobile cinema on the Friday night. Yeah, it's literally somebody with a Bluetooth projector. It wasn't any part of the organisation. I was out in this side of the valley, the other side of the valley from there, and I looked across and I could see the famous 1994 Roggenburg race, so the Nations. I literally legged it across, and then by the time I got there, they were showing more Foxhill footage. So yeah, that was literally just some random punter off the cuff with a Bluetooth projector. I mentioned it to Dave King. He said we might put a proper one up next year.
Yeah,
so that'd
they
be
should.
interesting.
They should. Absolutely. Rerun a lot of these old races would be amazing. Obviously, the guys at Motor Vision have a load of coverage from the 90s and whatnot. In fact, thank you to those guys for lending us that footage for the opening credits. Well, I say lend. They are in payment. They didn't want any money. They just said, "Can you get us cans of Estrella beer?" But it's got to be cans because they fit in the fridge.
That's the best way. Yeah, definitely.
And that's the best currency.
Is
so
Estrella Galicia or Estrella Damm?
Estrella Damm.
Oh, proper choice. Yeah.
So we're trading in beer over here, contra deals to get TV footage. That's how we roll at
This is
MXN
motocross.
TV.
This is how it goes. Yeah, Ryan, it is Ryan Vose, isn't it? Riley is the son, isn't it? I keep getting good. Yeah, Ryan Vose there, because Riley Vose now rides in the Big Wheel 85 class. Had a good ride in Cusses Gorse at the Airborne going to Supercross a couple of weeks ago. And yeah,
what a shot.
Dad Ryan, that was beautiful. That gives you an idea of how big these hills are. The sort of views across the valley do flatten them out. And again, I can tell you personally from walking it yesterday that this hill now, it just goes up almost 90 degrees. I can't believe how shallow it looks here. Yeah. And he's looking like he's making a move on a Grimshaw here.
Yes, he is. Dave will know. Dave doesn't have to see a blue flag to get out of the way. He knows. He'll move out of the way. Fair play to the Grimshaw family. They love their motocross. Brilliant.
It's nice to see them doing that tabletop in the middle of the valley as well. This is now an uphill step up. It's changed quite drastically from the days of the 90s. So yeah, that's and the riders are still getting over it nice and easily. Of course, there's big power in that CR500, so it is all down to how much you want to turn that throttle. That thing will do it if you dare to, won't it, Dave?
It will indeed. Al's got his jacket back on.
Of course he has. He knows he's back in shot now with the old pork pie hat on as well. Great shot, too. Check what perfect technique. And yeah, Ryan Vose takes that race win there from Jockey Carson, who's going to cross the line roughly 12 seconds down. And then we'll have Tom Van Loon. Somebody salutes the, I think the winning Grimshaw just celebrated across the line there. So great stuff. And yeah, Carson comes across the line.
Yeah.
There he goes with the checker flags, the number 9. Oh, no, that's he's gone past already. Tom Van Loon, that was just finishing there. Third place, the 101.
Yeah, that was the top 3 in that. We're going to throw to a quick advert. We will be back with another Evo Open race before we go to the main VMXdN race.
You found it. This thing. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do really cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition Avenge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the Zero Cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile, streamlined taped collar, and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit system, located on the front of the pants, provides a lighter and faster zipperless entry with a wider range of adjustability. Four-way stretch panel construction for maximum comfort and movement. And leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching. Mesh panels on back of knees, hips, and lower legs. And a lightweight, minimalist design. The Light SE Avenge in black and sunset from Fly Racing.
Okay, welcome back. Ben's got his program out. I've got varying laptops open and all sorts here to working out what's going on, trying to keep up to speed. As we said, the guys at the VMXdN, we don't have a schedule. We just have a kind of running order and we wing it, and it's all great, and that's part of the vibe. But I can tell you this one, Evo Open, I think these are just the over 30s.
Yes, right over 30,
so
yep.
Basically, again, Evo machines, open capacity, but a slightly younger bunch of riders, basically. And in this one, we've got Brad Anderson. The thing I love about this is Ando is going out there on another Steve Clitheroe tuned machine, 500 bike, or that might be on the 250, sorry. But straight after this is the main VMXdX race. But in that race, Anderson's riding a 250, but he's riding a 500 in this.
Crikey.
So Brad Anderson is going to be warmed up. Adrenaline's going to be pumping.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming off of 500
to
and then getting on a 250.
Which will feel like a toy.
Good luck, everybody else, in the VMXdN race, because he will be charged.
Yeah, literally just a month ago, Brad Anderson was scoring top 10s in the Revo British Motocross Championship fueled by Gulf Race Fuels. Up there at Whitby, he got to 8th place in one race, I think, on his CR450, that was, the four-stroke. And he did also score championship points in the round at Canada Heights on, I believe, a similar 250 to what he's riding in the main class today. So, yeah, it's quite incredible. You can see they're getting nervous. There's one guy still digging his start line out while everyone else seems to be getting nervous.
Just want to make a public apology. Obviously, it's the Langrish Club. Sorry, my bad. Getting the two clubs confused because the Waterloo Club used to run at Langrish or whatever, but it's the Langrish Club that are running this event. So well done to all them guys for what they're doing.
5 second boards head down the Evo Open Class R. Go!
Somebody on a Suzuki just
Very
went a bit
close.
early. Either that or his clutch just gave up. It's Anderson with a whole shot.
Oh, there's a pile
yard
up.
sail in first corner.
Looked like Barry Turnbull, the number 1, got involved there, famous for riding that bike in the Hawkston International, the number 1 on an ancient CR500. But there he goes. Anderson, I think, got nudged out there. Did he? Is he back to third, or is that him in the lead?
I said it. I got earlier on. I got Josh Spinks mixed up with Jamie Scoose, but I do actually think that does look like Jamie Scoose, number 600.
Yeah,
Am I
Jamie
right in
Scoose.
that?
That's right. Yeah, 600 is Jamie Scoose on the Honda there, supplied by Ultimate Valetin. The guys in Gloucester there, who parked next to me in the stands. And yeah, Jamie Scoose. Do you know he's actually family?
Oh, well, there you go.
He's actually,
Pick him up.
He's actually dating a sort of cousin once removed, and basically related to Neil Hudson. He's going out with Stacey Hudson.
Oh,
So
there you go.
Shout out to Stacey. Yeah.
So you're taking him under your wing.
He found out yesterday.
Oh, he's having a good weekend then.
He is, yeah. Oh my God, he's in his family. Right, yeah, Brad Anderson second though. He's looking like he's going to make Jamie's life a little bit more awkward in this corner.
Do you know what? You don't want Brad Anderson behind you. You don't want Brad Anderson anywhere near you, full stop. You don't want Brad Anderson behind you on a motocross track. You certainly don't want him behind you on a motocross track like Foxhill's and on a CR500.
Absolutely. That 500 was burning into Jamie Scoose's ears as they come down this hill.
He's ready
You
to
watch
bug
him uncork this now. He's going to run it wide, square him off, and there it goes. Warp Factor CR500 up the hill. Picked absolute picture-perfect textbook style there from Ando. Comes across past Jamie Scoose into second place. They're launching it down there. It's kind of a downhill triple there. It's deceptive how far that jump actually goes. But yeah, Anderson, and this will be a popular situation with the crowd. But I'm not sure if he's got somebody waiting with a beer like he did one year at Farley, but yeah, either way.
He hasn't got time. He's got to go straight back out for the main
of
race.
Of course, yeah. Third place, number 66, Lewis Toombs, out there on another CR250 by the looks. And yeah, he's also had some British Championship racing this year. So 1, 2, 3 Hondas.
I'm going to give a shout out to Toomsy. Known Lewis a long time as well, like most of these guys. But Toomsy basically sort of took a back seat, you know, again, another rider that started a family, having a good time. But I'm loving that he's running the retro camel bib.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I saw him out there. The rider in third should have that yellow camel bib on. There
gorgeous.
It is.
That's gorgeous. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah.
Keeping it real. He was only probably in a pram when in the 80s when Thorpe was ruling the roost.
That is proper style. That actually predates Foxhill. They had gone by the time Foxhill got a Grand Prix. But yeah, that's quite an amazing setup there. They used to pay money, didn't they, for racing those bibs, did Camel. So back when, of course, the old cigarette sponsorship was allowed. But yeah, there goes Brad Anderson on that CR500 mighty machine with Scusi there in second place. Running the AMA style.
Yeah. He always looks good, Jamie. Looks like we maybe lost. We were just talking about Lewis Toombs, but he suddenly disappeared out of shot in third. So I don't know if he stalled it or went down on turn one.
Definitely gone missing. There's no rider in shot behind Jamie Scoose right now. So yeah, poor old Lewis has obviously had an issue with that machine. We hope that he's okay. Obviously, I'm sure we'll pick him up. Steve Bixby is riding well there in fourth place. They've got Alex Hornsby and Chris Jones, number 74 rider. I've also raced against him in the NCA, and he was nervous as anybody I've ever seen on Friday evening. He was like, I can't believe I'm going to go out there. I can't believe I'm going to make it round here. He was very scared, was Chrissy, but yeah, I'm sure he'll get out there nicely. Charlie Hollis up into 8th place as well, another former NCA champion. John Barfoot up there in 11th place, and the Belgian Nicolas Stampert is there in 14th at the moment. Stuart Rawlings out there as well, 15th place, another name.
Stuart coming to a Hanson Dorset Club event and just at Melbury Abbas and just launching down the hill like an absolute header. Madman. So, yeah, I remember Stu well. Good to see him back out there as well. And that's the thing with this event. You know, both me and Ben and people of that generation, you're going to come out and you just going to bump into so many old faces. That's been the thing I've noticed the most since I've been here these last 2 days. Obviously got here on Thursday and just catching up with old friends.
Yep.
And it's just brilliant. It's brilliant.
It is stunning. It's also quite nice to it sort of reinforces the online community as well. There's lots of people that have spoken about, obviously enthusiasts on Facebook. They start up their own pages like Wes Carlisle, the 80s, 90s motocross group, my own Moto X Words group, Lee Ashby's Motocross and Speedway Memories. They're all people we talk to almost all the time. We remember these races and remember racing each other as well. And to actually see each other in the flesh, talk, natter, and just talk rubbish about bikes for 4 days is another real special part of this event.
Basically, yeah, you know, the beer tent, talk about bench racing, there'll be a load of former glories being discussed tonight. What could have been, what should have been, dare I even say...
Toombs has stalled it there. Toombs has actually pushed his bike there. That's what happened to Lewis.
Why.
As our man Alan there checks his jacket out.
And dare I even say it, a degree of slightly over-exaggerated stories, I should imagine, particularly when the beer starts to flow.
Yes.
You know, I remember when I did what was probably a 20-foot jump. That was suddenly by the end of the evening, that would probably be a 60-foot double I used to do back in the day.
Yeah, it's the motocross equivalent of the old fish stories, isn't it? I caught this, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, basically, bottom line is there will be plenty of, well, I can't swear, but, you know, of that kind of spoken tonight.
Steve Bixby in shot there, number 51. He's now inherited third place as Lewis Toombs has vacated it. There's a nice Suzuki coming past there with a retro blue seat, proper 1988 style colours for that one. And yeah, there goes Steve Bixby on the number 51. I think he rode that bike in the Airborne Gunner Supercross a couple of weeks ago as well. Yeah. And 227 on the not Christian Watley. That's Alex Hornsby. He's out there number 4 with that fantastic sort of Bradshaw-esque again, the old retro spider kit.
I'd love to see KW Christian Watley out here. He's still a young pup though, really, isn't he? A bit, but surely, yeah, he must be getting around the time where he's going to be in his 30s, Christian, and then we can get him out here tearing about. Be good to see. I don't think we'll get Jem.
They just like give him a call. It's commentator's curse there as Bixby bites the dust in one of the tight sections there. It looks like he's taken the watering quite badly there. It's got quite slick. And it is, again, they go from virtually nothing and turn up the side of a wall, really. It's so steep. And yeah, Steve just losing out from that side of it. So that will be Alex Hornsby up into third place. Ben Gillett, Barry Turnbull. Turnbull actually recovered well here. He's in shot there, the number 1. He's actually recovered well, seeing as he definitely got held up in that first corner. Another mighty CR500 who's just about to uncork it at one of these hills. Let's see if he launches it and completes the double at the top of this. Just about perfect style, in fact, from Barry Turnbull. That's not as easy as it looks, although the CR500 power definitely helps. And then he launched down this hill, and he's launching there, and that is essentially a downhill triple. If you don't land where he landed, you're going to bounce and you're going to lose some time, and it certainly will be uncomfortable. And this is the steepest one on the track. So steep, you can see they're on the brakes almost from the very top, making sure they can make that very tight 90-degree right-hander. I think it might even be slightly, what's it in degrees? More than that. I think it's about 100-degree right-hander and very, very tight at the bottom of that drop. So, yeah, Turnbull getting some nice camera time here on the number 1 Honda.
I got some exciting news for you.
Oh.
You're going to have just for the tail end of these laps of this race, you're going to have a guest co-commentator. I'm going to let you introduce him.
Oh, my God.
Look, are you nervous? Are you nervous?
You've
Let
just
me
done this
loosen
to
him
me,
up.
haven't you?
I've just teed you up. I've teed you up. Let me put the headphones on our special guest, and he can talk this one.
Well, that's very apt. We've just got a number 1 Honda on screen there from Mr. Turnbull, and we've got another rider who's been used to riding a number 1 CR500 at the very, very top level. Welcome to the booth, Mr. Dave Thorpe.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are you doing, sir?
Yeah, very well.
Oh, sorry, I've just got to reach for something. Here we go. There we go. Excellent stuff. So, yeah, we're going to get Jeff wired up there as well, so that's good stuff. How are you enjoying the weekend, Mr. Thorpe?
It's been great. I mean, I'll be honest, I've tried to watch a bit of the racing, but we've been really busy over there with the book signing. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's. I just said to the guys outside, speaking of the spectators, you forget what an amazing viewing circuit this is. Actually.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, it's quite incredible to look at. I mean, you don't appreciate the steepness of the hills on camera, do you?
No.
Just incredible when you're there. And yeah, so you got my copy. That's very nice of you.
Hold on, are we going to fight over this?
Oh, I don't know. That's a conversation for releasing a book just as I'm writing a 1980 series for TMX, and you're coming up as well. And I've got to read that and make sure I don't repeat anything from it.
Come on then, Dave, tell us about it. Obviously, you sat in the van, did a man in the van not long ago, but tell the viewers here on MXN TV the process and how much joy you got out of bringing out this new book.
Well, the book, to be fair, it took a long time to write. Jack and I sort of back and forth through COVID, on the phone all the time, and then it's just escalated. If I'm honest, I'm really pleased with it. It does tell a story from my side, which people will not always understand, but hopefully they will understand it now when they read the book. It's being in that wonderful HRC bubble, which yeah, it has its pluses and minuses. It goes right back to the very beginning when with the kids racing with the schoolboys, as it was scrambling then, through my amazing AMCA days, which I thoroughly enjoyed, to early days in the British motocross, the pain and torture of breaking my leg, and yeah, it goes through it all. So I've enjoyed it. And you know, to be fair, there's been many people, my wife especially, that has made this sort of a little bit easier because they've took a lot of stress off it for me. So there's a lot of people that I need to thank, and I just hope the people that buy it enjoy it.
I'm sure they will. I mean, already you're launching the book today. Today over the weekend. So many people are looking forward to getting a signed copy of that. I tell you what, you're going to be that right wrist.
He's going to have right arm
yeah,
pump.
like when he had the big
arm
fight,
pump at the signatures.
Exactly. He's going to get more arm pump than he ever did racing, signing books. But are you looking forward to this one as well, Dave? Coming up, we've got the main race coming up next. Brad Anderson's literally just going to jump off a 500 onto a 250.
That's what it's all about.
It's going to be good. I mean, again, for Dave and Wobbs and the guys to get the likes of, obviously, like Ryan Villopoto, Mike Brown, Zach Osborne, it's a big deal. It's a big thing.
It's amazing, and it's really good to see my friend here, Ricky Johnson.
Yeah,
you know, we spend a fair bit of time together as families. He came over 2 days ago. We've enjoyed it. We're going to have a blast after, and you know, he's just over there now watching all this, and it is quite surreal, really. Isn't it?
He's never really seen this place.
No,
has
he wouldn't have been the Foxhills.
No.
But you know, even when we queued up for a good 35 minutes to get in, and then you see all the people.
What, even you?
Yeah, even me.
He did, yeah,
Ricky,
he doesn't have his own lane.
Ricky did suggest that we go down the outside, and he just says, "I'm American. This is the side I ride on."
Oh, that's old racing habits. That is. He didn't want to get held up. Imagine those two in a car together being held up in traffic.
You came in past the TMX stand when I was selling. You came past it. I saw you and Ricky's in a higher car, I guess, just behind you. So there are a couple of air horns there. Just oh, look who it is! You know, a couple of air horns going on as they went past. So yeah, that was pretty awesome to see. But so Ricky not seen this place before. I can imagine it would be quite an eye opener for him. Are you guys getting out on a bike this weekend? Are you going to do a touring lap or not really?
I think Dave has said that I am riding, but he hasn't actually told me yet.
I love the way that he doesn't know.
Yeah. But just going back to Dave and Doc Wobb, I mean, from concept to where we are today, what an amazing achievement. You know, what a brilliant event it is already in its first year. I'm sure that there'll be lots of things they learn from, but I have to say, hats off. It's everyone that's been involved with it, fair play.
Yeah,
it's got that real 90s Grand Prix vibe to it. I feel exactly like teleported back to the 90s. Even like last night in the beer tent, everybody just the communion of it. Everybody, it's absolutely loving life, especially here today in the sun.
Yeah.
What about personally, Dave? Your opinion? You first probably the very first time we came to Foxhill, you probably raced. I should imagine the first time ever.
I did.
Yeah, I thought so.
I did, and you know, it's funny. The hills that they all jumped down. When I first come here, the first 10 feet were like the sheep lines that you see on the hill, you know, where they make the ledges. And then, of course, as it's evolved to the amazing track that it is.
Yeah.
I heard that from Rob Herring in preparation for the article that's in the programme. I spoke to him about it. And, yeah, those goat tracks, because he came straight from South Africa, he suddenly realised to him they were like whoops and double jumps. He was doubling down the hills and making so much time on everybody because everyone else was just chugging down, taking every single one. Like, so, yeah, he loved that. And Paul Manion had a good few rides here as well in the youth classes
he did.
when it was still that sort of layout. But yeah, I've seen some shots of you up at these hills and the old layout. Looks pretty amazing from the mid '80s. And
you never raced GPs here though. You 500s were always either Hawkstone or Farley.
Foxhill were turned down for the 500 Grand Prix. They did want it, but apparently the ACU and Hawkston Park organisers told them that Foxhill wasn't good enough. So they picked up the 250s, and what a time, because it was just when it was hitting the big time, just when it was becoming the premier class as well.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, he still had his obviously iconic moments at Farley. So you know that's with that. But also Hawkstone as well. But I
think you got in the top 3 of the international, the 91 international that ran here before the Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Joe Bay was in the race and he had a big moment that they caught on camera on Motovision. He nearly went over the bar.
He's not TV. An anorak, by the way.
Not much. There was an All KX 500 top 3. I think it was yourself, Greg Hansen, and I can't remember the other one. Oh no. Hang on, it's in the programme. I'll look it up.
I've just been told, actually, that the lads are starting for the big race. I'm glad you're in here because you can help us call it, Dave. There we go. This is it. This is the big one. This is the VMXdN.
Paul Malian was the other one.
Well, there you go. And it's absolutely brilliant that not only are we going to watch this, Ben, but we've got a 3-time world champion sat in with us, helping call it as well. Here we go. Who's your money? Who's your money on? Are you going to commit?
Jake Nichols.
Jake Nichols. He's going for his boy Jake.
Got a podium in the British Championship at Ling. It was a great emotional speech on the podium to me, and yeah, one of the best podium speeches I've had since I started doing those. And yeah, I'd love to see Jake up there. I'm goosebumping, Jeff. It's happening again. It's happening.
I can tell. Listen, old race habits die hard. They can play it down as much as they want. Dave's nodding his head because he knows the minute you get your crash helmet on, you get behind that gate. As much as you say, I'm going to have a bit of fun, it's all a bit of fun. I don't care who you are. The adrenaline will start.
That is exactly why I don't do it.
Yeah.
I think that's what Ricky says as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go then. Who's going to pull the whole shot?
Now go!
Jake Nichols. Go on, Jake.
Not much bias.
They're sweeping around. Brown, look up the inside, and it looked like Villopoto both turned tight around that inside.
There it is. There are those dot Wobb Yamahas.
But we're there. Look at the Irish boys in there. Second, third and fourth as well.
Mark Eastwood's fifth.
Yeah, Eastie still going strong.
There is apparently some serious needle between Mark Eastwood and Graeme Irwin. Graeme said last night to us.
I made that up.
Hey?
No, he was only joking.
I think. Graeme said he's going to sell everything up if Mark Eastwood beats him. That's what he said to us yesterday. I was there.
It's not his bike to sell. Yeah, but okay. So Mike Brown.
They're together.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's Villopoto. So RV making his first ever appearance at Foxhill, and doesn't he look good? But then if you're a four-time AMA Supercross champion, he's got the move. Has he got the fitness?
You can count on the fingers of one hand the number of riders that have won more in America than Ryan Villopoto. He is literally in the top 5 all-time. He was when he was there, and he still is now. And whoa! It goes round right in front of Eastwood. That is going to cost him some beers later. That is absolutely beautiful. Right in front of Eastwood, and I bet I can almost hear Eastwood cackling from here.
Yeah, I could tell. He had a little love tap there from our man Brad Anderson. I have to say, Brad just unsettled him going into that corner. Remember, Brad has just raced in the race before, so his adrenaline is already up. He's pumping.
Yeah, he's there in 4th place is Ando, and then the number 2, Neville Bradshaw, is right up there, and that's a kind of like Jeff Stanton style lookalike. He was always the number 2 Honda on the in the 500s over there.
Dave, very quickly, if you had a choice of machine to ride around here, would you favour a 250 or a 500?
I think in today's conditions it'd be 250.
Yeah.
Mel Pocock in
easy
shot.
to handle, yeah.
Mel Pocock in shot on the number 14, replacing Tommy Searle for a team Great Britain. And yeah, we'll see how he gets on, filling that gap quite nicely at the moment. Villopoto throws the Yamaha down the hill.
Do you know, I spoke to Ryan yesterday, you did, and we did an interview with him, and he said, no, look, I'm going to play, I'm not going to come out of my box, my safety zone. Thing is, his box is quite fast, isn't it?
It's very much on a higher level than most.
If that's just him being currently in his safety zone, then it don't bode well for the others, does it?
Absolutely. They're running the nation's numbers, so the Americans are 7, 8, and 9. Yet to see where Zach Osborne is on track. But, of course, Ryan runs his traditional lucky number 2 on his back there to just identify himself.
There's Mel Pocock
and
coming
Pocock is right up there. Yeah, absolutely. Got battling going on here. 19. That is Mark Eastwood racing against, it looked like Elliot Banks-Brown, having a good all Anglia-Wessex versus Wessex scrap there. They do have teams not just for the nations, they also have a team East Anglia featuring Banks-Brown, Fairhurst Wessex featuring Mark Eastwood. So yeah, got a nice mix up there so you can get as many riders as possible in the big race.
Just watching this, Dave, there's some real, I mean, I know these are all ex-pros and top riders, but there's some genuine talent out there, and you can tell by the way they're riding the circuit, their technique. You know, they might all be getting on a bit, but you never forget how to ride a bike, do you?
No, I was just watching Ryan and Mike Brown just then, and they made it look easy 15, 20 years ago, and they still make it look easy now, don't they?
Yeah, really do. Yeah. It's like so nice to watch. It's just great, as you said, this opportunity to see these guys all race together. This is what's so special about the VMXdN here at Foxhill.
Bradshaw started to hassle Mike Brown there, 2nd and 3rd with is it Brad Anderson, number 15? Yeah, he's there in 4th place, also knocking on the door. So what a great scrap this is. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Anderson tuck in tight. He knows you can't turn a CR500 that tight up there. So Anderson notches underneath on the 250. Great work.
Okay, so the current running order, it's Ryan Villopoto leading the way. We're going to try and get some timing up on screen for you in a minute. Mike Brown in second, Bradshaw for third, then it's Anderson, well, Anderson now in third, Bradshaw for fourth, then it's Mel Pocock in fifth, Mark Eastwood currently in sixth, ahead of Elliot Banks-Brown. Brian McKenzie for Team Scotland working his way up into eighth. Then it's Dave's boy Jake Nichols there in ninth. Zach Osborne now into the top 10. Graeme Irwin down to 11th. Phil Mercer 12th. And then Andrew Gillett. Gordon Crockard not making a good race so far in 14th. The reigning champions for Northern Ireland. And Gary Davis in 15th. Kurt Nicoll down in 19th. So not making a good start. I should imagine Kurt's like maybe not loving being back there, Dave. You know, not want to push it.
Well, he didn't get the best start, and modern day racing, old day racing, the start is key, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I can't imagine it's very difficult to pass on this track. So the guys, they're going to rely on mistakes rather than forcing it.
And of course, you know, back in the glory days, you used to race for 45 minutes plus 2. You could, if you had the fitness, you could work your way to a front. This is, I think, a 5 or 6 lap race, as far as I know, I've been told. So the guys won't have much time to work their way to the front. So as Dave said, a start is even more critical.
And you've got to say, though, fair play to Kurt, because I know Doug Dubac, again, who's similar sort of age to Kurt, he's not bothering taking on this big race. Kurt is, you know, he's out there flying the colours. You've got to say, at 57 years old, that's quite a task.
Yeah, very, very, very much
so. Oh, that's number 19 down. That is Mark Eastwood has come a cropper there. So, yeah,
he's got a bike issue.
Yeah,
I
stopped,
don't think he's
There's no dirt on his top, although you wouldn't really tell him this going.
I think the chain's off, maybe.
It does look like, I don't know, or has the wheel slid back? I don't know, that'd make the chain tighter, wouldn't it? It looks like, anyway,
going anywhere. The old waistcoat
looks disgruntled, doing his little teapot impression. He won't be happy.
No,
we know Mark well enough. I'll tell you what, he still charges and races hard, and he won't be happy about that.
He walked past me in the pits last night.
Whatever happens, the rear end looks like it's locked up. So
walked past me in the pits last night, and you commented on it, how much he looks like his old man. It's quite scary,
incredible,
isn't it?
yeah. And actually, his dad, Vic, hell of a rider. For me as well, Vic was obviously helped me out with my career as well, and the glory days. But Mark is just an out-and-out racer. That's why he's never really stopped, to be fair.
Look how
here we go.
Villopoto moves there. It's an all dot Yamaha 1-2, but it's getting tighter. It really is getting tighter. According together, the top 5 there: Villopoto, Brown, Anderson, Bradshaw, and Pocock, all concertinaing up together. And then after a bit of a gap, you've got also a good battle going on between Banks, Brown, Brian McKenzie, and Jake Nichols is advancing, trying to advance from 8th. Glenn Irwin has recovered from that slip off to be 9th, and Osborne is 10th.
What a treat. I've just realised what's happening.
Yeah.
Look at the names, look at the crowd, like, what a treat. RV did say that, you know, he still can go quick, but he said he can't go for quick for very long. And I think that's what we're starting to see. All those riders behind him have been riding more regularly and are fitter.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here we go. Can he hold on to the lead?
I mean, this weekend is bearing out there. I'll try and make sure, if something happens in the race, I'll interrupt my stream of thought here. But what I love so far is Villopoto was known for being very uptight when he was racing, very serious, almost to the detriment of his fan base almost. Not many people actually really thoroughly supported him when you had Stewart and the lights going against him. But every time I've seen Villopoto in a photo, he's had a beer in his hand this weekend.
Yeah. Brad just fell off on that corner. He's gone from 3 to 5.
So we missed that, but Brian McKenzie is on the move as well. He's getting a bit closer, so
Jake's come up to
McKenzie. You'll see Brian McKenzie, number 121, on a Yamaha come into view soon. So Villopoto has gone out of the lead. Looks like Mike Brown has now inherited the lead from what I could just tell there.
Looks like, Bradshaw's also made a slip there because Pocock is now up into 3rd place. Ando has recovered, I think, to 4th now.
There's
since
McKenzie.
they crossed the line. Yeah, McKenzie there in 6th, and Jake Nichols is starting to catch the Scotsman as they come up the far hill. There goes the number 7, Mike Brown. I'm getting my Yamahas mixed up. It is Brown on the number 7. Looking as good as always.
Oh, yeah.
Did he actually change his kit between races as well? Because that was a quick change if he did. That's
he's fit enough.
A costume change to make Lady Gaga impressed.
I would have just slumped there for about 2 races before I'd even bother. But he is looking good. So, yeah, a new race leader, contrary to what you're seeing on the screen on the left, because Mike Brown has now gone past what looks to be a tiring Ryan Villopoto. He's already now been picked off by Bradshaw as well. But he certainly showed RV he's still got the speed. You don't lose that.
No, I think it's
you definitely lose.
Yeah, I think it's Pocock in 2nd. He has got past Bradshaw and then Brown in this lap. But and then Villopoto in this lap. So yeah, Brown from Pocock from Villopoto, and still Pocock's having a go.
He's having a real go. Yeah. So they come to this fixed camera. So there's... Wow. So Pocock is on it.
He's attacking, it sounds like, from the
He's
crowd
really
noise. He's
on
made
it.
a move
He's,
in the downhill valley. He had a go. He didn't quite get him, though, by the looks of it.
So Pocock filling in, obviously, for Tommy, which we've explained the reason why. Tommy, team manager here, is obviously Tommy's going for that British title, and quite rightly so. So we've now drafted in the royal we, Team GB. I had no say in it at all, but we brought in Pocock in, and he is all over the back of Brownie here now. How long have we got in this one? Is Alan going to put the last lap flag out this lap?
Yes.
Yes, one to go. Come on, all in. Let's have it.
What do you think, Dave? Is Mel going to make the difference here, do you think?
I think he does look strong, doesn't he?
Looks key.
And he's come forward to Mike. Yeah, it's...
It's game on.
Yeah.
And it's giving me the old goosebumps because the crowd noise is there, the horns, the hooters, the shouts, as the obviously the local crowd want the Brits to win. As much as we love having these American stars here, Graeme Irwin has just dispatched Jake Nichols to take 7th place, the number 3.
There's Dave.
There's Dave getting stuck in. Right trackside is Dave King there, our main organiser.
Look at that. We got the flags.
We got
and
Union Jack out
on.
there, boys. Absolutely stunning.
Mike was quick around there, though.
He was.
I think that inside line wasn't quite working for Mel around there.
Mate,
Listen to the crowd out the window.
I'm
It's
goosebumping because of
bonkers.
that. That's absolutely like, hairs down the back of the neck drop. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah,
Sure you
this
don't want
is
to be out
epic.
there, Dave?
Huh?
Sure you don't want to be out there?
To be fair, it does look good, but I feel that Ryan, he's probably got arm pump city right now,
sure.
so he's just all, you know. And of all the tracks in the world to get arm pump, this is not the one.
Oh, tell me about it, Dave.
You
Tell
don't
me
want to
about
take
it.
any moment down here, would you? Like, that's absolutely horrendous.
But Mike, what a credit he is. You know, how old is he now?
50 years old this year.
Wow.
Old enough to know better, Dave, basically.
Yeah,
the
but
answer to that.
there's a lot of people in the world
Yeah.
that would like to ride that fast at 20 years of age,
Yeah,
don't know,
right.
50.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
for
I know I would have done.
And it still looks effortless, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Such a great career as well, like, you know, because he made those 125 sing back in the day in the AMA and then came over straight into the 250 GPs. Yeah, brilliant career, and he's still going strong, Mike Brown. Mel Pocock, obviously, just great to see him back on a bike, basically. Yeah. Really is.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I mean, if you've seen the state of his hand, it's quite incredible that he ever got on a bike again after what happened to him.
Yeah, very much so.
You know, I saw it up close at Western Beach Race last year, and yeah, it's really impressive what he's had to come back from in the end. And what a performance! But Mike Brown's going to hold him off by the looks of it.
Mike riding some great lines as well there, just backing it off and turning it up on the grippier stuff up the inside.
Look how deep the crowd is. It's like Grand Prix Sunday all over again over there.
Come on out, get ready with the flags. Here we go.
And he looks over, and that is it. Checker flag time. Mike Brown takes it, punches the air, looks over, and Mel Pocock straight away shakes out his arm. So perhaps a bit of arm pump for Mel as well. But yeah, he takes a creditable second place to keep Team GB in there. And of course, yeah, looking at the team scenario, Anderson just got through the third past Neville Bradshaw. So Team GB, second and third. Team America, 1 and 5, so that's the first 2 places taken care of. Zach Osborne's done well for 9th place, and the other British rider, Nicoll, is just down there in 16th at the moment. So Dave King strolls past our camera position and tries to catch the riders as they finish.
Of course, there's going to be a long way to go, obviously, because we've got another 3 motos of them throughout the weekend to decide who is going to be the team champions in the VMXdN international race. So I'm really looking at that. What a great opening race with those names out there. That was so good.
Banks Brown made a move on Phil Mercer there to take 10th place. Phil Mercer still rides the MCA Championship. He's a seriously fast rider as well. And yeah, to be 11th, that shows you the calibre that we have here at Foxhill. Gordon Crockard there in 12th. Just across the line there, number 13. There is Kurt Nicoll, just across the line past our camera. What bike is he riding this weekend? I didn't recognise that.
I haven't even had a chance to look. We've been so busy. Dave, what's your plans for the rest of the weekend? It sounds like you might be riding and you want to ensure that you were.
I think I'm doing the parade lap.
Yeah.
But I'll be here all weekend over on the other side in the Honda Marquee with the book. Anybody that is watching that can't come to Fox Hills, you can buy the book on davethorpe.co.uk. It's available online. They're going out now. I think we've caught up with all the pre-orders. So, yeah, buy it one day, get it the next.
Good stuff, yeah, absolutely, yeah, we'll get things sorted out. I'll definitely be across for a copy, Dave, if that's all right. And then somehow I'm going to write an article on you, don't I? Great stuff. no problem. Thanks, Dave. Stunning stuff, yeah. So great to have Dave in the booth with us there. And yeah, obviously helping us call that race. So yeah, looking good there for Team GB with Mike Brown in front there for Team USA. But Mel Pocock second, Brad Anderson third. Neville Bradshaw was there in fourth for Team Northern Ireland, the defending champions. Ryan Villopoto fifth in the end. Brian McKenzie sixth. Graeme Irwin seventh, another Team Northern Ireland rider well up there too. Jake Nichols eighth. Zach Osborne ninth. And Elliot Banks-Brown in 10th place. Phil Mercer, Gordon Crockard, Andrew Gillett, Gary Davis, Keith Johnson round out your top 15 with Kurt Nicoll 16th. And the rest of the riders coming through. Dennis Stapleton, Gary Hoptroff, Adam Cook and Lee Holland rounding out your top 20 in that first VMXdN team race. So yeah, just got to say thanks to all of our sponsors here. The VMXdN bringing you this free live stream. Bell Helmets got a major presence here as well. Of course, they run the fantastic retro Bell Helmet facility here. Fly Racing, Oakley Goggles, and of course RFX doing the distributing for the main brands, as you can see their branding all around the circuit. So these are the companies that look after us, making sure that we can bring you this live stream. So yeah, we've got to thank them and make sure that they get the exposure that they deserve for making this all completely free for you to view wherever you are in the world. And I know across some of the online community there, we've had a lot of people across from the USA, Australia, across Europe. So yeah, bonjour, guten tag, ciao. Buongiorno, all of that information there to all of you, and good day if you're down under. And yeah, we look forward to bringing you this for the rest of the weekend. We're only, say, a quarter of the way through the racing at the moment. This is coming through to the end of the first block of races, and we've got the Super Evo 125s out on track next. And we're just going to go through to a quick break right now.
Hey, we've just called the race. You've heard Dave calling the race now. That rather than actually talking about it, we'll do a visual. Dave, so talk us through again this book. Where are you selling them from here this weekend?
From this over here, we're on the other side of the valley in the Honda marquee. We've got some books here. Whether we got enough, I think. If anybody is obviously watching from home and they're not coming, then you can buy it on davethorpe.co.uk. You buy it one day, you should get it the next. So yeah, it's been. To be fair, the feedback has been great so far, and it's always a worry, isn't it? You do something, you think, but yeah.
Not only that, you went over to Namur and you caught up with Andre and a few other, did some promotional stuff with Honda. That looked, just going down memory lane for that, looked really special. Like you could tell the emotion in your video as well when you did that.
Yeah, I can't explain to you how that felt really. I've not been back there for many years, and it has changed, but the track is still there, and to go there and walk around and just reminisce of the old days, and then getting to go and see Andre, which my wife organised, which was amazing. Yeah, it's been an incredible 6 months, to be fair. It's and Honda UK have been nothing short of magnificent. They've really helped us promote this book.
Listen, if you lived through the 80s, this book's going to be very special to you. And even if you didn't, you're a modern day rider, don't know much about Dave's career, honestly, buy this book. It will be awesome. Dave, thanks for your time. Go enjoy the rest of the day. Three-time world champion Dave Thorpe. Buy that book. It's a must.
Thank you.
Thank you. And here they are then, straight from Mr. Thorpe there to the next race. This is the last race of the first block, so halfway through our day's racing today. Super Evo 125s, and yeah, out on circuit there we have got the likes of Dean Batchelor, Jack May, Glenn Bixby. We'll see who's coming through there. It's the number one of Christopher Bastick. These are younger riders, over 25s, over 25 years old on the Super Evo 125s, so fairly modern machines in terms of 125s. And out in there, number one, running the colours that we all wanted back in the early 90s. If you're in the schoolboys or riding a 125 back then, you wanted a peak, a pro circuit peak Honda with the blue and white graphics there. They dominated American racing at the time in the 125 class with the likes of Jeremy McGrath and Brian Swink also riding there, Jeremy Buell, some amazing riders. Steve Lampson also ran those colours at the start of his 125 and start of his AMA career. And yeah, what a great treat it is to see that particular combination of machinery, white, blue and the black plates with the number one on them. That is straight away bringing back the old memories there, which is what this VMXdN event is all about. Certainly a bit of memory there for myself there, just chatting with Dave Thorpe, I'll get over it, it's fine. I got the world champion in the family, it's still a little bit special. Number 106 there, we have got Will Warden out on a very nice, pretty pink TM. Saw that bike in the pits last night. It is dripping with good stuff. Absolutely beautiful machine. And then we also got there the 263, I think it is, of Thijs Koestermans from the Netherlands. No, it's not my mistake. I called the wrong number. 204, that is. That's one of the reserves riders. Ryan Butler is out there on what looks to me like a very tasty Honda of Troy type Honda, just a few years after the peak pro circuit years there. Coming down the hill now, 106 on that TM, looking absolutely beautiful. Will Warden running nicely. Glenn Bixby it is in 7th place at the moment. And yeah, even these little 125s, just able to hop over these uphill double jumps with a bit of clutch action. They'll get themselves up there under power. And yeah, looking very good indeed. Number 204, Ryan Butler it is, attacking Will Warden. This is the little scrap for 5th place. The number 117 of Dave Joffler is there from the Netherlands. He's there in 4th place at the moment. 22, Chuck Davis is 3rd. And Christopher Bastick is in now 2nd in 1st place, just crossing the line now, ahead of, it looks like Will Warden's actually in 2nd place. So they've sorted themselves out on the timing screen, my mistake. Number 22 on a very beautiful looking Ricky Carmichael replica Splitfire Pro Circuit Kawasaki. Again, looking towards the end of the 90s with that one. And yeah, that looks absolutely stunning. Number 10 goes past the screen there. Jack May, he's just outside the top 10 there in 11th place. Francois Schaftenaar, he's come across, the number 177 rider again from the Netherlands. We saw a few of the Dutchmen on top of one of the hills last night in the track walk, and I just said to them, are you used to this? This is topography. This is what happens when you're not on the billiard table style circuits, and they were loving life. They gave as good as they got, the Dutch. They were great.
They don't get too many hills like this over there, that's for sure. No doubt about that, and they don't get too many hard packed circuits either. But yeah, great that they're here, and I think what the race we've just seen as well, I'm sure that's going to grow. What I mean by that is some real big names from the past will probably start. You know, we're going to see Team Belgium get stronger over the years.
Yeah,
there's going to be definitely more of them, like the bigger names that will want to come do it. That's no disrespect to the guys that were out there then, but you can see the likes of former GP champions and riders and whatever coming over and wanting to do this. Yeah. So, yep.
Looks like Kevin Stradus didn't join us in the team race. Didn't quite see him in the
results.
I didn't see him out there. I'm sure he would have been right up there if he had been. So it's a shame that Kevin can't join us, but I'm sure that there's a legitimate reason for that. Will Warden's holding up nicely in that pink TM, getting lots of nice screen time there. The TM factory, of course, ran very well in the mid to late 1990s, certainly. The likes of Luigi Segui, Alex Puzar then worked for them when they turned from pink to blue and got runner-up in the 125cc World Championship, which was also won by a European bike, the number 1 Husqvarna, which is similar to what's being ridden right now by Zach Osborne in the team race. He didn't get much screen time in that first one. In fact, I don't think I saw him at all, which was a shame. He did appear just inside the top 10 overall. I'm sure he'll be looking to remedy that and get further up in the next one.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the depth of field that we had, you know, like he was crazy. Down and we just, you know, we couldn't really take our eyes off that the front 3 or 4, you know. It was a brilliant race right to the flag, and Pocock pushing Brown all the way. Villopoto will probably be sat there right now thinking, God dear, I suddenly remember how hard this is. But he looked great. He looked great, and it's great to have him here. But this one, Bastick, yeah, you know, good to see him out there. Chris, he's got his own track up there near Mildenhall. In fact, they used to, I think, as far as I know, his dad still runs Mildenhall. I might be wrong in that. But he's got his own little private track just round the corner as well.
Brilliant.
At least I think that's the right Chris Bastick. I hope it is.
Yeah, it's not a massively common name, is it there? But yeah, and that's Dave Schoffler, the Dutchman there, number 117, is up in the 5th place. Behind Chuck Davis on that lovely Carmichael replica machine. 741 there is Andrew Lawton from Britain, of course. Yeah, the British rider. Not quite sure where he's from, but yeah, he's a British rider out doing well at Foxhill and living the dream. Everybody, aren't they? I think in this one, absolutely loving life around here.
Yeah, they are. This is going to complete the first block of racing, by the way. You know, as we said, can't stress this enough if you just tuned in. The way that they do things here at the VMXdN is we've got a running order, but we haven't got like a scheduled race times when they come off the line. It's just roll with it. Sometimes they just suddenly decide we're going to stop for a minute, put some water down, whatever. So we've got to have our wits about us as well. Obviously, we want to try and throw out there some pre-recorded content we did yesterday, but at the same time, we want to show you the action. So, so occasionally you'll see some split-screen action, a little box in the corner. We might be throwing up some of the interviews from yesterday, but you'll still get to see the race action in the little box in the corner.
Yeah,
if
absolutely.
we decide to do that.
The Ken Dodd philosophy this weekend: time matters not one jot.
Absolutely. Well, you know, we've turned back time.
So we are back to 1992, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this, a great little scrap going on board here. We got a Honda Troy replica bike on the number 204 machine of Ryan Butler, just currently giving Will Warden all the hassle he can handle there in second place. Getting a bit of dust on the hill, so I can imagine we're going to get a watering break very soon at the end of this first block. That would make sense, as Butler makes his way past Warden for second place. That's good stuff. They've got some nice stuff, forks on that. Very tasty.
These two are two good friends of mine. I know them both well. Ryan from down near my way down in Bournemouth Pool area, and Will Warden down near Plymouth, not too far down there. But Will had a very good youth career, used to race, very good friends with Lewis Toombs and Lewis Trickett, those kind of guys. Was quite often in contention for youth championships and overall wins back in the day, but now rides for a bit of fun, as does Ryan. Really just keeps it regional and just enjoys his racing, going out with his dad, which is great.
Yeah.
That's why we do what we do.
Still making that uphill double jump there and tapping the brake up there as well. So doing all the technical stuff there. Looks like Bastic's made a slight mistake there, because he slid round and all of a sudden Butler is right up his backside. Not the last lap flag yet, so we've still got a couple to go at least.
Oh, we've got a three-way battle going on here then, because that's definitely tightened up.
Yeah, I think Bastic slid out in that corner, maybe stalled it slightly.
There we go. There's
got to
top
keep them
three.
on the pipe. All within a second and a half of each other. Look at that. That Pro Circuit bike is mint.
It is.
Absolutely beautiful. That could have been Carmichael himself. Perhaps a bit too tall for Carmichael at that time anyway. But certainly could have been right from back in that era. Amazing stuff. I don't remember his teammates. It must look like one of his teammates. I'll shut up. Right, anyway, so who else have we got there? Glenn Bixby's having a nice ride, the number 13 rider. The Bixby family always put a couple of their family entrants out there. A couple of brothers riding well. There's another Thorpe on track, number 29, Christopher Thorpe, that is, in 10th place, number 29. And number 208 there is Lee Martin, also going around well within the top 10. And Josh McGill is in 8th place.
Just as we said, this is the Super Evo 125. So listen, if you've been in this sport long enough, you was fortunate enough to be in an era where there was two-stroke racing. Nothing quite like the sound of 125s going at it. Can remember watching 125 GPs around here when we had the double-header GPs. And I obviously got the chance to watch the 125 race. I was in the 250 race, but watched the 125. Coyote on that factory Husky going up that hill, the sound of his bike, and when 40 125s came screaming into the valley and all the air horns and everything, just awesome.
Yeah, proper stuff.
Bring them back.
Bring them back.
That's right. I don't know.
There's a lot of that going on this weekend. Do you know what I found out about Coyote this week? His surname means nails in Italian. That's true.
Hard as Coyote. Hard as Coyote.
Absolutely.
Is that true?
That is true. I swear to God, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's it. I checked it. It came up on my translate, and I was like, why does nails keep appearing next to Coyote's name? And then, it said check translation, and it is. Yeah, there it is. Amazing. So there we go. Yeah, it's a bit more useless information for you.
Oh no, I love random pointless facts like that.
Yes, good stuff. Worden there now back to third. We've got Ryan Butler in shot on the little Honda there, buzzing around, trying to catch Bastic on the Peak Pro Circuit replica machine. Back to square number plate stuff.
Yeah, all that. I love all that. That's what I'm saying. Like that Honda Troy looking bike's just cool as.
Oh, they're flying that TM. There's a distance up that hill.
Tell you what,
I walked that. There's distance there. Last lap time then. Chris Bastic is going to take the last lap flag. He definitely made a slip there, but he's stretched out a little bit further on Butler. But it is just over a second and a half between them, with Worden dropping back a little bit on the TM. And there's a good scrap going on for fourth place between Chuck Davis and Andrew Lawton.
Well, here comes, because Lawton has put in the Kex fast. There he is. He's charging with one to go. So Andrew Lawton has set the quickest lap of the race. Looking good. He's all over the back of Chuck Davis now, that number 22 on that awesome Spitfire.
Oh, and Bastic stopped it.
Bike issue.
Looks like the clutch has gone, isn't it? It don't seem to jump forward.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
Oh, no.
It
Look
gives
at
us a
that.
nice excuse to zoom in and a close-up of that beautiful peak machine, but I'm sure they won't be. It's something happening there. Throttle sticking, perhaps?
You
Dunno.
do not want that
You
sticking
really don't
around
round
this
here.
circuit,
No,
I
for
tell you.
sure.
If
For
I
sure.
had doubts about that, if I was you, Chris, I'd park that up there.
He's got less of a push as well if he takes it from there because he's on the
Valid
flat.
point. Yeah, he can just peel left and go straight back to the paddock from there. He's going to try and
He's
bump
going
it.
to try and bump it, is he?
I don't know, but
Is there
anyway,
is there a clutch lever on that bike, or has he just got it pinched in with black gloves?
he's gone.
Not sure.
Anyway, either way, he's gone out the lead, which means Ryan Butler is your new race leader. It's a throttle issue, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's he's not having it.
He's still. What's he going to do? Push it round to get a point?
I don't know.
Surely not.
That was quite sketchy actually. Riders going left and right of him. There's an old 88 KX 125 goes past him.
He's seen sense. He's
Yeah,
seen
yeah,
sense.
that's not going to happen.
Gutted
mate.
as he is, but he's not going to push it down in that valley because he's only going to have to push it back
Yeah,
up.
well, that's it. Yeah, and you don't want to be pushing anything up there, let alone a bike. There he goes, though. Number 204, your race leader Ryan Butler. With a lap to go, he's just taking the lead.
Again, just to reiterate how steep those hills are, Ryan was absolutely full chat then.
Yep.
Like wire as tight as it goes, and he just literally only kind of just made it up over the top on that 125, over that step up. So it just goes to show how steep these hills at Foxhill actually are.
You can see why it made such a mess when it rained on it in the Nations there, because it's so steep. Absolutely unreal. I did ride actually a Dave Thorpe training day. I forgot to mention it to Dave actually. I was here just trying to gather myself. 1993, I rode February when Dave was just starting what was to be his last year of Grand Prix racing, and he had a training school around this place in February. It was wet, it was horrible, and I was the only 125 to make it up the hill.
Get you, old Stefan Everts.
I went up it once, I thought, not again, I said. Yeah, so they changed the track after that because there were a couple there. There you go, checker flag. Ryan Butler takes that race win on the Honda. Will Worden a second on the lovely TM. And Andrew Lawton, who did take the Keck's Fastest Lap Award, 2 minutes 35.132. So that's about 6 seconds slower than Mike Brown was doing it on his 125 earlier. So, yeah, that's just to give you an idea there. Chuck Davis takes fourth on that lovely Pro Circuit replica Kawasaki, and it looks like we're going to have our Dutchman Dave Jofflier take home the 5th place, as we know that Chris Bastick is trackside and stranded, and that's the checker flag there for the Dutchman.
Okay, I'm led to believe, I don't know how true it is, that we're now going to be taking a break to get some water in. Anyway, it's so blindingly hot out there. We're lucky enough to actually for once to be in a little booth here with a fan going. We are going to now go to an advert, and then Ben, your crowning glory, we are then going to go to your track walk that you did yesterday.
Hey, excellent.
So if racing does come back on track, we will show you it in the little screen in the bottom corner. But our camera operatives definitely need fluids and a bit of a break. They're starting to burn up.
Yes, for sure.
Out there. So kick back, we've got a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with Ben taking you round on foot round Foxhill Motor Park. He's still recovering now.
The sweat is still not dry.
See you in a while, folks.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants, with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, so here we are then at the start line for the Veterans Motocross Nations here at Foxhill Motor Park near Swindon. Absolutely stunning, historical track. Anybody of my sort of age, 40s or slightly lower or even slightly higher, will remember this place as being absolutely incredible. This is the third kind of placement of the start line. So when they started, they were right over the other side of the valley and they swooped down. That's when they started the Grand Prix. They swooped down over at the far end. It's very high speed and very tricky, and they had a big crash at the 1993 edition of the race, and that drew it to be placed over to this side of the circuit, over this side of the valley. So you got the start line was about here where we stood, and it went straight over there and over to right-hander 90 degrees and straight down a hill. Again, invariably, there was a crash there. So they've moved it around once more to the kind of traditional straight 180 degrees. So it comes across to here, into the 180 degree left-hander, and you can see how tight it is. There is one fence dividing the start straight from the next straight. There were problems here at British Championship round earlier this year. There was a couple of pile-ups. So we're hoping to avoid that this year and see the veterans through safely as they go through to the rest of this historic Foxhill circuit. Okay, so straight out of the first corner, they're along this straight, little jump, and then they launch over this massive tabletop down into the valley. Now, this is different from Grand Prix days. Previously, they would just drop left, down the hill, and then hug this side of the valley to start the lap. However, now they go across the valley first, quick 180, and then back across to the more traditional part of the Foxhill circuit. So some slight amendments. They've kept it in for the Vets Nations, and rightfully so, because it's a nice part of the circuit. However, this jump is probably not what a lot of veterans want to see. It's like a kind of, they call it a hip jump. So the bike gets shoved over slightly sideways. Now this will help for the likes of Ryan Villopoto, Zach Osborne, who were born, shall we say, AB. After Bubba, so after the scrub was invented, basically, they will know how to keep the bike sideways and keep it low and save time. The likes of Kurt Nicoll, Brian Wheeler, they were distinctly BB before Bubba, so they didn't learn how to scrub and do things like that. They probably have a bit since, but even so, this is where I think the American riders like Ryan Villopoto and Zach Osborne in particular will make some time straight away as they take the first serious jump on the track. So here is the landing from that sort of corner jump. Now the camera is placed around about where a lot of the riders will be landing. They scrub it, keep it low and land down. However, if they do that, they will have to slightly roll it here because the track drops away again. In the British Championship round earlier this year, and of course those are riders in their prime on modern bikes, some of them were launching and landing here. I don't know if any of the vets are going to do that. Again, I think the Americans might do that, but I'm not sure how it's going to work out on those bikes. So either way, it's so steep. I won't repeat what the cameraman said when he just went over the top of this hill and saw how steep it is, but it is really dropping away from you very quickly. You'll see, like all of the track walks so far, it's been graded, so it's soft and powdery, and it's getting water tonight if Mother Nature doesn't do her bit as well. But it is starting very dry with all the dry weather we've had here recently. But again, this really is launching off the first lap. How this is going to work is going to be very sketchy to see, but we'll see how it works out. So this is the other side of the valley from the starting line. So again, just to recap, start line goes out, across, down into that valley again from that big jump, back up, and then a very tight 180-degree corner, and then they launch off this jump. And this doesn't look like an awful lot. It's not particularly steep, savage, nothing too major here. But the way it launches you down, if you don't get this right, the cameraman's taking a risk here, you could be landing right in the middle of that valley, and you really don't want to do that flat landing. So you need to be landing about here. And it's almost impossible to describe. The camera might flatten this out. But I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'5", okay? So there's my foot. And straight away, it's just going away from me. It is so steep, and that's how Foxhill works. Steep valleys, steep hills. It's so dramatic, it's unbelievable. Long-time Foxhill Grand Prix viewers will remember this jump as the first time after 1993 when they changed the start. This was the first time you saw the Grand Prix pack. 40, 252 strokes, all 125s in the double headers, all launching over this. First lap was something to behold. The first time I had my picture in Dirt Bike Rider magazine in 1995 was here on the side of the track, me cheering on with Kurt Nicoll, the British rider, getting the whole shot. So yeah, quite an incredible atmosphere, and I'm goosebumping just thinking about that. Absolutely amazing. They would come down here, down that hill, turn right as it was then, and launch over this one. Now they've changed it to be slightly two-lane, so it's shallower here, but it might take you further. This one takes you slightly higher, but you're more guaranteed of clearing the tabletop. Now this tabletop, again, it was that iconic one when they first came into the valley. I spoke to Kurt Nicoll before this event for the article in the program, and he said this bit in particular, when he first came into the valley, the noise was absolutely unbelievable. We'll see how much of that gets recreated this weekend at Foxhill. It's going to be quite an amazing weekend. So yeah, what a nice little story about this as well. Between these two jumps, there is what looks like a pretty impassable bank. Now, French rider Sébastien Tortelli on the 125 in 1996 went up the bank between these two jumps. He would jump across, land, and, you know, it would get much rougher than this during a Grand Prix. Tortelli just missed all the bumps by going up the side of the grass. He did it to such extent that the next year they changed the track and moved the posts out, so he couldn't do it, and he still remembers it as well. So quite an amazing section of circuit. They would jump along here. For those trackside, it was incredible. For those down in the valley, they could see the whole pack jumping towards them 2 or 3 jumps at a time. So an amazing section of track, so much history here. I'm enjoying this far too much. So this section has been changed many times over the years. At one point they veered left here and went round deeper into the valley. I personally remember, again, Mr. Tortelli coming round there on the 125. I just remember the eyebrows in his goggles, just like so intense concentration, such intense concentration to keep the 125 pinned at that speed. But now we've gone with the more traditional, take a right turn after the jump and then straight on up the hill. This used to be, again, just flat out, one jump there and then straight on up the hill. There have been more jumps added, so you've got this, again, slight corner jump, not brilliant. The vets might not be too keen on this, but then they land on the downslope where that lad is just pushing his bike there, and then up the jump, another a potential double. You've got a downslope and then up the hill again. So where there was one jump, there's now about 3, just to make sure that it keeps the speed down, because you really do accelerate up that bank very, very rapidly, and if you veer left, you've got a sharp fall down into the center of the valley, which you don't want. So yeah, we'll see how it looks at the top of that Fox's Hill. This is what they call Fox's Hill. Okay, so yeah, this is the top of Fox's Hill. So it was just a straight with no jumps. Now they've added a few jumps through the years, and you can see straight away how white it is. This is proper Wiltshire chalk, and when it rains, It's not like normal mud that washes off the wetter it gets. The wetter it gets, the blacker it gets, the stickier it gets, the heavier the bike gets, and there's no grip whatsoever. That's why this track is so lethal in the wet, as we saw at the 98 Motocross Designations, when only 2 of the best riders in the world actually got round at some point. So as they come now, they've built this up here, so there is a jump. It's quite popular. There's quite a lot of people hanging around here because they don't really want to go down the hill and then have to start climbing. We're going to have to get our climbing boots on, I'm afraid, Mr. Cameraman. This is going to have to be us walking this lot. But you can see here the old circuit. It used to go down here. Now, there's a famous incident here with Kurt Nicoll in front of world champion at the time, Greg Albertine, on the Suzuki. Kurt calls it the most balls out pass anybody's ever put on him, because it was a ditch at the bottom which was a bit savage. You didn't really want to crash into it. Albertine hammered it down the hill, accelerated it, banged his chin, cut his chin underneath his helmet in making the pass, but he did the pass. Nicoll was convinced he'd made a mistake, but he did actually intend to do it, and that was the difference that obviously got Albertine 3 World Championships. But here now you can see it goes around the back. There's the old circuit around the back of what they call the mountain, and they come up towards the back there. There used to be a whole lot of other track up there as well, even before the Grand Prix were held here, but now it literally goes down, and for the old bikes, they're going to have to build the momentum down this hill and fire up one of the steepest hills on the entire track. We literally just an unplanned stop up this hill. Look how steep this is. This is incredible. I mean, yeah, my one leg's down there, my other leg's up here. I can reach my hand out almost. In fact, I think that might be more comfortable if we do it that way. Absolutely unbelievable steepness on this hill, as it is all the way across this amazing valley. But I mean, this is the wonder of Foxhill, just how steep these hills are. Nobody is going to be backing off the throttle because they've got to get all the way up there, which is an incredible distance. We are trackside at the steepest downhill section of the entire circuit. This was where you could actually stand here in 1992, and I was here 14 years old. Absolutely incredible. Couldn't believe that bikes could actually ride up and down hills like this. And I saw some of the best in the world come down here, their eyes out on stalks. I personally will never forget Peter Johansson, the Swedish rider. He had a Scott open face mask and a big Swedish jaw. I was always a fan because he had a big Swedish jaw like me. And he basically went down there, and I saw his entire jaw around the outside of his Scott face mask because he just went, oh. And I saw that with riders that had, the other sort of face mask as well, but I'll just never forget that. It's an absolutely incredible piece of circuit. How the veterans are going to deal with this tomorrow, I don't know. I think there is an option to cut some of these hills out. Certainly they will have to if we get any weather. But yeah, you don't want to miss this. As a rider, there is no feeling like a sky shot downhill like this. And yeah, try and stop for the corner if you can. So this is at the top of the second of the big uphills along this section of the Foxhill Valley. So we have a new section here that's different to any of the Grand Prix. I think they've run British Championship here in this sort of configuration as well. But certainly for the vets bikes, it's a nice idea to give a little bit of a respite between one big downhill and the next big uphill. So they're taking a left at the bottom and then going up that short incline there, which is where poor Kurt Nicoll hurt his leg one year. It was much different then. It was grassier. There were little trees and all sorts of things there. So it's much different now, obviously carved out of the side of the valley. But you take a right, you got a bit of a run up there. There's a downhill slope, and then gas it back up this hill all the way. Now it's such an incline. There is a kind of a slope here where if they're fast enough, they will leave the ground, and it might well be possible to make it up there and land before the next sort of crest, the proper crest of the valley where it becomes flat. So that's going to be interesting to see. Some of the top riders might be able to sort of double jump it, so to speak. But even so, again, just as a rider, it's awe-inspiring to ride something like this. And when you get up the top of the valley, sometimes your ears pop because of the change of pressure so quickly. So it's going to be quite an amazing bit. And this top section here is where they'll be catching their breath. And this was always where we saw quite a few changes of lead back in the Grand Prix times. There were very few spectators up here. In fact, Kurt Nicoll told me that Donny Schmidt, the late great Donny Schmidt, former world champion, put him in the fence up here in 1993 because there were no spectators around to see it. So he didn't get the hassle that he might have got from the crowd if he'd done that in full sight of everybody. But yeah, little sly tactics up here at the top of the circuit. A nice amendment here to change and make sure people don't really get a rush of blood to the head, if you like. Now they're getting comfortable with these constant up and down hills. They've changed it to have the corner just before the downhill, so there's not too much time to get a load of speed up and launch down this hill, which could be pretty catastrophic. There is footage online of Paul Cooper, ex-British champion, of course, who went down this hill in 1992 and the front end gave a massive wobble. I think one hand came off the handlebar and he had a real bad moment. He did save it, he didn't go down, but it certainly might have changed the colour of his underwear. Anyway, he's gone down the hill there, very nice section, and it's just a straight bank, right and back up. So being very lazy and out of breath and 44 years old, I'm going to hold off going down and back up because I'm just going to cheat, and we'll see what it's like on this uphill. This section of the track, this final uphill in this valley has undergone many changes over the years. So it used to be completely flat up here, except you get a few bumps and what have you, which riders started using to launch over the crest of the top of this hill. So they changed it a little bit and they put this little jump in halfway up, and this one got special significance at the 1998 Motocross Des Nations, of course. They called this Heartbreak Ridge. Now, I rode this track in 93 on a 125 at a Dave Thorpe training school, and because of this jump, I was the only one to get up the hill, and I only did it once on a very wet February day. Anyway, that's by the by. This one laid claim to some of the best riders in the world: Doug Henry, Javier Garcia Vico. Whoever was there was basically got stuck on this hill, apart from one man, Stefan Everts, multiple world champion 10 times eventually. He was a 4-time champion then on a 250, riding for Belgium, and he stopped at the bottom of the hill. I was there at the side of the track, at the bottom of the track, just after Carl Nunn had gone down the hill because he got stuck here as well. Everett stopped, let a few people out the way, moved them out the side like he was out play riding with his mates, and then launched up this hill. There were spectators were 20 deep either side of it because it was just carnage, and the roar stays with me to this day, and I'm goosebumping again. It's quite incredible to see. There were a couple of other riders made it up, but that moment for Everts was absolutely special on this section they called Heartbreak Ridge. After that, in the B final for the Motocross of the Nations, the Irish team actually had a mud fight up here because nobody could get up it, and they started throwing mud at each other, much to the enjoyment of the crowd, of course. That was some weekend, I could tell you. But now at the section here, most of the time, the way it's built up, they're carrying enough speed. They will then land roughly here where the track gets flat. And again, when this was fast in the 90s, the 250s, the best riders would just float up here over the crest and power on to where that straw bale is, and our spare cameraman is as well. The jump there would then launch you into the valley, and this was the old start straight. So you'd fly down into there and over this ridge on the old start straight as it used to be when they first held a Grand Prix here in 1992. They've changed it a lot. We'll have a look at that in a second. Okay, so this is the first corner there, the left-hander after the last big uphill of that valley. It dips down slightly and then launches down this one. So this is a new addition, certainly has been changed since the Grand Prix days, but it's popular with British Championship and events like that, because when you launch off this, the idea, really, you need to reach for that section there where those two yellow posts are, because then they are hitting the downhill and the bike doesn't have to leave the ground again. So you can basically land straight back on the gas and power up the next hill. So that's where time will be made. Veterans Motocross Des Nations, I don't know how many people are going to be doing that. So anybody who can is going to make a massive amount of time in this section of the track, because then it's straight up one of the very steepest, if shorter, hills on this circuit. Okay, so after the short uphill, they take a quick left, and then there are a few guys saying they're not sure if they're going to jump this or not. So it's a short uphill jump. Lovely place to take a photo of your bike at Foxhill, of course. The number 295 Stefan Takman. Dutch or Luxembourg? Dutch? Dutch, excellent stuff. Lovely place to take a photo of the bike. They don't have hills like this in Holland, do they? No, perfect stuff. You enjoying looking forward to this bit? So yeah, they got to jump off here, and then they really don't want to over jump it because it lands right at the bottom. So yeah, they'll be trickling down here. When they first started in here, before they held Grand Prix, they didn't grade it. So this, according to the likes of Rob Herring and Paul Malin, who rode it in the mid-80s, they said there were like goat and sheep tracks across here. So they would like double jump down them. Rob Herring said he loved it because he made up so much time. That's probably because he was the only one with the balls to do it. But he went down there. This in the British Championship was a controversial corner this year. Isaac Gifting, the Swede, was in front of Conrad Muse. Conrad went wide and Gifting went down, and Conrad was then docked 10 places instead of getting the race win. So yeah, it could get very tight at the bottom here. It's one of the steepest parts of the track entirely. Still one of the shortest downhills though. Okay, so this jump has changed a lot again since the 1992 version. I actually did ride this on a Kawasaki test day when Kawasaki riders could bring their bikes and ride it, but only if it was Kawasaki, only if it was green, except mine had black plastics. That's by the by. Anyway, this was a tabletop jump and I over jumped it. I actually landed fine on the downslope, but landed on the flat. Although I didn't crash, my ankle was done. That was me for the day. That was it. But they've changed it a lot. So it's quite steep now. You can see from here, we've done the far shot, so you can see how steep it is. It launches up. Now there's a section here. If you land about here, that could be quite uncomfortable, especially with old bikes, softer suspension. If you land up on this bit, that's going to be more tolerable, less painful if you like. So safe, certainly. But for optimum speed, you want to be launching off that and landing about here. Again, those Americans who learnt to race after the Bubba scrub was invented are going to really enjoy this because they can keep it low and still go further forward. And they will have the advantage over this, one of the great sections of Foxhill. Okay, so to come to the top of the valley now, we're into the proper trade area part of the field, part of the whole area here. And this is some old-fashioned scramble track action for you, grassland, dirt. It will again get rutted. At the British Championship there was an inside rut and an outside rut, and they even got another outside rut the rougher it got on the inside. I had a nice bit of memory from here, the Motocross Des Nations 1998 as it was. My friends in the Forest of Dean Club rigged up a set of truck horns to a car battery, and yeah, it didn't last very long because it blew the battery, but we literally had a couple of riders fall off here with the way we blasted at them in the middle of practice. It was quite an off-putting noise, shall we say. But this, of course, is the famous bit, the last corner as it was in 1995 when Paul Malin came out to do this last corner to win the British Grand Prix, the first Brit to do so in 1995. Okay, just to give you an idea, I mean, we could talk about this bit, and I love the section after this, so we will do that bit. But a quick bit here, this is how steep it is. Again, I'm not a short guy, but this, I can't see the landing here. Now for Grand Prix riders, that's part of the course, that's part of their daily job, that's their day in the office. But for the clubmen and a lot of riders here at the Vets Motocross Des Nations, to get to a jump that you cannot see the landing for is a unique experience. So this is going to be quite testing and yeah, quite nerve-wracking for those who aren't used to that sort of takeoff. So here's the other side of that jump. Again, you launch down the hill, you launch back up it, and the very fastest will be landing roughly about here. Look at the distance they've got to travel though. There'll be some serious speed if they can carry it on that downhill and fire back up there. One of the most enjoyable parts of the track as a rider, I've been told. And also again, as the spectators, you can be right at the side there, see the bikes launching through the air. Going to be absolutely incredible. We've got the last few corners to come, and I'll show you just the last little bit there about this incredible circuit at Foxhill. We've got flat left-hander, no build-up, no bank, no anything to get into there, just could probably a chalky, slick left-hander. And then they come out of here, it drops down slightly, so you can see I'm a decent height now, and then it drops down quite quickly. And again, we're into the loose stuff that will be wetter later and will build up a bit muddy and all that sort of business. But then you've got this banked corner. Now in the British Championship round earlier this year, there was a last lap pass or two on this very corner. You got a big steep banking, and you want to make sure you get your braking right, because if you take off from there, you're landing in Bristol. It's an insane drop from that side of the bank. You really don't want to take off there. But either way, you've got that banked corner, and then where those yellow marker posts are, that is the finish line and the end of the lap here at Foxhill. There's a section after it which goes left and around the actual start straight, and then it rejoins where we started this track walk from. But yeah, quite a lovely bit of circuit. The history here at Foxhill is second to none. I've been a teenager here. 1992, I was 14 years old, and it's been incredible to watch it, the Grand Prix through the years, and it's fantastic to see this event back here at Foxhill. The Veterans Motocross Des Nations 2022 is going to be incredible.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move. harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved, the Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable moisture-wicking antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. The Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do really cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do really cool and look smarter. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Subscribe, you don't have to pay, well, subscribe, definitely subscribe. But look, through thanks for people like this, Bell, I'm covered in them. We've got a load of beer sponsors as well, Oakley, 7, RFX, brands like that. Without these guys, this live stream simply doesn't happen. So, from the bottom of our heart at MXN TV, thank you to you guys for supporting what we do. We really, really hope you're enjoying all the coverage live, free to view on MXN TV.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility and low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratcheting closure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Okay, welcome back. As we said, we had a short break. The guys at the Language Club have been out there getting the sprinklers on again. It is ridiculously hot. Shouldn't complain. August bank holiday weekend in the UK. It's nice to have nice weather, but we have had a real lean spell regards of rain. Obviously, we are in a drought here, this part of the world, hosepipe bans, all that kind of stuff. So the Language Club doing what they can with the water they have available and the sprinkler system, and we're just about keeping it in check. Okay, a little bit dusty through the finish line there, but they're going to get some water down. So there will be some more breaks to get watering down. We have got more than enough content, pre-recorded stuff. I went round the pits yesterday, spoke to the likes of Ryan Villopoto, Zach Osborne, Brad Anderson. So if we do have any more watering breaks, we will obviously not litter it with adverts, although thanks to the guys that are making this live stream happen. The guys at Beer, Seven, Oakley, Bell, all these people making it happen. You are currently watching the second race of the Evo Ultra, and Sam Nunn is out front again, loving life on that 252 stroke. He rides a Cav Screens Crescent Yamaha 250F in National Championship racing at the Revo British Championship and the Michelin MX Nationals. He's loving life out on a two-stroke. Maybe he'll make the switch permanently. can ride it all the time. But it's good to see Sam out there ahead of Stephen Clark. Scuba Clark out there. He's had a difficult year with injury and stuff like that, but obviously Stephen's got a load of experience, raced AMA Supercross, AMA Motocross. Of course, he's a former European 250 champion as well. He's currently in second. Liam Garland having a good one in third. Then it's Tom Grimshaw. And then we got Bob Van Louveren. Bob, just brilliant. What a name. Bob Van Louveren. He's my kind of guy. Then we've got Luca, I wouldn't even know how to pronounce that. Let's try and get this right. Luca Nagus, I'd go with. Bradley Wheeler, Harry Bradley, Connor Hughes, and Luke Kennett from the Isle of Wight rounding out the top 10. We got some riders out there as well that raced the Revo British Championship and Michelin MX Nationals in the likes of George Boyce. Toby Lightbound. I'm going to give Toby an honourable mention because Toby is the UK brand manager for Bell, one of the major sponsors of the live stream, and obviously sorts out all the deals with a lot of riders in the UK that wear Bell and Europe. So Toby out there, well, basically product testing as well. I'm sure he's had his moments where he's probably just give them a good testing. He's going to be out of action soon, actually. He's got a knee operation coming up. Toby, about mixing work with pleasure for the Bell helmet brand. But right now, Sam Nunn looking good, the rider from over there in the East Anglia region of the UK. Safely past some slower riders who are probably in their own right are just buzzing that they're riding Foxhill, because there are a lot of riders racing this event that have never ridden this track. Obviously predominantly used back in the day for Grand Prix racing and national championships. It's only till recently really that they've started having club events here and whatever, so there's a bunch of riders out there that really have never ridden the circuit, but then they're doing a fine stab at it. Running order, we have got Evo Plus coming out after this one, and then we've got the Evo Open over 50s. That would be the likes of Brian Wheeler, I think Kurt Nicoll's out in that one, a few others. Keith Johnson, who took the race win, the American, in the opening one. Then we've got the Evo 125. We've got a good race coming on here because Scuba Clark is getting a rattle on that Store 114 machine. There he is. Here comes Clarky, who loves a bit of hard pack. Oh, we got a race on. What a great race to come back to. Clarky's going to run out the inside. Block pass. Showing Sam he's still got the minerals. He's still got the moves. Old Scuba. Sam will fight back, though. This ain't over. Sam's going to run out the inside. But he's such a nice character, Sal. I don't think he's got a... Has he, though? Maybe he needs that in his mantle. He needs that aggression. He's certainly running it in there. They make contact. Sam, with 1 lap to go, is giving it everything as they go back down alongside the start straight. They're going to come sliding into view in a minute. There they are, Stephen Clark. Sam Nunn taking the real wide, loamy line. That's a good line. He's going to hook up down the straight and get a run on Clark. Not quite close enough as they launch down into the valley. Obviously, that used to be in the mid-90s. That was actually the first corner. The start used to go the other way, and you just had a big sweeping right-hander into the valley and then onto this jump. So it's changed down the years, obviously. They're going to be coming down the valley. Here they come. There's Clark. There's Nunn. It's not done. This will be a good last lap. Sam's got to execute all his marks, but I have to say Stephen has a lot of experience, and he is particularly good on hard pack, Clarky. So that's why he's caught up and overtaken Sam Nunn. Riding for the Jordan Booker Store 114 team, and those guys have been flat out doing bike builds, as we mentioned before. Jordan Booker aptly named his bike Steve, and I think, did Clarky tell me yesterday that his bike is called Ken or something like that, something stupid. So they're having a lot of fun with it. Scuba looking good. I don't think so. Oh, Sam Nunn slipping it on, but so was Clark. You can see where they put that water down, and it kind of, obviously where it goes hard pack, it takes 10-15 minutes for that water to soak in and tack up. But for the first few laps when they put water down, it'll literally be like an ice rink. So these guys have to be concentrating so hard. They've got like a mix now between solid hard pack, a loose dust, loose stones, and then they get these wet patches until they can get more water down and let it all bed up. None is not done. Excuse the pun. Look at that, free on the spin. Clarkey celebrating. I don't think, you know, he's getting a bit overconfident there. Nunny's still back behind him. There he is. I hope for your sake, Scuba, he doesn't pip you on this last corner. And they're coming into lap traffic. I think he's home and dry from there, though. I can't see. I don't know. No, he's got it done. I'd be amazed if Sam can make a move. Whoa, jumps between two slower riders. He's going to run it in. Clark's not over the line yet. He's going to run down the inside. All he's got to do is hold that tight line. Oh, he goes down trying. So Sam Nunn makes a move on the last corner to try and punt Stephen Clark out of the way, but he hit the deck. What a great second moto from the Evo Ultra. Liam Garland, another 4 seconds back, making his comeback. Then it's going to be Tom Grimshaw. Then, what was his first name? Luca Nengius. But we're going to go. We're going to go to break. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back for the next race, which will be Evo Plus.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many things you do to be cool and look smart.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved, the Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable moisture-wicking antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology.
Okay, here we go. We just missed the very first corner, but only onto the second straight. This is the Evo Plus class. This will be a good one. They all are. What can I say? I mean, we've got an array of riders out here. Like that's Scott Probert. I'm sure that's Probert out in front. Number 2, is it? I might be wrong. Again, there's so many new riders I've got to get used to here. I'm not used to all the national riders that we do at the Michelin MX Nationals and Revo British Championship. I can tell you that's Jake Shipton out in front on that, like I said, 1999 FMF kind of replica looking Honda. So he's on the gas. That's number 2, Scott Probert, as we said, making a comeback to racing in second. Who very nearly with a big old Larry Loop out there, Shipton. He'd tell me he had it in complete control. You know what it's like. But this is good stuff. He had a good opening moto with rider number 400, and that was Josh Spinks. Spinksy took the race win in the opening moto, didn't he? Ashwell did come in third. We had timing issues, didn't we, with Speedhive in the opening moto, if you remember. I think we've got our Speedhive app up to speed now. If you are, wherever you are in the world, if you want to see the race results from this weekend, either live or past results gone this morning, and certainly anytime, go on Speedhive MyLaps app, get it downloaded on your phone, or you can go on your laptop and go and get it done. But right now, Shipton with a big old air out down that massive downhill double. There is Scotty Probert. Good racing. This is our fixed camera point. Obviously, we got 4 or 5 cameramen out there that are dealing with the heat. We are, I don't mind admitting it, we are shooting from the hip, we're winging it, we're freestyling it. Such is the nature of the VMXdN. That's how it rolls. It's not like a national where everything has a start time and all that kind of stuff. So we're following suit. We're just freestyling. So what we're now going to do is I'm going to grab our cameraman Will, and we're going to go for a walkabout while the race is going on. So I'm going to go off air in the booth here right now. Next time you're here and see me, I'm going to be out there on the track. We're going to go over to the waiting zone, the Parc Ferme, to catch up with some riders who are going to be coming out for the next race, which are going to be the over 50s. So kick back, enjoy the action. There's the, we've now got the timing up on screen. Let's go and do this. Let's go out in the field.
We're out on track. I hope you're going to enjoy this. We are 100% freestyling this, but we just don't care. It's the VMXdN. We're at the finish line. There we go. Al's nearly ready to go. Look at him. He's like he's at the specials or something. Will, let's take a walk. I don't know if you'll. Hopefully you won't trip over. So you get a little bit of an insight, Will, of what's the track like. Bit greasy. When they got the water down around the outside, you've got an inside-outside line forming, which is great on a finish line. We saw Sam Nunn in the race before just try and run it down the inside. But let's take a walk up over here, Will. Okay, careful as you go. I'll have to guide him. Follow me, Will. Okay, we've got to go past varying wires. Varying wires. But once we get past this, Will, you won't trip over. I'm not going to make you an arse of yourself. Go over that. There we go. Right, so this gives an insight of what goes on. In here is timing and scoring. Basically, every rider has a transponder on, and every time they cross the line, a little beep, and it tells you where they are in the race. So Kath and the team, Gerald's up there, coming all the way from Australia just to do the lap scoring and timing. He's at the end there, so those guys are doing an incredible job. Here's our ACU chairman, Roy Humphrey, just taking a break, a well-earned one. So we're going to go over to here, the waiting zone for the next group of riders, which are the over 50s. If we got time, we'll try and talk to a few of them. We just want to show you what it's all about, basically. So I think we've got to try and cross the track here and not get run over, Will. Well, as soon as that flag comes out, we'll go for it. In fact, we better wait. We better wait till we got a gap. We're going to go for it, Will. Get ready to run after this next rider. Come with me. Let's cross the track. I love the fact that we're just making this up as we go along. It's all good stuff. Let's go into here then. See if we can grab a quick word with Keith. We got sort of our race directors, Chris Warren from the Languish Club doing his thing. They're in charge of all the racing that goes on, taking care of everyone, making sure the track's all up to speed and the racing runs on time. Yeah, you can do, yeah. I was going to quickly grab Keith. Okay, let's go and grab Keith before he goes to the line. Quick word with you, Keith. Oh, you're looking so AMA, aren't you? Like stars and stripes and all that. Yeah, no, you've ridden Farley many times, but this is your first time at Foxhill. The first race went really well for you. Did you enjoy it out there?
Yeah, Foxhill's, man, the hills are no joke, that's for sure. It's, yeah, I'm having a good time. I walked the track. I was a little nervous of those hills, but they're fun.
Yeah, I mean, Glen Helen, it's like when you ride down Mount St. Helen, it's like they're building a sort of freeway from the top. These are a lot more sort of narrower and steeper. So, did you find it, I mean, you've got loads of experience. Did you find that intimidating in any way?
When you walk it, it is, but then you get on your bike, it's not so bad.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's a blast. It's just cool to be here riding such an iconic track.
It's great to have you here. A quick word with Kurt very quickly before he goes out. Brother Aaron doing the Spanish. Kurt, you're still riding a lot in California, whatever, but Foxhill many times around here. Maybe not quite the same conditions it was when we used to race GPs, but you didn't get such a good start in that early one. So was that harder, buried in the pack?
Yeah, it's a little bit dusty, especially like the downhills.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit timid nowadays.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing in it. That's always at the back of your mind. But a good start, and that'll be a bit different, I'm sure, with a clean track.
I hope so. Yeah, I feel like I'm riding all right. I just, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
If you want to go to California and have a ride holiday, go and see this man. He'll take care of everything, teach you how to ride, have a great time. Good luck. There you go. So that's some of the over 50s that are now coming out. We've got it going on, as we can see here. So again, such an amazing vibe. Just come this way, Will. I mean, just look at this array of bikes. Suzuki's, old Yamahas, Kawasaki's. We've got some Hondas in here. It's just brilliant. It's so good to be here. So I'm going to shut up for a bit so I don't blow my throat out. We're going to basically Going to show you them loading up onto the start line, and then I'll be back in the booth for the start of the next race, this race. Right, this is it. If you're a racer, this is what it's all about. You're now going to get onto the start line. Johnny revving his bike up. This is where the butterflies start turning. You know, basically the adrenaline really starts kicking in. Let's see if we can walk down here, Will, without you tripping over, just to show you what's going on. They obviously load onto the track here. Some of the ruts start to form out of the start gate. It's a bit powdery at the minute, but we're going to get more water down, obviously, as we go on throughout. But these gates, yeah, go steady, Will. We're going to go down. Obviously, some of the faster riders will be down the far inside. They're ready to go. Here's Brian Wheeler. Now, this man here, number 8, he certainly knows how to get some good starts, Brian Wheeler. Probably, knowing Bry, he probably wants me to flatten this bit as well, but I can't do that. Do you want me to pat that down? So we're coming on down. Obviously some big names. Keep coming, Will. And then on the far inside, we got these two. Race winner, Keith Johnson, Kurt Nicoll. Come back, Will.
long I've been waiting for you to say that.
Okay, yes, sorry, I've had to obviously be over there at the finish line, start-finish line, and now back to action. Ben, by the way, will be back with us a little bit later for the main VMXdN race. We're multitasking this weekend, and who said that men can't multitask? But he's out there, he's got other jobs to do for Trials and Motocross News, TMX, and a whole host of stuff. I'm running around doing extra bits and pieces for Dirt Hub as well. Yeah, we love it. Kurt Nicoll, I just spoke to him before the start. I said he obviously didn't really enjoy being back buried in the pack in that opening one. But I said to Kurt, and you heard him say, if he gets a clear run, he has won many races around here at Foxhill. Obviously raced 250 GPs when he kind of finished up his 500 career and stepped down to the 250 class just around the time where really, obviously in his early era, mid to late 80s, the 500cc was the premier class. But as we started to edge into the early 90s, around 92, 93, the sort of 250 class basically started to attract a higher caliber of rider and became sort of more the premier class in world motocross. And then Kurt made the switch to 250s to good effect. And like I said earlier on, if you want to go to California and have a ride holiday, then go and see this guy. Basically go and check him out. I can't remember the actual company name now, Kurt, sorry. But you'll find him on Facebook, or I think it's called Champion Score, or Champs MX, or something like that. You'll find him anyway. Google it, California Motocross Holidays, and Kurt Nicoll's name will come up. Go and book a holiday with those guys. Kurt moved over there some time ago when he was the basically the head honcho at KTM. And then he ended up working and doing stuff with Nitro Circus, with Travis, and he's basically spends most of his time in Southern California now, and you too could in the off-season. It's a great place to be. Catch those early rounds of AMA Supercross as well. He's looking good. Gary Hoptroff in second, one of my old sparring partners. Me and Gary used to race 250 GPs around the same time as Kurt. Me and Gary would be constantly chatting between motos, trying to find ways of going quicker and making the cut. Gary now, by the way, is a fully qualified stuntman. You would have seen him on so many films, doing bike stunts, TV shows, etc., etc., and he's bloody good at it too. So Gary knows, I know he won't mind me saying this, but he actually knows how to crash safely. He does it for a job. So I don't think he'll be too intimidated when you're a stuntman riding Foxhill, but he'd be happy to be in second. Keith Johnson, as we said, third. Bry Wheeler, always great value. Then Doug Dubac, the doctor. Basically helped out with the guys over at Doc Wobb's earlier on. We saw Mike Brown had a problem with his bike after practice. And basically, because of his knowledge as a Yamaha test rider, development rider down the decades, which Doug has been, particularly on that era of bike, he noticed something, offered up a bit of free advice to the guys down there, and they managed to get it fixed. So Mike Brown happy now with the bike, thanks to his countryman Doug Dubac. Matt Bates currently in sixth. Matt, obviously we all know in the UK, has been out for bringing the Red Bull Pro Nationals to the table many years ago, and then went on to do Arena Cross. So to good effect. Don't know if or when the Arena Cross is going to come back. I really hope it does. It was good for the UK scene in the off-season to have some indoor racing. Phil Lewis, he's from down there near Ringwood, Poole area, Bournemouth area. Phil's been racing regionally a long time, sorry, and good friends with Dave King, one of the promoters. So got a lot of good names out there, recognisable names, all at it, but Kurt looking much more comfortable this time, it has to be said, with a clear track. And listen, these guys have got all the trick in the book. He doesn't need to do it, and he probably won't. But I bet Brian Wheeler and those would, if he was out front, will be blowing out berms left, right and centre, dragging their feet, trying to make as much dust for the rider following them as possible. Kurt's got a good enough lead where he wouldn't have to do that. But he is looking good. Hoptroff still in second. Keith Johnson with the fastest lap of the race thus far. He has thrown in a time of 2:32.72, and he's gone up to second now because of that. There he is on square. He just came through the shot, absolutely hauling. He took, well, hardly anything actually. He only took, last lap around. Kurt's still going good, but no, he didn't really take much out of Kurt that last lap around. It was several laps before that Keith set the fastest lap. So Nicoll with a nice lead. Remember, up next we have the Evo Open. Sorry, Evo 125 coming up next. So Nicoll looking good. Number 13, as we said, he's raced so many times around here. He would have raced, Dave Thorpe, we had in the booth earlier on, many times around here for British Championship races. Dave never raced a GP around here. Kurt did, as I said, in the 250 class, but they would have gone at it at the Foxhill International. That was obviously the first ever kind of races here. And then some British Championship rounds as well. He would have locked horns and banged bars with DT round here. Kurt, obviously in his own right, an unbelievably good career. Obviously he was racing with Dave. Dave went on to win 3-wheel titles. Kurt never quite got it done, but certainly came so close so many times. If it wasn't for a couple of misfortunes, though, he certainly looked like he was going to win it one year. Unfortunately, he then broke his leg. And that put pay to that, but he was on track to win the title that year, and that's how luck can go. And then another time he had a problem with a start gate at Hawkstone that arguably cost him a bunch of points. But yeah, he still a fantastic career, Kurt Nicoll. Super strong, always rock solid, just basically grounds out the laps, no showboating or anything like that. You know, he just gets the job done, and he always has done, and he's doing it in this one. Come on, well, hold on, I'll give you a moment. I'm going to bring in my co-commentator from the MX Nationals, Callum Swan, a.k.a. Jezza McGrath, because he needs a drink. He's just been riding. We've made him walk all over across the valley from one side to the other. He's already completely out of puff. But a multiple Supercross champion, Jeremy McGrath. I don't know. Just trying to work out here. It will be, just go for it. Just pick up any headset and I'll soon work out which one it is. Just start talking.
2, 1, 2.
There you go.
We're on.
You're on.
Hello, everyone. Right. What's going on there, mate?
What, Swanee, you know, I want to know. I want to know what it's like out there.
Wow, that was heavily watered for mine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you was having a bit of slip and slide.
That was a bit of something, that, yeah. For me, it went wrong for me right from the start. Like, we had a flag start because the gate didn't drop.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, and then we had, and then I had a crash, and then I tweaked the front end of the bike up, and I've got 52mm factory WP.
Of course you do.
Yeah, but they've got aluminium stanchions, so if you can bend them really easy. So I just had to sort of roll around and call it that. I'm not risking bending a set of, I think they're about 20,000 euros.
No, you don't want to be doing that. Again, obviously, always good value on social media. Go and follow. What are you now? Because you were Lord.
Yeah,
Swan,
no, we dropped that. Callum Swan 27.
Yeah,
Callum Swan 27. Yeah.
Callum
That's
Swan
it.
27. Go and follow him. That you absolutely encapsulated the vibe.
Yeah.
You've been bike building. You've even cut your hair and had like a sideys and
I've done these like sharp sideys. Yeah.
Yeah, bleached your hair to go for that whole.
We're all in.
That old Jeremy McGrath look.
I've got some 3/4 as well for Sunday night. It's throwing it back to sort of Jeremy McGrath early 2000s. You know, the end of his prime. I've never had a prime, so.
Well, that's for you to say, not for me to say that. But I would agree. Mate, you love all this.
I absolutely love it.
You love the bike side, you know, like bike building 100%. And all the cool stuff. You know, you're into that. Yeah.
Thursday for me, Jeff, was amazing. Like everyone, all the effort that everyone's put in, everyone's showing their bikes. Johnson there, making it look easy on that 500, didn't he?
Yeah.
But everyone's showing their bikes off and just, everyone's got the same vibe, you know, and everyone's really excited about it. It's something new. Motocross is definitely not on its ass. Look at this event that they've put on. Incredible. Do you know what? It sounds a bit soft of me, but I'm not afraid to admit it. On the my first start, I got really emotional for no reason. I don't know why.
Well, the vibe, man.
It was bizarre. It was like it just came across me.
There's Keith Johnson crossing the line, but it was Kurt Nicoll with the race win. Johnson coming in second.
Wheeler getting third, so Wheeler moving up a spot on the last lap then.
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah, so really, you
just
had
got
a moment.
emotional for no when I was on the gate. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
Bizarre. And then I got it a little bit again watching the, the team race. I don't know why. I can't put it into words, but
it's an amazing so far. And we're blessed with the weather. Obviously, the track is suffering a little bit because of the drought.
This is just how it is, isn't it? Like it's so dry for there's layers and layers of dry dirt. But the last time I had a feeling like that was when I did the amateur class at the GP at Matterley, where I had that same sort of nostalgic feeling. It was amazing,
Yeah, and just the volume of people. I mean, it's Ramo out there, isn't it? It's like
incredible.
Literally, we have not seen a crowd like that since the GP days.
For
that's
sure.
Way more crowd than we've ever seen at a British Championship.
Yeah, and Foxhill
or any other national championship.
I think even the pre-sale, what Wobbly sold pre-sale was far beyond what they've done at the British Championship and things like that. So,
but it does feel like a genuine festival, doesn't it? Like the beer tent last night was bumping. It's going to be bumping again tonight.
I
didn't see you in there.
No, I wasn't in there last night.
I'll tell you what.
I've got the kids and everything with me. So.
Level of commitment.
I do. Yeah, well, I've got my family man, haven't I? Sunday night, I'm letting my hair down.
Hold on. You've said that to me so many times before. I'm not a family man, and then I go in there, and then sure enough, there you are, 3 or 4 pints in, deep. But I didn't see you in there last night.
Not last night. I've got a little outside projector, so me and the missus watched a movie outside and just chilled out. I heard them all chanting one more song at 10:30 at night. I thought, oh man. And my mates like Chuck Davies looked pretty poorly this morning.
He looked awesome on track.
He looked awesome on track, but he was poorly. Like he was a poorly man when he woke up. I had to fix him with a bacon sandwich.
He's made a real effort with his bike.
Look at that there. Look at the crowd. Absolutely phenomenal. Thanks everybody for getting out. And if you haven't managed to get out and you're watching us live on MXN TV, then you got to be enjoying this. You really have to be enjoying this.
I said it earlier on in the broadcast that sometimes people say, "Oh, I love what you do. You must have a great job." Moments like this, not so good, because I want to be out there right now with them lot.
That's it.
Doing the thing.
Well, it's like I've come off the track and I'm like, oh man, I better go and do my bit. You know what I mean? But there's it's yin and yang, and we get to watch the racing a little bit better in here on the screen. I've got to admit.
That's true. As you can see, this stream is proudly presented by the guys at Bell, Fly, Oakley, and RFX and 7 and the beer brand in general. Thank you so much to those guys making it happen. And you guys at home should be thanking them. Listen, we fly by the seat of our pants sometime. I wouldn't say we're always the most polished production, but you're getting to see it for free, which is just great for the sport. Hopefully you're having live, uninterrupted coverage wherever you are in the world. When we do the MX Nationals, Evo British Championship, we get people watching from Australia, Thailand, America. So we really hope that this is getting out there as well.
I imagine it is quite more so. You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
We've got some American fans. So if we haven't got any American fans as well, then hello to you guys.
Got some German fans in. Germans, I can see their flag.
I've seen all the flags walking around. We've got some Denmark. I've seen. Yeah, there's quite a few European.
Obviously, this is a new era of the VMXdN. New track, new venue, and in many ways, new promotion. Hitting the ground running, so many people through the gate. But obviously, what's going to happen is it's just going to go. It's going to go. It's going to grow. It's going to grow. I should imagine as this thing gets bigger, we're going to see more people bringing flags, more air horns, more utter stupidity. There was a chainsaw.
I've seen chainsaws
out last night at the beer tent.
And today over there.
Literally, and they were pouring drink into
the
it
exhaust,
and then blowing it into their face.
Brilliant.
All kind of madcap behaviour.
I mean, it's not quite a French GP.
No.
But we'll get it there. Hopefully by Sunday night, when everyone's done racing, and the roof will be bouncing off of that beer tent, that's for sure. That is for sure.
They've definitely chose the right weekend, because I think we are categorically all going to need Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to possibly get over it all.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I've got meetings booked in for Tuesday, and I'm already thinking that's just not good. That's not a good idea.
Are you obviously see how the beer tent goes tonight?
Yeah.
Are you going to roll out again tomorrow? You haven't made all this effort
no,
not to?
I'm racing tomorrow. Yeah, I'm racing tomorrow. I'm not going to beer tent tonight. I'll be beer tenting just Sunday only for me. I had a drink on Thursday. I'm too old, mate. I can't do it anymore. Cannot do it anymore.
Too old?
I mean, I'll have a beer. I'll have one or two, but it goes wrong.
You ought to be my age, pal.
Too old for that.
Too old. Don't give me that. We're going to go off with the Evo 125s in a minute. I'm gonna shoot off and maybe try and get some pre-recorded stuff done. So Callum's going to sit in here, and we're going to bring Ben back in as well, who's no come back from doing his other duties, selling TMX programs and doing whatever. I'll just lead us through the first lap here with Callum, and then I'll hand over to Ben and get set to do what we got to go do in a short while. But yeah, Callum's got first-hand experience. Might have to stick a GoPro on him.
Yeah, well, we can do that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
so we can
Mike Brown, look.
Yeah.
I tell you what, isn't he just stepping down on that jump is so daunting in real life.
Yeah.
Because you just got no, really difficult to predict it.
Yeah, it just drops away from you. You can't pinpoint the landing.
Gets me.
And on slightly on the turn as well.
Yeah, it's probably not that difficult, but it's more of a in your head. You've got to just get through it.
But that's the annoying thing, isn't it? A rider like Mike makes it look like you can do that.
The track's real good now as well. You can see that water's just got through that top layer.
Yeah.
And it's not slick there. I had a bit of a moment on that step up because I was spinning up. I sort of went nose first. I was like, oh no, this is going to be over. Oh, it's going to be over.
You survived. Look at that beautiful scenery out there across the Oxford countryside and Wiltshire countryside, all in the background.
It's looking fantastic now, isn't it?
Yeah. They just keep gently drizzling it.
We have to suffer in the Evo Ultra Plus 900, just to.
Oh, so I see what they've done. What you're saying?
Well, they don't want us here, really, do we? You know what I mean? We're just a sideshow. We're just a sideshow. Yeah.
So
put the young lads go and clear the track off, and then get the old bikes out.
It's still good that you can put yourself in the young man's bracket.
Oh no, it won't be much longer, will it?
Listen, I'm going to go over there and start trying to tee up some of these riders for when we get to the main race and doing a bit of it. I'm going to now hand over to Ben, who it's an MXN TV exclusive, the first time ever that Callum Swan and Ben Rumbold will be commentating together.
We're joining.
We're joining. I'll be back shortly. I'll let these guys hold fort while we go and set up some interviews. Okay, see you in a while.
Shane Holmes looking really good right now, just making a pass on Jack Bass. Plenty of red bikes out there in the Super Evo 125. It probably was the bike of the day. And those guys getting up that step up as well. See where the running order is as they come across the finish line. Looks like Bradshaw is trying to push onto the back of Mike Brown and making a good go of it at the minute. And there we are. There's the American Mike Brown, making it look super easy on that CR125. Do you know who's built that? Do we know who's built that bike? Is it?
I think Jeff is the master of that one. Jeff, who's built the bike?
Who built Browner's bike this weekend? Is it one of Wobbly's ones or?
No, I don't think it is.
Is it the Bricks lot?
Try and find out for you.
Yeah, try and find out. That'd be a good one. Yeah, because I'm sure people want to know that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it looks almost identical there to the similar CR125 off Nev Bradshaw. There's
Yeah, very similar.
Quite a few of them, as we saw in the first race, sort of filled out the back with these red Hondas and the with the CR125.
I think the CR125 in this era was probably the bike, wasn't it, to have. The Cowie was good as well, I think.
Yeah, I think in terms of, I mean, actually, I had a KX 125 1990 bike at the time.
Yeah.
And with all due respect to Kawasaki at the time, it just wasn't the good quality of metal. So I think the CR125, as well as being great on performance,
they were strong.
Awesome for reliability. That's right.
I think Cowies are still a little bit like that in ways as well, like, you know, metals and things. Jeff can't talk ill about Kawasaki's. Cut him. Can't park there, mate.
Oh my lord, that's a bad one. That's the furthest uphill. That is the very steepest. I climbed up that one yesterday, and that is bad news.
I had the production manager just jump in my ear. Can't park there, mate. I had to tell everyone.
That was a very good one there from our PM there. Good.
I'm going to have to dive in because, as I said before, that was me in 1996. Virtually the same place as where I torpedoed my head into the ground like an ostrich.
Did you get a ticket as well?
Going up that hill. So I know what that man is thinking.
You saw him just looking around like, what just happened there?
Yeah.
Why am I here?
Yeah.
I'm going to give him a shout out because he's just caused a good bit of humour here, sadly for him. But yeah, I hope he's okay there. Kevin Brotherton has dropped it on the hill there, the number 155 rider. And yeah, like we say, it's not the place to stop.
It is not. You were going to have to come back on yourself to be able to sort that mess out, aren't you?
To be fair, he kind of looked like he knew where he was. I didn't. That was the difference.
It's impressive that these guys are actually doing that triple step down, you know, into that step up. Do you not think? Because it really unsettles the bike. You know, when you do that, like when you double down and you can like get on the gas and stuff, like the bike's nice and settled going into the step up. But that really sort of you land off there and you can see the bike sort of gets all unsettled,
sure.
And then they're hitting the step up as well. So I wasn't expecting to see the Evo 125 doing that, but yeah, fair play to them. That, you know, they're no slouches, are they?
Absolutely no. I mean, yeah, I did that part on the track walk, and you could see there in the distance there where they're taking it, and like you say, Callum, there, it just like you know that if you fall short, there's a serious loss of time.
For sure, big time.
And it's not comfortable either, is it? I'm sure you know.
They've got to land. They've got to hit the sweet spot of that.
Yeah, and then they throttle it straight on as soon as they land, and then straight on to get.
I imagine they're probably landing full chat to get up that thing on these, because these are probably what 30 break.
30 to 35 break. I think.
Yeah,
max.
Time. Yeah.
Bradshaw's really pushing Mike Brown here. I'm sure he wants a slice of this action and maybe a slice of the first overall trophy. They're going up the hill there. They can't quite make it out, but it looks like they have cleared the rider that was stuck there, Kevin Brotherton. So, yeah, but Mike Brown is not having it all of his own way here. 1.3 seconds at the end of that lap between himself and Bradshaw. And the South African is really giving the American a good bit of a test here and maybe putting some miles on him before that second Vets race.
He's giving him a run for his money, and he can smell the cash. He can smell the dollars oozing out the back of Mike Brown.
Yes, absolutely.
With all his start money. And who we got there? Looks like John May. John May's 14 seconds back now on these guys. So they are really pushing on. Mike Brown, Neville Bradshaw, lap time-wise, God, good 10 seconds even.
Absolutely amazing to see
quicker.
Brown at the top of that hill there, Callum, absolutely launching it and landing, like you say, on the sweet spot, just straight onto it and just making that nice little
I don't think you've got, like, you'd lose so much time if you got that wrong on one of these.
Yeah, and it would be dangerous as well. Oh, tell me, he launched down there further than I thought he might.
Big time.
Wow, that one looks scary.
And he's getting over that as well. That is super difficult. Like, I've got a modern-ish one. I'm on an 05, 125. I mean, I know I'm a big lad. I'm 15 stone, and that is a stretch.
Yes,
on a newer bike, you know, with a bit more power. So that this is super cool for me to watch.
It's picking up some tips, Callum.
Yeah, big time.
Immediately improved for the race.
I love how precise they have to be, and there's a lot of gear shifting going on as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing the difference here between Foxhill and Farley. I mean, John May, forgive me if I'm wrong there, but Farley, I think he was knocking on the door of these guys. He's much more in their sort of zone.
He would be there.
But yeah, this place with the jumps and everything like that, it's all across. Mike Brown, we're talking early 2000s that he was a pro, Supercross as well, so he really does.
This is his thing.
Yeah, he knows the jumps and that sort of ground, doesn't he? But yeah, the likes of John May, more motocross orientated.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Like old school tracks. That is phenomenal, that. It really is. I can imagine those bikes, the frames are just screaming. The frames have got to be screaming. They look great. I love them with the gold wheels as well. Like I can't say it enough, the effort that everyone's put into this, all the bike builders, you know, everyone, and massive shout out to Doc Wobb and Kingy, his team, and like they really did go for it, didn't they? I mean, I was talking to Wobbly, and he's like no BS, I'm all in.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
all
that's
in.
It. Yeah, I mean,
and you know, and they are going to earn a few quid out of the job, no joke, but they deserve it because they have put on, if not the best motocross race of the year.
Yeah, I mean, look at the audience here. I mean, you know, I was there, Callum. I mean, 14 years old I was in 1992, and so you know, from 14 to 20 years old, I was here for every single Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Apart from the 94 125 one.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of people missed that one. So, but you know, and this is it has that same vibe.
Yeah.
Even through the campsite, the area, and certainly around the track there. It would be nice if they could get a little bit closer in places.
Yeah, health and safety gets in the way now.
It has changed a little bit in 30
well, I
years,
think
but yeah.
I think in 90s, was it 96 when the fence collapsed and people were watching?
Yes,
you know,
that was along this one. Yeah, the long straight
you know,
line
we do have to be considerate to the lives of other people.
Yeah, I noticed they haven't recreated the big Radson banner that was over the track that collapsed in the mud in 2000. But still, Mike Brown, see how he's kicking the dust there, Callum? He's just using that dust berm to slow himself down a little bit.
He's literally sliding into it, and he'll be sliding into that on the gas, ready to go. So when the bike just gets grip, the track is in super good condition now.
Yeah, if they had no grip, they wouldn't have been able to do that.
No,
there,
absolutely
would they? Just tuck out the inside of the bumps, keep it on the right hand side.
It was really slippy for my one through that top corner.
Because you had it before the watering, didn't you?
Just after the watering, it was pretty savage. But it's worth it for you know, to watch the team race and to watch it now. The track's in absolutely prime condition. You know, someone's got to have to draw the short straw, aren't they?
And it's usually you, Callum.
It's usually me, yeah. Because I'm always in the noddy class, you know what I mean, that no one's bothered about.
I know the position well, trust me, yeah. It's good to even see the red Gators. Did you see the red Gators on their Bradshaw's bike as well, and Mike's as well. So, yeah, those bikes are really nicely put together there.
It'd be nice to get some info on those bikes. Someone down on the hill there, not sure who that was. So the running order at the moment, top 10 as it stands. Mike Brown leads the way, followed by Neville Bradshaw, John May, Shane Holmes, good ride for Shane Holmes as well in 4th. It looks like Jack Bass is still there in 5th. Ryan Hunt, Scott Marthier, Jim Davies, Matt Coles. We'll go with Coles. I'm dyslexic, guys. Just bear with me. Ryan Allen there in 10th. We'll go to 20. John Butler there in 11th. Scott Meredith. Stephen Gardam in 13th. 14th, we've got Alan Pearce. 15th, Kevin Sanders. Who's that? 666.
So Gethin Frankham, that has stopped on the hill there. Very nice looking RM125 that we're getting a nicer look at that he would like.
And we've got a girl in this race as well, Amy Goodlad, so nice to see.
She's actually in the slightly better position than she was in the first race. She finished race 1 in 18th place, so I think she might gain another place.
She's a good rider. She really is a good rider. She's done GPs at WMX level. I don't think she rides a lot anymore, probably never really gets near an old bike. But she was a blooming good rider when I was young.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I think she did the Women's British Championship round last year. I think I saw it.
She did a few, didn't she? I think she got injured. I think she hurt her shoulder. But yeah, terrific riders. You know, she's probably one of the best girl riders in the country, if I'm honest.
Look at this for the lead here, Bradshaw and Brown. This is the last lap, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Bradshaw's got a push on, hasn't he?
He really wants this one, I feel. Like you say, smelling those dollars there, Callum.
He's smelling it. He's smelling that prize money.
Brown is just inch perfect through there. Holds the line, holds his nerve.
Where would you make the pack? Like, Nev's going to have to get as close as he can to him to hopefully, Brownie force him into a mistake in this last turn, but I just can't see it happening. I think the American... as soon as I say it, Nev's there, look. Can he capitalise?
Brown hugs the inside line. Bradshaw nearly fell over his very wheel, and he just about clung onto it there. The gap across the line, 0.573, and Bradshaw gave it everything, and you can see in his body language there the effort he put in.
That's definitely...
What a grandstand finish.
That's warmed Mike Brown up for the team race. You know what? I was like... When I was stood there in the pits before the first block of racing, and I thought, what? Mike Brown, is he double entered? And he is. I can't believe it. He's so fit, isn't it? Because he's just gone, what? There are only 6 lap races? All right, sound. I've just done a week of Loretta's doing 5 of them a day.
Absolutely stunning ride there from Brownie, absolutely taking care of business there with Bradshaw second. John May come across the line now, I believe in third. That's it, that's him across the line there. Shane Holmes not a million miles away from third place.
No, Shane, AMCA, multiple AMCA champion, Shane Holmes, brilliant rider. And Jack Bass as well, he was a very good rider back in his day as well. I remember him on an RM 250.
Nice.
Back in the day. Right, we're going to send this off to an ad break. We're going to get the start gate loaded up for the next block of racing, and we'll see you there.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and Soft Flex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Foxhill Motor Park near Swindon. The sun is beating down on the valley here, the Valley of the Gorgeous, as they come through here. They've got a few people just going through the barriers and sitting on the side of the bank. Why not?
I just like how they're pushing the sponsorship banner further and further down the down the valley.
In serious risk of masking some of the event sponsors.
I'm sure FXR are happy about it. So
yes, well, it's bringing them all to shot. Yeah, absolutely. So here we are then. This is the Super Evo Open class on the line. Riders over 35 years old, and yeah, pretty much unlimited mixer machinery.
Oh, we'll be there soon.
Heads are down. Heads are down. And go! Off they launch. Super Evo Open, this is where Ryan Vose, Joachim Carlson went at it in the first race, going to the favourite of the British rider, Ryan Vose, and number 50, who got into the top 4 last time. Tom Gilbert gets the whole shot ahead of Vose, and there's a Yamaha out there as well.
Yeah, you'll have to help me through on this first lap, unfortunately. I have just stepped in, and I'm like, yeah, no clue about any of these guys.
Yeah, that's it. He's got a few people out there. Yeah, we've got Jason Morris, Sean Turkington, Elliot Banks-Brown is out there, the number 44, familiar name to British motocross fans of recent years. Tom Van Loon, the Belgian, got into the top 3 in race 1. And up the hill now, though, leading the way is number 50, Tom Gilbert. He was up there in the first race. He's getting up there further again here. And yeah, he's really showing them the way as they head down the hill. Carlson, mid-pack. I can see the big number 9 on his back there. Richard Watt just behind him as well, the number 11. But now Vose is starting to give Gilbert some hassle. Tom Gilbert, no relation as far as I know to Andy Gilbert and Josh Gilbert, a separate family. But yeah, out in front now, Tom Gilbert. And here comes Vose, tucks on the inside, cuts the nose off of Tom Gilbert. The number 4 rider with number 2 on his back, that's his traditional number there, has just gone through and passed Tom Gilbert up the hill on 2 CR500s, burning it through. Super Evo Open class. Open, of course, 2 500cc's. And as a few riders have said, that's a serious advantage around this course, it seems, because they really can pour through the gears and actually use the power of the CR500. Not often can you do that in modern motocross, certainly. Even the jumps don't necessarily get away in the way of that when you've got all of these hills to combat through. Coming up now, so Gilbert is looking like he's starting to get some hassle. I believe that's Tom Van Loon, the Belgian, on the Kawasaki number 101.
Lots of 500s out there in this category, isn't there? So we've got big bores.
Yes, absolutely.
The big bores. Big dudes on big bores. That's what
the run down on your screen, I think it's the finishing order from race 1, because Carlson is nowhere near second place right now. So that's where they were at the end of race 1. That's just disappearing from your screen as we realise. You can see there Tom Gilbert was 4th in that first race, with Tom Van Loon 3rd. Joachim Carlson has got some ground to make up there. He was down in mid-pack as he went up Fox's Hill, so we'll see how quickly he can come through the pack and try and match his second place from race 1. But it looks like Vose in command again there, Callum.
There we are, just coming through the line, the number 2. Yeah, it looks like he's in control. I mean, I don't know how in control of a 500 can you be. Not too sure. But yeah, Ryan Vose comes through, followed by Tom Gilbert.
Oh, bit of mid-pack action there, 2 KX500s getting amongst each other. There's Carlson, mid-pack, number 9.
Yeah,
Cameron's
so
just picking him up. And there's that number 113. So that's Ben Millwood on that amazing WR500 blue and white Yamaha.
Oh, well, lovely.
Beautiful thing.
Carlson is in 9th place right now as they came through.
Yeah,
so the Yamaha 500, was that an air-cooled bike?
It was, yes.
It was,
yeah.
they didn't do a water... Well, they did. They did a factory water-cooled one, did they? Or
yeah, they did the YZM 500 in 87 and 88. But just after Carcass left them, sadly, for Harkin, because he'd been campaigning that air-cooled banger for years and got nowhere with it after he won his title in 83. He didn't win a race on it after his world title season.
When the water-cooled bikes came in.
Yeah,
maybe Yamaha were the first to sort of see that it wasn't going to be the future. I don't know.
Suzuki were probably the first. They pulled out in 83.
Yeah.
Suzuki were the first to lead it. And then
now they're the last.
Well,
they weren't the first to the electric start,
what
were
goes around comes around, let's say that. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, I don't know. I work for a Suzuki garage. I quite like them. So, yeah, the fact
I'm a Suzuki guy. I'm a Suzuki guy. I ride a 250F Suzuki even currently. Because it's cheap. So there we are, the 101, Tom Van Loon.
I just massively entertained by the fact that we got split-fire Pro Circuit graphics from the mid-90s on a KX500. I quite love that.
Yeah,
that's a nice combination. That is graphics that were produced way after the bike was new. Let's face it that way.
It doesn't have to all be era correct, does it? We try. He's obviously just a fan.
Yeah.
Got the blue mudguard going on as well, blue rear seat.
Good stuff, and he's giving Tom Gilbert some serious attention. That's a great shot of that downhill. They really do launch through the air down there. And you've ridden out on that track. What's it like out there,
Sort
Carl?
of watching, thinking, what the hell? Like, I was not doing that. I was definitely not launching that far off there.
Well, Tom Van Loon, obviously being a Belgian, loves a bit of sand as well. And he just found a big sandy berm to scrub all his speed off at the bottom there. The only part of sand, this circuit that's got any sort of resemblance to sand, I guess.
Gilbert's under a bit of pressure right now, isn't he? So Van Loon is putting on the Looney Tunes, and he's going to go for this, I think.
Yeah, he certainly is giving it some, and yeah.
I'm
trying to fit in, that's all, folks.
But he's not going the inside, anywhere. Look, he's going to go up the inside. Is he able to shut him off?
Oh, yes, he does.
He's done it. Yeah. Van Loon up the inside.
Wow, he gave him an offer. Sorry, he gave him an offer he couldn't refuse there. Yeah, 422, who's also up there in the first race. Brett Fisher is also starting to sniff these 2.500s. He's the top 250 now as Gilbert goes back up the inside of Van Loon. This scrap for second is holding up, but Van Loon loses a bit of traction over there. And, yeah, they're not doing the big downhill double.
No, I don't. Like I was saying before, that's quite a sketchy jump, that is. I don't know whether it's probably like predictability. I don't know. I think on the 500, there can be quite a difficult bike to actually jump, because like predicting distances and stuff can be a bit. I mean, I know a modern 450 is faster factually than a 500, but they're a lot more predictable in the power delivery. You know what I mean? Like these bikes were they were animals. They really were.
Yeah, and also to the point where if you do get it slightly wrong off the jump and you've risked it all, then you really you've got a difficult bike to get back from a bad position.
He could be, and if he hit that thing too fast, he'd be on the other side of the valley. Trust me.
That's a double jump I'd like to see.
yeah.
Down goes Tom van Noon there, the Belgian. Nice to see a bit of international flavour in these races here. Speaking of which, our Swedish guest there, Joachim Carlson, trying to catch up to Brett Fisher on the number 422. Paul Byrne is also up there in the top 6 again, the number 21. And Aaron Pullman is there ahead of Luke Hill. You've got the 174 of James Barnwell is there in 9th, and Ben Millwood running out the top 10.
Right, so we're going to send you off for an interview with our famous Jeff Perrett. So let's see what they've got to say.
Right, we are here, down here in the waiting zone. It's blazingly hot, it's getting hotter. But these guys, they're ex-pros. They know how to handle it, don't they? They're used to. Let's go and speak to some of them. Brad Anderson's not here yet. That's not Brad. He's getting ready to go straight out in the Vets race afterwards, but he'll be on his bike in a minute. Let's speak to Lewis Toombs. Toomsy, I had to call out in commentary how cool it is that you're wearing a camel bib. You're almost like a generation too early with that. You stopped riding not too long ago, but back into it, having fun. Are you enjoying it? It looked like you were, mate.
Yeah, no, it's nice just to ride something different and be a part of this. It's quite cool to see how many people that still support motocross in this country. You know, don't see this many people normally, so it's good to see, and to ride one of these old bikes is just a bit of fun, you know. So yeah, really enjoying it.
I know you're still riding a little bit, but not necessarily like flat out aggression. How are the arms?
Yeah, they're all right to be fair. It's quite sharp races, so it's not too bad. But yeah, I'm still riding a bit and stuff. But these bikes are like completely different to what I'm used to. So yeah, it's something different, and it is enjoyable to be fair.
Good luck, mate. Stay safe out there. Let's speak to Jamie. Scousy, I know you love the old retro thing. You love a good Evo machine. Looking good out there. How are you finding it?
It's good. It's different. I think with the jumps and that, it's a bit gnarly, but you have to ride it. Same for everyone. It's great fun. Look at the atmosphere. Yeah. I mean, this is motocross. This is what we need. So I'm enjoying it.
A race is a race, though, isn't it? That's the point. It doesn't matter. Like, you think it's fun. Like, you get out there and you want to have it. I mean, you were looking good in that first one. Good dust up with this lot.
Yeah. I mean, I walked down to the line. Everyone's like, "Why are you looking so serious?" Because you still want to win as much as it's fun. I had a bit of arm pump in the first one, but it's nice to mix it up with the front. So we give it a go the next one.
Good luck out there, mate. Stay safe. Sorry, I got distracted. There's a load of people cheering on riders over there. I thought there was a big off-track incident. Another rider that's been around the block, still going strong, Steve Bixby. In fact, Steve, you got a son that also races now as well. So, you know, what's it like? I mean, he's not riding here today, but what's that dynamic like? Whereas a rider, a father and son, and yet you still go riding together. I mean, that's what it's about, isn't it?
Making memories. It's lovely now. Obviously, we get in the van every Friday, go away, and we're just spending quality time together. But I've never been so scared now he's riding, because obviously I'm not in control of it. But no, it's brilliant. It is so brilliant.
Does he show any nerves towards you, or he's just like, nah, Dad just gets on it, he knows what he's doing?
Yeah, no, he's really good. He likes helping. He likes all this atmosphere and stuff like that. Coming up with a bottle of water and. God.
So he's here this weekend.
He's here and all. He's over somewhere now. He was here, but.
And yourself, I mean, you know, we kind of grew up in this era, so you must be loving this, the whole scene, the whole vibe.
It is such a different thing with the modern stuff now to this. It's just enjoyable. Like, the pressure's off, but obviously you still want to do as best you can. But no, it's brilliant. It is fantastic.
Looking sharp as well, mate. Loving the white. Anybody that wears white, it's that proper look in motocross. Just looking out on track, I think we've got an incident, a red flag incident. So do you know what? Let's keep it rolling. While they're doing, let's walk down here, speak to a few other. No worries, sir. That's the way. As you can see, you've got them all lined up. They're ready to go. Got Hornsby, whatever. Over here. Here we go. We've got Carl Bennett. That we've just stuck a GoPro on him. So. Kyle, fingers crossed, is going to get a whole Moto's action that you'll see on tomorrow's live stream. I've only just stuck that on, but John Barfoot did it up with his plasterers type hands. So If the GoPro falls off, I'm actually blaming John, not me, because I've always got an escape route. Kyle, obviously you're loving this whole Evo scene. You've got a KX250. You're out there on the big beast today, the big KX500. It's a handful. How are you finding it?
Yeah, I am definitely finding it a handful around here today. Just try and ride it like a 500 and not like a 250 is hard. You're just getting that rhythm of using the gears too much, and yeah, finding it a bit tough.
You got your pit crew though, Mum and the girls here. Now this is your moment. If I put this microphone in front of you, are you actually going to say something, or are you? Yes, you can. She's so, usually she's so full. What I'd say, just do a proud dad to encourage him.
Just don't think about riding it like a 250, ride it like a 500, like you usually do.
That's sound advice. That's sound advice right there. Okay, I think we're going to go back to the racing. They're going to start loading these riders up. So guys, back to you in the booth.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Oh, okay. This is going to be a good one. I always enjoy talking to this man, Brad Anderson, British Bulldog, because an aptly named. That's the best nickname in British motocross because that's how he rides. Ando, there you were. What was it? Last year you retired, or was it the year before? I can't remember.
Yeah, professionally retired last year.
But this man, old habits die hard. A racer through and through. I know you're buzzing about this. You are going to be racing for Team GB, which is brilliant, but you're also going to be going out in one of the other races, is that right?
Yeah, I'm going to be riding for Team GB, and then in the over 30s Evo, which is the race before the team race, so we're cutting it tight, and to say we'll have to see how that goes, because we didn't know it was going to be the race before the team race, so the team race is more important than obviously.
But you love the challenge, don't you? See, so like, I can see what's happening here. You're going to use that other race just to get warmed up, to eliminate all the arm pump. So you come to the start line for the main race, and the adrenaline's already flowing. I know what you're about.
You know the racing strategy.
I do know the racing strategy.
But no, it'll be good. But obviously that's a 500, and then obviously we jump straight on the 250 on the team event. It was my fault because I got muddled up with the age group with the bikes, because I wanted to race the 250 in both the races, but I needed to be in the Super Evo when I booked into the Evo, so on my head that one. Which we only knew a couple of days before. Steve says, you booked yourself in the wrong class. I was like, what do you mean? So he said about the age group, and then I acquired this one off one of my friends, and he's lent us it for this weekend, which was really nice. And so Steve's just had a quick look over it now, and hopefully it'll be all right for tomorrow and Sunday.
I am genuinely buzzing now he's told me that, because I just liked the racecraft jumping straight off a 500. So then you're going to be ragging the wheels off that in the team event.
Well, that's the plan.
Listen, we know, like, you know, you're now like retired, you ride for fun and all that kind of stuff, but I've never known ever in my lifetime Brad Anderson to not line up behind a start gate, no matter retired, whatever. I should imagine if you go out riding with your son Vinny these days, you want to punt him off the track. It's not your style. So you're obviously feeling confident about this whole team event thing. You know, on a personal level, Mike Brown, we know he's going to be quick. Villopoto and Zach Osborne. I mean, you've got to be relishing that challenge.
Yeah, as I say, there's going to be someone probably in that team event what we're not even talking about. Yeah. It's always a surprise. And as I say, I'm probably on the oldest bike in the team race, because they're on 2002. This is a 94, so there's a big age group there. But as I say, I go out there, I want to be a racer, and I want to go out there and win. That's my thing. So if they get in the way, they get in the way. As I say, I just want to do the best for our team, and hopefully we can be on the podium and win it.
Yeah, obviously a last minute change, the whole thing with Tommy, but a great replacement coming in. You know, Mel, you guys obviously know each other a long time, bonding well.
We had a real good team, obviously. Under wouldn't let Tommy ride for good reasons, obviously the British, and we've got Mel in now, which he's been practicing with Zach, and he knows his own speed, so I think we've got a good, strong team.
Which one out of the two are you actually looking forward to riding the most? This or the 5.0?
I raced this one at the British Championship not long ago, Makanda Heights, and I didn't do too bad for an old bike. It was really good.
And an old boy.
And an old boy.
On that,
but Steve gives us the chance, obviously, to ride the 250, or there's the 500, which he's got as well. And I like the 250. I don't think there's going to be much difference between the 500 and the 250 around here. I know you've got big hills, but your power's already on going up them. Yeah. I think this 250, you'll be able to turn around the corners a lot easier, over the jumps, going up the face of them braking. So I wouldn't say there'd be much in between the 500 and the 250, just maybe off the start.
Listen, I don't know if you're going to be watching, obviously, this after the event on MXN TV or if you're here, but paying the 40 quid to get in 2 days just to watch Brad Anderson on a 500 is worth the admission fee. Don't you think?
That sounds a bit scary.
Yes, thank you.
It sounds a bit scary, but hopefully we'll put a show on for you, as I say, and you get your money's worth.
You definitely do that. Mate, all the best of luck. Nice one. Have fun out there. Brad Anderson, he's going to smash it for Team GB, and we're going to get right behind him. Slightly biased, but we don't care.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition Avenge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the Zero cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile, streamlined taped collar, and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit system, located on the front of the pants, provides a lighter and faster zipperless entry with a wider range of adjustability. 4-way stretch panel construction for maximum comfort and movement. And leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching. Mesh panels on back of knees, hips, and lower legs. And a lightweight, minimalist design. The Light SE Avenge in black and sunset from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Okay, gentlemen, welcome back to Foxhill Vets MXdN, VMXdN this weekend at Foxhill Motor Park near Swindon. Just a bit of housekeeping there. The number 50 rider who went down in that one, Tom Gilbert, did gingerly walk into the ambulance. So he has been taken off for medical care, but he was moving and conscious, and as far as we know, not too badly damaged. So
just rung his bell a little bit.
Yeah, Evo Open. Oh, good line, good line, yes. There we go. Evo Open off the start line, and two Hondas get a real launch up the inside, a proper jump. And looks like it was the two Hondas of Jamie Scoos.
I think it was Scoos.
There
he is, look.
There we go, Scoozy on the 250, Anderson on the big snarling 500. Had a little chat with Jamie's mechanic as he rode past. He actually complained about a slipping clutch on that 250, but his mechanic swiftly told him, look, it's a 20-year-old bike, so shut up.
So, I mean, I was speaking to Spinksy because he's been battling with Shipton all day, hasn't he? And he was like, there's some areas of the track where the 250 definitely has benefits, where you can turn it a lot easier. The 500 is a big bike to handle, you know. So I think yin and yang really. Like, there's no better bike. I think it's just some areas of the track definitely suit the smaller, lighter 250.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, you can see the contrast here, and this is one that's definitely going to favour the yin of the 250 because you're right and then left. And as I say that, Anderson on the 500 makes a complete mockery of what I'm saying and goes past the 250.
I was with you then. I thought the 250 would be better there, but I think like Anderson just made that corner a lot wider.
Yeah, he really did. Yeah, squared it off.
Jamie hit that ledge. There's like a shelf there on the inside, and it just unsettles the bike, and you can get the power down. So I think that was more Brad just being a little bit more creative with line choice, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely ruined my setup. I was going to say this prefers the yin and the 250, but you watch the yang and the 500 the hill, and it all got blown apart. But yeah, Brad Anderson, he did win race 1 here ahead of Jamie Scoos, and he's up ahead again. Ben Ginnett was third on the 691 with Steve Bixby fourth, and you can hear, I can hear through the, literally coming through the window here, the cheers of the crowd, the hooters and the air horns for Brad Anderson. And look at the support, such a popular character. He went through the paddock with his 2 bulldogs past me this morning, yesterday afternoon, sorry, I should say. And yeah, he's a proper popular character.
He's just got it, hasn't he? I think supported by Paul Bird Motorsports. You know, Brad's been around the sport for a long time. He's got a lot of experience, and you know, I think if you cut him through the middle, it would just say British motocross, wouldn't it? Like, it's just,
absolutely. Number 1 of Barry Turnbull on another CR500 is there in 3rd place. The old number 1 rider, he carries that around everywhere there. Number 227, I believe that was, just going past us, Alex Hornsby. He's just moving up there into 5th place ahead of Chris Jones, the AMCA rider I used to race against, who was so nervous about this track after he saw it on Friday. He said, like, I'm scared, man. I'm really scared.
they you know, like all the rumours sort of going around was like they've tamed it down and stuff, and I was sort of thinking, God, I hope they haven't, because if you look at the 98 GP, it was far from tame.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, it was all peaked up and stuff, and I just thought that would just ruin it a little bit. And I'm glad they didn't. What they did, they made the jump safe.
Yes.
But they're not tame.
No,
you know,
so
it's still quite. It looks daunting. Everything's built well though. You can see how the bikes are coming off all the jumps, and you know that everything's been built with thought.
Yeah.
But it's still there. It's still Foxhill.
Yeah.
You know, like it's.
But it was an accusation of a few riders back in the day, even Mike Healy and Jamie Dobbs actually mentioned it on some live interviews as well, that he just thought the person making the jumps wasn't that good. Basically, was what he said back in the
very
day.
true. I mean, they were just peaked, weren't they? Everything was just like, you could see the bikes that just hit it and bounce up.
Yes.
You know, it was mad. If you ever go back, and if you're new to sort of vintage racing and stuff, go back and watch the 98 GP, because it really was pretty good.
Yeah, the 98 GP there with Twitelli was something pretty special there with 250 class. I think Carmen back in the second overall, but up to the likes of Kyoto. Just going to hand across to Jeff, who's got something else in the tank.
Right, the atmosphere is building down here now for the main VMXdN race. These guys are having a cracking weekend.
2022, baby! Woo! Baby!
It's suddenly got all AMA in it. It's all good. Who's your current drink sponsors?
Madry, bit of Heineken, Stella.
You know, just basically having a crack. And here we are. That's the designated driver. Right, let's move on down. They're having a great time. Let's move on down here and see what's going on. So. First rider we come to, there's Brad's bike. He's out there racing. He's going to come straight in, jump on it. Mel somewhere. Let's have a chat with Nev Bradshaw, honorary Northern Irishman. Explain the link with that, because a lot of people don't understand why you ride for Northern Ireland.
So both my mom and my dad are Irish, Northern Irish, born in Belfast and Banbridge, and then they moved out to South Africa, and I was born there. And then yeah, and then I moved over here to race, obviously, 20 years ago, whatever. So both my parents are Irish, so that's the connection. All my family lives in Ireland. My parents live back in Ireland.
That'd be the Celtic there, look.
Yeah, that's how Ginger gives it off. It's right there.
Yeah. No. But I must be Celtic. Listen, how's it going out there? I mean, in those other races, you've already been showing some good form. I know you love a bit of hard pack. You must be loving this.
Oh, I love it. It's just like South Africa, and all the tracks are like this, and I'm stoked, you know, to get to race a guy like Mark Brown, who's like the ultimate 125 rider from when we were growing up, and to race him, you know, have a good race like that for the crowd. Really, it's awesome, you know, to get all the guys together, all riding two strokes, and see the fans back. You know, like I can't remember the last time. It feels like a proper Destination, you know, going around the track, just air horns everywhere, and so cool, man. The country needs us. Obviously, there's a few good series in England anyway that's bringing the sport back up, and weekends like this are just priceless, I think.
Mate, have a good one. Stay safe out there. Nev's going to be on it. He wants to make sure. They're the reigning champions, of course, Northern Ireland. Hopefully, look, we're going to move down a little bit. Can't go too far because the signal might drop out. Let's have a very, very quick chat with Mike. He's getting the old pre-race That's a good sign, actually. As always, looking immaculate. You were on the 125, launching down the big hill, just looking great. 250. I know you had a few issues with it this morning, but all sorted now and feeling good.
Yeah, no, it's all good. They got it sorted out. A little bit of problems. That's you know, you can depend on that for sure. And brand new bikes, we haven't rode them so much, and she's good now. First moto went straight on it and got a good start, and ended up getting the win on that one. But some stiff competition here this weekend.
I was just going to comment on that. I mean, you've done the VMXdN many times before at Farley. Different proposition this year, the new kind of Evo theme. A lot more youngsters coming in the table. The bike's a little bit more competitive. So you're feeling that little bit. I mean, you know, you always start as a firm favourite, but you're feeling like there's a bit more stiffer competition this time around, particularly with Ryan obviously coming over.
Yeah, no, Ryan and Zach and, you know, Bradshaw. They're always good, and Anderson, you know, he'll be the lead, I think, if he keeps on two wheels for sure. But I think we just need to be consistent. At the end of the day, it's about a team race, and you know, we all love to win, but we all love to win the team race.
You've been coming here now a good few years. So what does this event mean to you? You know, like obviously you come and raced in Europe, so a lot of guys would know you from them. But Ryan, first time coming over, and like I said to Doug earlier on, like we used to watch you guys growing up doing AMA Supercross and all that. Do you feel that warmth when you come and race in the UK?
Yeah, everybody welcomes you here. Like I said, I've raced here a lot, and I have a lot of family and friends and fans here. But I'd rather come to this race. It's my favorite race all year. I'd rather do this than anything, and to come and be on a great bike is the main thing. Like that's coming here, like, oh yeah, I got a good bike for sure.
It's great to have you here, Mike. Keep up the good work. Always a pleasure. Mike Brown out there, he's rocking. Okay, we're going to stop it there because we can't go much deeper in case we lose signal. So we're going to hand back to Callum and Ben in the commentary booth. And I'll make my way over, join the guys in a minute. But the race up next is the second big one of the day for the VMXdN team race.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. It's definitely all action going on down there, getting ready for the next Destinations team race. Meanwhile, out on track, we hear a nice little scrap going on between the number 1, Barry Turnbull, and the number 194,
Lee
Lee
Skinner.
Yeah, absolutely. Railing each other around there. Jamie Scoos and Brad Anderson away ahead and clear now. 4.5 seconds between Anderson and Scoos. And Lewis Toombs put in a nice ride in third place. He was up there earlier in race 1 but did drop it.
I just felt insulted by what Jeff said then, saying the second biggest race of the day. What second big race of the day? What's wrong with my race then? Are we just filling slots then, are we?
Well, you know you're wrong. You said it off camera. I'm not going to let you get away with that. You're just the water clearer.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's all we are. Yeah,
clear the slope.
That's all we are. That's all we are. You know, it's fine. The track's looking brilliant now, though, isn't it? It's just got that nice little bit of tack. It's almost blue tack on the top there. But we had to suffer to enable that to happen. But do you know what? It's a sacrifice well made.
I saw I was up at the TMX stand, which was my first job before I got this job there a few weeks ago. But yeah, I was booked in to do the TMX stand all weekend, and we're sending plenty of programs and papers. But yeah, all the riders were coming off from your race, and you could tell it was just after watering. They were plastered.
Mate,
and I remember that just reminded me of being here on the Dave Thorpe training day in February when it was just like thick mud.
We've got brand new kit. You know, we're all in. We're all in, and it's just nah.
Graphics are fresh and new.
No,
and, yeah,
not anymore.
And this stuff, I know that I'm not sure how much you've ridden here before, but just to warn you that in this stuff, don't come off easy.
No,
won't come out in a cold wash.
I've got my mechanic on it now. Hey, fortunately, the guys at RFX absolutely look after me.
Great stuff.
You know, that's why I'm here now. I know I've got to do my bit. You know, I've got to do my bit to get my help. But no, big thanks to those guys. They're brilliant to me. Nice looking after me with kit and goggles and everything else. So a big shout out to everyone there, and Beer and yeah, all the guys. Thank you.
Brilliant. That's BIHR in case you're wondering. But yeah, that's the distributors there.
Yeah, not just beer, as in.
No.
Thank you to beer.
I just thought I'd thank you to beer.
Thank you, alcoholism.
For all the mistakes and all the solutions. But yes, for sure. I mean, it's just a stunning event, as you say. Everything's getting put together superbly for this. And they're on the last lap there of this Evo Open race before they go towards the VMXdN popper.
What happened then, mate? Did you?
I've got a cough coming in, and I need to mute myself.
Do you need a new ring or something? We need a mechanic down here. We need a mechanic, and he's ringing up.
I need recompression.
He's lean. His throat's lean at the minute. I'm sure you can hear him having a coughing fit. So there we are. That is Barry Turnbull on that lovely looking Honda with #1 as well, rocking the #1 plate with absolute pride.
Yeah.
And looking great.
And anyone who's been to the Hawkston International on a regular basis, there up in February, obviously much different conditions to this, but he rides that bike,
He
that
does,
CR500, 1980, whatever it is, model, I think it's 88, I believe, or 89, but either way, he runs that against the top factory 450s in the international
Every time
class.
he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely loves it.
And everyone, the crowd love it as well. Everyone always gets behind him. You know, people are hanging over the fence, and you know, I think he probably puts in quite a bit of time on that 500, doesn't he? He loves it. But they're so strong and robust. The motors are. You can just throw hours on them, can't you? It's just the chassis get a bit sloppy with age, don't they, and things. But yeah, I'm sure it's nothing.
Nothing the good maintenance can't take
No,
care of, is
exactly.
it, really? And that motor is
Chopping the rails out, re-welding them. Honestly, the effort that goes into these bikes this weekend, if you're watching, guys, don't do it. Don't do it. No, like, but just buy one that someone else has done.
Or get really good, like Villopoto and Brown. Then they give
Yeah,
you
that's
for
it. And then they
free,
give them you for free. It's amazing. No, they pay you. They actually pay you money. Like, it's not just to buy. They pay you with actual notes.
Amazing.
Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Villo will be going on that plane tomorrow, and I bet he'll be held in customs with all the cash in his bag.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, you can see now it's coming up. This is last lap time. I think Brad Anderson has in fact just crossed the line. There he is, Alan, our start march, our checkered flag.
I'm loving his outfit.
It's just amazing. The collar's up now as well, so it's almost looked like he's going to break into some scar any minute there. Give it some one step beyond as they come across there. But Brad Anderson takes that race win there by 4.5 seconds from Jamie Skews. Lewis Toombs in third. Steve Bixby a nice fourth place. Barry Turnbull there in fifth, got most of the screen time. Lee Skinner in sixth. Ben Gillett in seventh. Alex Hornsby just crossing the line, the 227 with the Spider Fox outfit gear in eighth place. And my mate Chris Jones crosses the line there in ninth place, just coming up now.
And then John Barfoot.
John Boy Barfoot, Mr. Cider himself. Set the race win there.
There will be literally Magners dripping out of his skin. Like he's the man. He is the man. No, big shout out to John Barfoot. I know he's like the king of Salage. Down south. He does does the two-stroke festival, all those things. He just loves it. He loves racing his bike, and he can still do a damn good job of it as well. Damn
right, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, Chris Jones there is, I raced against him in the AMCA Championship 1999.
Really?
I found a photo yesterday of me in front of him, and he wasn't happy. He was on a Yamaha, I was on a 99 250.
I've got a good picture of me. It's me and Spinksy racing around Matterley, and I'm in front of him. But the only problem is he's lapping me. But I'm in such good form in this corner, it actually doesn't look that way.
Good.
So it's
That's
brilliant.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
You always need to raise the elbow when the photographer's on the corner. Just lift it up a little bit. Yeah, I can do. What's that, a four-stroke? Did I just see a four-stroke there? I think I did.
I think there is a four-stroke out there. Who's on that?
That's
is it
Nicolas Stampert, the Belgian, on a proper ice, and he's even got the Isostad Walter Bartolini graphics on it from back in the day on the big Who's.
Is it? Are we allowed four-strokes? Or was it just was it an exception?
I'm not going to neglect a four-stroke. I'm quietly a fan. I know that's not going to make me any friends.
Do you know what? Do you know what I'd like to build one day? And one day it will come around, and I'll wait. I'll be patiently waiting. I really'd like to do a 2006 twin pipe Honda, the first 250F with the twin pipes. I'd love to do one of them.
Yeah.
I think the carburetted 450s, not fuel injected stuff, none of that, but carbed 450s are still cool. They're still cool. Like,
definitely. Yeah. I mean, I tell you, in a few years' time, when we all go electric, people are going to yearn for the four-stroke.
Oh, yeah,
they will.
They will.
It's just the way it is. I love them to ride. I mean, a big 6'5", they are a fantastic bike.
Yeah.
Here we go, we're down there. I know that we've got Jeff on the way down. He's walked past the camera ever so discreetly there with one of our friends, Paul Irwin. And down he comes down to the pit. Here you can see Brad Anderson on the start line, revving those 250s.
Can Mel Pocock do it? But, well, to be fair, Brad had a problem, didn't he, in the first moto? What happened? Or did he have a crash or something? Something happened. He lost quite a lot of time in one part. So,
I think he stole it.
Right.
Yeah.
Mel was really working Brownie, wasn't he? Really was working Brownie. I don't know what happened to RV. I imagine just running race pace without, no training. I did manage to get a chat with Ryan yesterday, and he hasn't ridden. You know, he hasn't ridden a bike. He's got a broken finger.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so he's a bit. He rode a bike literally a month ago, broke his finger quite badly as well.
The rare shot there, number 8,
And,
Zach Osborne, who Academy didn't make it onto the footage in the first race. Sadly, we didn't see that beautiful Husqvarna on our screens. There's number 13, Kurt Nicoll, of a champion MX machine. That looks like a Honda to me, and he's certainly trying to put his best foot forward there. 57 years old, Kurt Nicoll, so he's got quite a few years on most of these riders.
I've got a story about that Husqvarna of Zach's. I came walking up there yesterday, spinning a whole shot device ring in my hand like this, like a kid. And Sonny, the guy that built it, goes, "What's that for?" And I said, "Oh, it's for my 52mm factory cone valves." And he goes, "Do you think that'll fit on a 50mm Marazocchi?" And I put it on, and it fit like a glove. And I was like, "Do you know what? Zach needs this way more than I do. you can have it."
Perfect. Fair play to you. Yeah, that's awesome. Fair play. That's great stuff. Just give you a quick rundown of what happened in that first race then. Mike Brown did indeed take the win in the end. Mel Pocock second. Brad Anderson grabbed third on the last lap from Neville Bradshaw, who took fourth, and Ryan Villopoto was fifth. Now, the team standings, as it stands, if they drop their worst results from that first race, then Team GB is in front. 5 points for a total for Mel and Brad. So nice. Team GB holding the station at the moment. USA right up there, of course, because Villopoto was fifth, Brown was first, and Northern Ireland defending champions are there with the 11 points. Just got to give a shout out to our sponsors, bringing this stream to you there. Bell Helmets, as they just disappear as I start to read them off. RFX, Bell Helmets.
Fly Racing.
Fly Racing, you guys know the drill better than I do. I'm about to spill some
it's different, isn't it? Yeah.
Anyway, this side of the commentary is brought to you by Moto Experts. I'm going to drop that one in. There you go. Here we go then. Heads are down. 5-second board is up. Oh, someone tries to jump the gate. There, go!
Who's going to get the whole shot then?
Oh, it looks
do they get 10 quid for a whole shot here? Or
They don't. Nice to be back in the booth. So this is it. The three of us are going to be on comms for the first time ever.
Oh,
it's Brownie.
Sending the step down.
I think looked like that's
Pocock
was out in front, and then Brownie just cleared that downhill double.
I think it's risky to do that if you're not in the lead or a bit of a gap on that first lap, because you do not want the guy in front of you not to do that.
Oh, look at Kurt right down the order there. Is Nicoll down in the order there.
Oh, Pocock up the inside!
Oh, you can hear from the shouts outside the box here that Brown has just lost out to Mel Pocock. Makes that move and pass. Like there's a cheer like Nolan taking the lead.
I'm just checking.
It serves them right for double entering, doesn't it? And tiring themselves out, doesn't it? You know?
I'm just checking we got seatbelts in here because we're going to need them. Come on, buckle in. Here we go. Come on, Mel.
Everyone's going to be over the fence now. I know Mel was sort of doubting himself because he hasn't raced, he hasn't been doing anything at this level. Mate, he's got some grit and internal grit and aggression in Pocock. He's just got it. You know.
Absolutely. He was second last year in the Western Beach race. He was absolutely incredible around there. And now he is. But Brian McKenzie's had a good start. Right up at the third on the Yamaha. And then in fourth place is Graeme Irwin on the big CR500. In fifth place is the number 18 of Elliot Banks. Brown having a nice showing here. Better start in this one. And he's got Nev Bradshaw on the big number 2 CR500 right behind him.
Love that shot. I love that shot. This is going to be great. Anderson, because he is still fired up from the race before. He came through in the first one, didn't he? Because he had the advantage of all his
still
adrenaline.
Warm and everything, so
he is on it. Watch this. He's got to make light work of Elliot, I'm sure.
Ooh,
look at
that! Nearly off, nearly down there.
I think he left some knobbies in that turn. Then he just slid it in so hard.
I thought only one bike was going to emerge from the dust in that corner. It looked like one or both were going to go down, but they're both still on it there. And Anderson, after racing the 500, that 250 must feel like a toy.
Mackenzie, I had him down as a dark horse. Brian loves this place.
He's working Brownie now.
Yeah, he loves this place, and he's going to be on it.
Yeah, Brian, there's no sign.
Oh, who we got down? Ryan Villopoto. You can't see him on screen. He's just either spin out in the valley, so he's way down.
No, Banks Brown has just gone down in that hairpin where the old finish used to be.
See, this is the thing, pushing these bikes, not quite used to them, and they're really on the edge of what they've got, what they're capable
of. There was Osborne with a better start this time as well, just coming through shot. So and look at the dust. It's dried out worse in this race than it was the first one for sure. The ground's going to be harder. It's going to be less grip, isn't there?
It's just they're on the throttle and no one else.
Well, that too, but it has definitely got warmer this afternoon since I've been out there. And of course, we said they got to think about tomorrow. tomorrow with the water in and all that as well. And remember, we are in a drought area. It's not like we can just turn on the tap here and get away with it.
Yeah, it's quite scary how low the reservoir is over, over in the old water park down there.
I saw someone do a belly flop in it earlier. I just thought, what are you doing?
You've got no chance. I've been cleaning every single orifice after
I know.
that.
Imagine just the green in your mouth.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do it?
The leeches. Here we go then, look at the rundown order. We've got it now on the screen. Pocock out in front, 1.7 seconds clear. Mike Brown, Mackenzie, Irwin, Anderson. And then we've got Bradshaw, Zach Osborne higher this time. Mark Eastwood still there in 19th. And Jake Nichols having a better showing in 9th here with the number 5 of Andrew Ginnett for Wales.
Whoa.
Showing up in the top 10.
Pocock just clipping the hay bale on the inside there. I saw the Husky that Zacho's riding. The suspension looked really firm. And it didn't look like the bike was quite settling in, and just maybe they'll make some adjustments, or maybe they have done.
But he's got a unique style.
He has.
He sits so far back that absolutely needs a different bike setup. He
Yeah,
sits so far
without
back.
a doubt.
Yeah, he's got a lowered seat on the front. His bike's like a banana.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but well, those Huskies are really tall.
Yeah,
they're actually super tall bikes from stock. Yeah. Imagine Chiodi on one.
I do imagine.
Oh God! I mean, he was like
nails himself. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, look at how much he was pushing it down there. Brownie just fighting for traction everywhere he can.
This is a ripper. I tell you what, all this, we're old. We're keeping a little bit in reserve.
Goosebumps.
I'm going again.
Utter nonsense. Because I tell you what, Mackenzie, I can tell you right now, is giving it all he can to try and chase these two down. They are definitely starting to break away, those top 3.
Brownie's
Graeme
warming up
Irwin,
now,
but
isn't he?
Anderson, I wouldn't roll.
Oh!
Down
No!
goes Brown. And looks like Brown was caught up in that. Oh, sorry, down went
Pocock.
Down went Pocock, sorry. Brown has taken the lead, and here comes Mackenzie. And Pocock picked that bike up in record time. Quite incredible, and Ando is stalking the line.
See how quick he's come through, Ando. Oh,
I need a cardiac. I'm going to have a cardiac arrest.
This is going to be good. This is going to be great.
All I can hear is the hooters and the howl from
Come
the
on,
valley.
Mel.
It's just incredible. It's like 1994 down here. Here we got second place, Pocock now holding off Mackenzie just about. Villopoto's pouring through the pack. We can see on our screen up to 12th place now for Ryan.
I can tell you now, Ando is amped, man. He will be all over this. British flags, British Bulldog, air horns
This
going.
is just his thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And in the teams, we've got 2nd and 4th for the Brits. They're definitely taking the advantage in this one so far. Even if Brownie's out in front, the next American is Osborne in 8th, and the 2 Northern Irish lads are 5th and 6th as well. So it's all to play for still in the team competition.
Yeah, this is going to be great. Do you know, this is where I actually want. We said about short racing, exciting format, whatever.
It makes it exciting.
But I want more.
I know.
laps
I know. Yeah,
for
give me 30 minutes of this, please. I'm sure the boys would say absolutely not. Oh, Brownie just losing a bit of traction then.
Great
yeah,
bike
there
control.
is like a shelf there. There's like a ledge. And if you just catch it wrong with your wheels, you just lose traction. But you lose traction the whole way up to the hay bale.
I noticed all day Mike Brown's been coming up that hill with his leg dangling, a counterbalance.
Yeah.
All day he's been
for
doing
traction.
that.
Yeah, trying to find the grip.
Amazing bit of technique there. So it's pure instinct, isn't it? Pure ability and
For
instinct.
him, yeah, not for us so much. I don't know. Jeff had a bit of a go back in his day.
Speedway rider's instinct.
Oh,
isn't it?
here's
Like
Ando.
a
He's
go-off.
going to punt Mackenzie.
Ando up the inside of Mackenzie getting close.
Anderson's not going to be friendly. If he wants to get through him, he will move him. This is a team race, and you know Anderson wants to fight it for the
Can
British.
I just stop you there? It doesn't matter if
It
it's a
doesn't
team
matter for
race.
anything, yeah,
It doesn't
he's-
matter if he's playing tiddlywinks with his son.
If there's a gap, you get him moved.
He wants to win, and nothing's going to stop him.
No.
I just love that I'm hearing that sound again. That sound that I haven't heard for over 20 years coming up from that valley. There's hooters. There's just something absolutely unique about it. And here goes Ando. He's attacking Iron Brian Mackenzie as they come down here. The launch up the uphill double, it's amazing that they're doing that on these old bikes, but I shouldn't be amazed anymore. Brian Mackenzie gets that corner wrong.
Here
and
comes
look
Nick.
at
Oh.
Nevis right there. The 3 of them go into this corner.
Who's going to be on the inside? Oh, I thought someone would have a go. He's there.
Oh,
3 wide.
Woohoo! What a shot that was.
I'm going. I've got goosebumps.
Irwin is getting close as well. The Northern Irish lads on the attack now. And it is UK, Team GB, 2nd and 3rd behind Mike Brown. Packing in the places again. That's the way you win the nation's competition here. And Irwin, I know that's Bradshaw, just past Mackenzie as well. And Irwin is not far behind. Jake Nichols is having a nice try, up to 7th. Old Thorpe will be happy about
Jake
that
Nichols
one going
go
on.
real well.
Villopoto has come through from a long way down up to 10th.
He's picked off 2 spots in the, and Phil Mercer and Banks Brown aren't easy people to just reel in and
really
pass.
No, absolutely. Gary Davis, still the MCA champion there in 15th place for Team Wales, and also it's at number 4. That's I'm not quite getting that name. Cook, Adam Cook is there. I think he's a replacement for Shane Carlos in the Welsh team as well.
Look at Ando go. Villopoto just edging into the top 10, as we said. Keith Johnson out there as well. Crockard, it's not going so well for him this weekend, or certainly today. Obviously tomorrow is another day. But the reigning champions, Northern Ireland, starting to feel the heat in regards to trying to retain that title.
I'll tell you what, Bradshaw looks really good at the minute, and I think Anderson needs to be a little bit wary of him, because last 2 laps, I mean, he's made up some time. So Bradshaw's definitely on the move forward right now.
But Kurt Nicoll just appeared into the top 20 as well, up into 19th, so that's the third rider there for the British team.
Having to use all the track there to get up that step up as well, Pocock, all the way wide. It's got real choppy out of that turn there, and that jump's actually quite deceivingly big, because you lose a lot of speed going up that hill.
They're only allowed to drop 1 race score out of 12 over the 2 days, so they really need to make sure that Kurt gets his scores in, and yeah, we've got to watch out for those, because those are the sort of scores that could cost you the overall if you're not careful, because if you look at the 3 riders, USA doing very well with 1st, 8th and 10th at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be tight, and of course you've got, Eastwood and Jake Nichols doing well for Fairhurst Wessex as well.
So Nichols will be happy with that ride for 100%, 7th. Also Graeme Irwin. Graeme Irwin's not ridden motocross for, I mean, he plays at it. Yeah. He races road bikes, or he has done for a few years.
Well, he's talking yesterday that it was so hard he might actually get his knee sliders out for around here, because it is like concrete in places. Not sure if the slick tyres are going to work too well, but yeah, pretty solid
Super
stuff.
Moto tyre, maybe.
It is, yeah, that's actually not far off. Nichols is closing. Jake got onto the podium in the British Championship earlier this season before he had a big crash and decided to call it a day as a full-time professional. Zach Osborne also on the chase on the Husqvarna. There's a nice scrap developing for 6th place, with Nichols reeling in Irwin, and Osborne is not a million miles away either. Eastwood and then Villopoto is catching the pair of them.
Well, I've just asked our director to try and pick up Zach Osborne, and right on cue, there he is, and Villopoto is not too far behind. Eastwood is the English meat in an American hamburger sandwich.
There we are. That is a full factory Husqvarna.
Yeah. Look at that.
Italian made.
You can talk about your hamburgers all you like. I'm loving the antipasta of that. That is a piece of Italian beauty right there.
It is. It's like looking at a Lamborghini, isn't it? So like chain and sprocket on the other side, just because Italian. Because Italy, no other reason. Yeah, it is. When you actually look at that bike up close, you just go, "Whoa, man! Look at the factory 50mm Marzocchi forks."
Here's behind them is Mark Eastwood is fending off Ryan Villopoto. Now, a little side story to that. Mark Eastwood was, and now Villopoto goes by. Mark was team manager when Villopoto absolutely waxed everybody at both
he was, wasn't he?
Much to Mark's disgust. He didn't care how impressive the performance was. He's like, the Americans are looking good.
He's coming again, yeah.
Those are they're one number after another, but they're on different teams. East Anglia is Elliot Banks Brown. He's just passed Fairhurst Wessex captain there, Mark Eastwood. Oh, Villopoto's got a problem.
Hang on, he's just let.
In the opening moto, we thought it might be fitness. I had the opportunity to catch up with Ryan between motos. He lost his rear brake. It boiled up, and he lost his rear brake. Now, maybe that's exactly what's happened here again. He's just been too hard down those hills.
Yeah.
Obviously, older bike. He's used to a more modern bike when he raced, and maybe he's just boiled up the brake fluid, and he's lost that rear
just
brake.
Have to let it cool again.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what happened to him in the opening moto. So it wasn't fitness. He was actually pretty bummed out because he wanted to try and win the thing.
Right, okay. I think, he could do. I mean, I know he's riding with an injury. Have you seen his pinky?
Yeah.
He said to me, I think it's broken. And I'm like, well, I'm no doctor, mate, but, like, that's definitely broken.
In fact, we just... No, I'll save that for another day. We've just been having a pinky off over there. Me, Jake Nichols and him decided who had the worst broken finger.
That just sounds all levels of wrong, Jeff. Yeah,
I know, sorry.
Isn't it great, though, how, like, Ryan can come here and do a fun event, I'm sure it's so...
it's cracking.
It just bends his schedule and his life in half to be able to come here and do
he's gone off track round there. He took a wide line, got back on track. Used to that with a bit of AMA hay bales.
So
do you know what?
I just think it's awesome.
I've suddenly realised that's probably why he was shaking his hand out.
Yeah, maybe.
He's
because
just
it's
got
just the
issues
end
with
of his fingers banging
falling
off.
Yeah.
Maybe you could have a rock on it or
I
anything.
expect
You
to
know,
see
you
hand
can't
guards.
put you can't put hand guards on. It just ruins them, doesn't it? They don't look right, do they? Yeah, I mean, what do you,
Crockard's making moves up to 13th place there for the Northern Ireland team leader.
back in the day, you had carbon fibre knuckles. You could just punch the.
Yeah.
Still out front is Mike Brown ahead of all this fun and games. Mel Pocock is about 2.5 seconds back, just ahead of Brad Anderson. The two Brits absolutely together on track. They just show on screen right now, number 14 and 15 with Bradshaw 4th. Mackenzie still holding on to 5th place. Jake Nichols has come up well to 6th place, past Graeme Irwin now. And Osborne, Banks, Brown and Villopoto round out your top 10 ahead of Eastwood, Gillett, Crockard, Gary Davis and Phil Mercer.
Brad Anderson's just the English version of Mike Brown, isn't he? Like, he just doesn't get any. Like, he gets older and it just doesn't affect him. It's like he's just ignoring.
They're teammates, right? They're teammates.
Oh, he doesn't care.
No, and he obviously wants Team GB to win and do what they do, but he also's like, look, I don't want Mel beating me.
He will do what it takes to try and beat me. I don't think he'd do anything stupid.
Yeah.
But I think, you know, he'll definitely run it in deep. He'll run it in
well,
deep.
they're on their last lap, so
He just punched the air over one of those downhill jumps. So
did he? So he
thumbs
knows
up to the crowd. Yeah, so he knows that he's not going to make it a big
He
attack
knows
on
the
his
score.
teammate. Yeah, he knows that this is great results there for the British
So
team.
we're going to be bringing up Mike Brown over the line. He's going to take a race win here. Rider number 7. We're going to get him hopefully crossing the line, taking victory for the American team.
He's just coming down this final corner right now. We just zoom in on the finish. Good work. There's Big Al ready with the checker flags. And there he goes. Punches the air, Mike Brown. Properly pumped with that one, as he should be. That's a great ride there from Brownie again. He's virtually perfect this weekend already. Really exultant with that one. I think he certainly felt the pace there. And Pocock and Anderson compared notes. Or was that Anderson saying you got in my way? I wasn't really sure. That did not look friendly, really.
Got in my way.
Yeah,
we're teammates, mate.
Really didn't look that as friendly as it should
I've
have
got
been
to put
there.
a bit of a protest in for this turn coming off the track, because I ride an old KTM and they did not have a steering lock. And I'm struggling to get that turn.
Yeah, the old chopper's struggling around that one, yeah, for sure. So that's how it goes there with Bradshaw 4th, Mackenzie 5th, Jake Nichols 6th. Just held off Nichols there, did Brian Mackenzie. Graeme Irwin 7th, Zach Osborne ahead of Banks, Brown, and Villopoto got up to 10th after his early crash in lap 1, which you saw, Jeff.
Yeah, he just spun out at the end of the valley, coming back up the round towards the sort of over at the area there, Paddock A. But just quickly got back up.
Yeah, there's some slick, like quite hard ground just on the inside there. It's like almost polished. It's very blue groove. So if you just get the tyre leaned over too much, it's going to happen, isn't it?
I think it's going to be quite a tricky point situation. I'm going to get my teeth stuck into that later tonight in the tent. We're going to find out who's our team leader. Well. I'm pretty sure that the Americans having all 3 riders in the top 10 would put them currently out in front, I believe.
By a few points.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Here comes Kurt there across the line, and yeah, fair play to Kurt Nicoll, 57 years old. I mean, you know, he was hitting this track in '93.
Still
he
goes
amazed
all right,
everybody by, you know, matching the likes of Albertine and Everts that year. And look at that for an RJ replica. That's good work, isn't it? Number 17. That's fantastic showing there from Gary Hopchoff. Did you see his butt patch as well? No, it says 2 hop. not Ricky 2 Hip Johnson, Gary 2 hop Hopchoff.
I've got to say, some of the kits, like the OG kits that people have had made, they look incredible. I don't know what the big brands would think about them being ripped off, but you know what? They'll probably let it slide for an event like this, because everyone looks fan-flipping-tastic,
They do.
don't they?
They do. It's really awesome. The whole vibe out there. We've just got 1 race to go, I think, in the rest of the day now. We've got a 1:25. So we're going to throw quickly to an hour. We've got 1 more race, but then we might show you some pre-recorded features before we finish the stream. We don't know. We're making up as we go along.
It's good stuff.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do really cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition Avenge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the zero cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile, streamlined taped collar, and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit system, located on the front of the pants, provides a lighter and faster zipperless entry with a wider range of adjustability. Four-way stretch panel construction for maximum comfort and movement. And leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching. Mesh panels on back of knees, hips, and lower legs. And a lightweight, minimalist design. The Light SE Avenge in black and sunset from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do really cool and look smart. The world time has come to.
Here we go then, off the last start line they go, and we are off the way for the Super Evo 125 race, the final race of today at the VMXdN event here at Foxhill Motor Park near Swindon, Wiltshire in the UK.
All slipping and sliding through the first turn. It is the number one though. No idea who that is because I'm just sat in the booth. And,
let me take it. It's Christopher Bastick there who led for most of the race.
I sold him that bike. I sold Chris that bike.
I wouldn't be crowing about that too much because it packed up halfway through race one.
I did not sell Chris that bike. It was nothing to do with me.
Yeah, it stopped on that very corner in the first race. Not quite sure the issue.
Not my one.
Flat landed off there, and I don't know if he felt the impact because he certainly was wobbly into that following corner. He completely cleared the downslope there, which must not be too comfortable on this sort of going. In second place there, looks like the number 22. No, it's not 22. Chuck Davis.
Chuck Davies is not coming to sight yet. I haven't.
No, he's on the pro circuit bike. I think that's Ryan Butler, the number 20, I believe. And then in the third place was the first race winner. First race winner in third place there, the number 204 of Ryan Butler. So the three riders who were at the front in the first race are all together again. My mistake, sorry, that's number 74 in second place. Or no, 741. There we are, we got it right in the end. Andrew Lawson, who was up there in second place. He was third in race one behind the TM of Will Warden, which just saw flash past the screen at about seventh place.
I just saw Chuck actually came through in last. He was dead last on the factory pro circuit 125.
Yeah, you can't miss him, that bright green, and it is a bright
It's a proper
green.
Factory 125 as well, not a single bolt different to the original Mitch Payton bike.
Fantastic, that's great to see. 117, Dave Schoeffler from the Netherlands is right up there as well. He's just showing into shot there, I think in about 5th place. There's a great shot of that downhill. They just launch down now. Serious steep there, isn't it, Callum?
It is pretty steep. Like you know, like the older bikes as well. I fear for these men with their brakes. Like I'm quite lucky with mine. I'm able to fit like the modern brake caliper straight on it. It was no problem. But wow, it is super steep.
Welcome to my generation.
Panic braking with Jeff Perrott.
Yeah, well, talking of panicking.
That was a panic rev right there.
Plastic, nearly out the front door there. Yeah, coming down that hill is you really are so hard on the anchors just to make the turn. TV again, not doing it justice.
No.
I have to say, Andrew.
I mean,
Lawton
it does look steep on TV. It looks like
Oh,
Butler's gone.
free abreast again.
No, Lawton went
Yeah, that was
2
Lawton.
in 1.
2 for 1. That's a James Stewart saying, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's got. He was flying.
Bit of two for sale.
Yeah.
I think he set the quickest lap time in the opening moto today. So Lawton is looking good in this one. Lovely move. They both went wide. He snuck it up the inside on that CR125, and he's looking like he's going to check out here. Unless Bastic.
Yeah, no,
can stick with
it looks like Bastic has just come off the gas a little bit, doesn't it? I don't know, like maybe fitness-wise. I know Bastic doesn't really ride as much as he used to, does he? So.
Nice showing in there for Dave Joffre. The Dutchman is up there in 4th place. He's riding nicely there ahead of Will Warden, the number 106 rider on the Pink TM. And meanwhile now Bastic is getting some serious attention from our first race winner, Ryan Butler. Certainly Ryan will be looking for the overall result based from this, and he'll be leading it if it stays like it is now, although he's trying not to make it stay as it is now, trying to make a move on that Peak Pro Circuit, looking hot there.
Yeah, Chuck Davies actually built that bike as well. And he builds some phenomenal bits of kit. I know that Pro Circuit bike he's riding today is for sale, and it's 25 grand if anyone's interested in buying it.
Right.
You know what? I think I got that as loose ashtray money in my car.
Yeah, I'm sure people do.
Yeah, loose coins.
I'm sure people do. Someone was pretty interested in it this weekend, but yeah, if anyone is actually after it, it's 25k.
I'm just going to check the programme sales and see if it's
Okay, I've got the. While we're watching these guys, I've got the results, the team results after race 2. Current running order. Leading the way is Team USA. Second, on 30 points going into tomorrow. Great Britain 1 point behind on 31. Northern Ireland on 3rd with 45. Then we've got Fairhurst Wessex for 4th with, they are quite a ways back on 70 points. Then it's East Anglia in, what would that be, 5th? No, 5th, yeah. And then 6th is Team Wales. Here we go, we got them there.
Great stuff.
So going into tomorrow on the team event, that is awesome. 1 point separating Team USA.
That is cool.
And Team GB. If it's like that in Redbud in about 3 weeks' time,
lose my mind.
I was going to say something worse than lose my mind. It begins with S and sounds like hit.
Crap your pants.
Yeah, I'll be absolutely buzzing. Highly unlikely, but
I'll eat my shorts.
Hoping. Yeah. But the team's been selected for that. Obviously, Tommy Searle.
Ryan Butler's looking racy, you know.
He's got him there on the acceleration out from the final corner.
Got it.
Squared it off very nicely there. Classic sort of supercross pass there from Ryan Butler past Christopher Bastic, and now he's looking to set about the 4.5 second lead of Andrew Lawton. Can he do that in the 2 or 3 laps left remaining?
Who have we got for Team GB then? Is it?
It's okay. I'm going to tell you who we got. We got Tommy Searle. He's out there. He's going to be riding, I think, the MX GB spot. Then you got Dean Wilson on the Open. Max Anstey on the MX2 bike, the very same team that put us on the box at Matterley in 2017.
I think,
but of course Max went out and won both motos that day.
Yeah, he did
against Jeffrey Hurley.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that this time on an MX2
but
bike.
I think Firepower Honda, they actually could put a good MX2 bike together. They've been doing a lot of Supercross testing, a lot of development. I'm not sure who's doing the motors, but they're definitely going to build a good bike for Max.
But before we go further, the real race actually happens on Saturday night at Redbud, and that is the Pit Bike of Nations. Never mind the big one, because I'm after Villopoto. I'm fed up with the Americans winning that. So we've got basically Jordan Booker, Matt Bayliss, Chris Bayliss. We are gunning for victory that night. I tell you, we're going to be.
You're the team.
I'm team manager, man.
Excellent.
There you are, Ryan. Ryan, if you're going to ever watch this back, you've been called out.
That is Ryan Butler there, struggling on that nasty little left and sharp uphill at the bottom of one of these bigger uphills in that second sort of L valley. And Butler trying his best to catch up Lawton and try and make it 2 wins out of 2, but he's got a task on his hands now, Callum. He's got, I think it must be over 5 seconds now after that little mistake.
Matt's holding out real good at the minute. It's not too bad. I think that heavy watering has done it good. Whoever was watering it knew just the right amount to put down, that's for sure. So he's looking good. Andrew Lawton at the minute. He's Ryan Butler very much there in a good position to be able to do something, but time-wise, definitely against him.
Yeah, maybe a couple of laps left. We'll see if the last lap flag comes out as they come up to this the sort of home section of the valley. This was the bit where you would go across, they would go past the stands on the last lap of the Grand Prix, come up to this right-hander here. Saw a great scrap there with Pit Byra passing Kurt Nicoll one year around that particular corner, or the version of what it is now anyway. There's a nice bit of battling going on here. We've got Will Warden on the pretty pink TM, and that yellow bike is a Suzuki, ladies and gentlemen. You might not see many of them anymore, but that is
a Suzuki.
They're a very good manufacturer.
What year is that? 99? Because didn't they go then back to conventional forks? I don't know. I know something happened. They went to and back, didn't they?
They went to conventional forks in '96 because that's when in '97 because that's when McGrath moved to them from Honda, and then he ditched the conventional forks partway through the year.
Right.
He wasn't getting on with them,
they
so he swapped them back
really
upside
well.
down.
I think back in the day they were a very good fork. The shower conventional.
Yeah, and they were very nice on the standard bike. So a couple of riders I knew had them, and they were very nice. But yeah, the McGrath couldn't get on with them at all.
Probably didn't have the rigidity that they needed.
Larocco and Albertine kept them on those bikes, and the European team of Bavorts and DeWitt kept it as well. But McGrath in particular, with his particular supercross skill, I guess, he's always been used to conventional forks. Upside down forks, and that's what he kept. So yeah, we're bringing this to you live on MXN TV. This is the last race of our day today, and we might have some features coming up for you as well. And of course, we've got a full day's coverage tomorrow. So please make sure, if you're enjoying this video, like it, share alike, spread the word.
You must subscribe as well. Subscribe to the channel and also click the little bell. If you subscribe, click the bell, you'll be reminded on your phone and all your devices when we are going live with the broadcast. So if you don't want to miss anything that MXN TV's putting out and listen to us two numpties all day, click that bell and subscribe, and we will be bringing you hours and hours of entertainment.
Absolutely.
Free of charge.
Free of charge. Next weekend, we've got the MX Nationals coming at the new Oxfordshire Motor Park. That's apparently Jeff and a few of the crew here have been visiting that facility this week and say that it's really coming up to scratch. So brand new circuit, always exciting to see. And then of course we've got the
best guys in the world on the job doing that.
Absolutely, yeah. And then we've got the Revo British Motocross Championship finale down there at Landrake on the 10th and 11th of September. So it's plenty of action to come here on MXN TV over the next couple of weeks. So we've got the vintage boys out there showing you their stuff, and then we've got the modern day warriors out there in both adult and youth classes, clubmen as well in the MX Nationals, and British Championships on the line at Landrake the following weekend. So lots going on there. There's plenty of rumours about what might happen at Landrake. Obviously, Tommy Searle was supposed to race here today. He was originally entered, and he's on most of the artwork and the cups and T-shirts, but sadly not able to ride. Honda basically said, look, British Championships on the line, so I'm afraid you can't go and enjoy yourself at Foxhill.
I think if he had a bit more of a points buffer or something, it could. But with 15 points, there's still a risk. And Koulas, always a little bleeder, isn't he? Like if anything's going to go wrong, he will take advantage of it 100%. And I don't blame him either. So
sure.
It's one of those things, and Tommy's paid to win the British Championship. He's not paid to win this race, and that's just life.
So long and short of it there is, if Harry Koulas wins both races at Landrake, then Tommy needs 2/4. If he takes 2/4, he will win the title, even if Harry wins both the races. If he's 4th and 5th, Harry wins the title by a point.
Wow.
So it's that's the sort of board scenario, obviously perfect scenario for Koulas, who's winning both races. He hasn't won race 2 in any of the events this year.
Yeah,
so
I know. Which is surprising because, Koulas is renowned for his fitness and everything, But and Tommy was always the other way around. People thought, oh, is he fit anymore? But Tommy's a very deceiving character. Like you might look at him and think, oh, he doesn't. He doesn't look.
Doesn't look like he
cares.
Not.
He doesn't look like he does care. He puts a lot of work in. He's relentless. He does put the hours in training. He does what he needs to do to be at that level. He's very good at knowing exactly what he needs to put in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's years and years of doing it, isn't it?
Sure. Only the very best have beaten Tommy Searle to a world title. He was second in the world to certain riders like Jeffrey Hurnings and Antonio Cairoli. So you can imagine that, it takes a lot to beat him to the title. And I've had a team manager say that about Tommy's team manager as well. That was quite tough to get to a world title.
He was pretty relentless back in the day, wasn't he? Old Thorpe. I've got to read that book. So Thorpe's book's out as well.
Yeah.
This weekend as well. So Dave Thorpe. Multiple championship winner.
Three-time world champion.
Yeah,
and, several times British as well.
His autobiography's out, so why not check that out and get that purchased on the bookstore or whatever.
Yeah, it's a cool one for myself. I'm doing this 1980s series for the TMX, top 50 riders of the 80s by the numbers. It's surely statistics based, and you can take it with a pinch of salt if you like, because that's just numbers, how they work. They come out funny. In the end, it's just a nice excuse to talk about a random rider from the 80s each week. I thought, why not? Let's make it through that. And just by sheer Murphy's Law, yeah, Dave brings a book out right before his article is due to be written by me, so I've got a real struggle on my hands.
Hey, it's one of them things, isn't it?
There
it's
it is.
one of them things.
There it is.
I'm sure people will get through it pretty quickly.
Yes, for sure. Andrew Lawton is out in front then. Looks like he's about to take the checker flag. Yeah, the last lap flag is out. The double checker flags are being made ready by our flagman, Alan. And there goes Andrew Lawton to take the second race win in the Super Evo 125 class. Coming across the line now is Ryan Butler, and he will be the overall leader after first and a second in the first two motos.
We're going to just send this back down to Jeff now, get some interviews with some of the riders down there and see what their thoughts are.
That's it, folks. That's a wrap. But we're only halfway through. That's a wrap. Day one here at the VMXdN at
Foxhill. What a day it's been. The first ever Evo event here at Foxhill. It's been unbelievable. Racing's been awesome. The track held up, even in this intense heat, well, at least for the UK. Drought conditions, we got through it. We are going to go again tomorrow. It's a tight run thing between Team USA and Team GB. That's going to be awesome. All the other classes too. We've got the trade stands, we've got loads going on. Got the beer tent tonight, rider interviews. The vibe has been amazing. I'm going to go and sink a few tonight and join in my kind of people over there at the beer tent. I really hope you've enjoyed the production today on MXN TV. Remember to tune in tomorrow. We're live at 9:30. Getting cracking on to decide to see who wins this thing. Have a great night, people. You should be here. If you're not, make sure you are next year. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30. Bring it on. I'm off for a pint.